to prison so you won't have to.
Well, you know, I got such a great crew, everybody behind the glass there, but especially the producing crew, which comes up with some great ideas, okay? Like, what should you dress up for Halloween? Well, Cole Peterson, the lead producer on this program, said dress up like Stinchfield.
All right, folks, welcome back to Stinchfield. My name is Grant Stinchfield. You may think I look a little different tonight. I will say it's not the suit. This is a very nice suit. It's not my receding hairline. That's always there. It's my pin. Hey, buddy.
The hey, buddy is me calling him. Buddy, are you there? You hear me? And here is, I call him Eric Trump with an S because his name is Strumpf. So that's him. Looks just like me, doesn't he? Guys, y'all are fabulous. And especially the ones switching the show. You guys are all fabulous, too.
If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, it is live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night, Halloween Friday night, live at the America First Warehouse. Real America's Voice all across the country. Of course, 103.9 LI News Radio as well. Glad to tune in, everybody, on a Friday Halloween. Lots to get to. Trick or treat. This might be a nightmare of a whole night here on Halloween. We're off to an interesting start. Let me introduce, I think it's the folks you're used to. They look a little different tonight, but right to my right.
I don't.
Slick Rick. Slick's going to do sports on a big sports night. Odds makers coming up. Slickster, how are you?
Doing good, Big D. Happy Halloween to you, too.
Happy Halloween.
Looking good there, cowboy.
How was your day?
Fantastic. Had a great day.
Looking good. What is that jacket? I got some letters and words and
It's my letter jacket
yellows
from high
and
school.
pinks and blues.
No, yeah, it's just funky. Just a funky style.
It is funky style.
Oh, man.
That boy is styling.
Yellow.
Over to his right, we got Vinny Bude. Vinny Mac is here. Vinny Mac's got some news. Vinny Mac, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Thank you. And when I saw Slick, I'm like, he has this in his closet already. Everyone else went out and bought an outfit.
Yeah.
He actually owns this stuff.
No, yeah. This is
like Thursday. You know?
Exactly.
It's not as yeah. But when I saw Delgado come in, I had to change my whole outfit. So I decided to come back here. I came as common sense, just so you know that. That's who I am.
Sitting next to Vinny Mac is Rick Delgado, who's going to do the news tonight. Now, well, first of all, Delgado, how are you?
I am well.
Yeah.
I'm good, yeah.
Okay.
That sounds like fake news right there.
Okay. Now, Paul had to help me with this, probably because I don't watch much TV or many movies.
Ever.
He doesn't get out much.
When Delgado first walked by me, I thought he was Princess Leia, but I only saw the ear. I only saw the ear things, and Paul said, "No, stupid. He's some guy from some other."
Come on.
The guy from the Chevy Chase movie.
Right, Cousin Eddie from
Cousin
Christmas
Eddie.
Vacation.
Okay, Cousin Eddie
You know.
from Christmas Vacation.
The Esser's full.
Okay. Okay, very good. How was your day getting ready?
My day was great, as a matter of fact.
There's just a little too much leg in this outfit for me.
Well, it was great up until I wore this to my other job, and then
Every time I see that slinky, I get
What?
nervous.
Damon, is he wearing underwear?
so
I'm just checking it.
No, I can't tell you. I can't tell you that.
Vin, I always knew he was crazy, and now I see he's nuts.
Certifiable.
Yeah.
well, I wore this to my other job, and it got a good kick. I think I got second place.
I remember
And then I forgot I had to stop at the bank on the way home. So that was an interesting stop as I was looking for my wallet.
Oh man, RVM.
This is the award-winning one.
Yes, this is the major award-winning costume.
Yeah.
from last weekend.
Wow.
All right, very good.
Wow, your mother and I are very proud of you.
That must have been stiff competition.
Yeah, I'd like to see who
Always
came
the
in
one.
second place. All right, very good. Sitting to my left, also news tonight, is Mr. Paul Nolan. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
Go F yourself, America.
Stay classy.
I have many leather-bound books.
Yeah.
My house smells of mahogany.
Yes.
It's my
And
Ron Burgundy attempt.
Paul I had to get help to figure out who Paul was too, because I just saw Paul and I said, "Oh, it's an interesting choice of colors, Paul. You look a little more like Slick." And he said, "No, dummy, this is Ron Burgundy."
And Vin's like, man, you look terrific
Yeah, I'm like,
tonight.
wow, that's a great suit. Where'd you get that? Because I'm Ron Burgundy, damn it. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm
so-
like, I knew it missed.
Oh, man, that's funny.
All right, well, it's going to be a busy Friday night. Lots of news to get to. Happy Halloween. If you're out there with your kids, stay safe and have a great time. Boy, I tell you, it's just the time goes so fast. And I know you've seen around the neighborhood today all the young kids out with their parents early. Of course, they're going while it's still light out nowadays, as everything's moved seemingly earlier. But boy, you just remember when you did it. If you have kids, you just remember doing this with your kids. And now, of course, my kids are 18 and 16, and they're not trick-or-treating anymore. But man, the time just goes so fast. It just reminds you to enjoy every day, enjoy every one of these,
Yeah. They're special moments.
Yeah, it just goes
this is
so
what
fast,
family
right?
bonding is about, in a sense, where you take your kids out and you have a fun time.
Yeah, you see them out there today, and I'm like, wow, it doesn't seem like that long ago. But my wife sent me a picture of our two kids dressed up. She's like, this is 11 years ago.
Wow.
It's just
Oh,
crazy.
man.
Goes fast.
So did you ever dress up, with the kids? Did you partake?
No.
No.
No,
There you
I know
go.
that's going to shock you, but no, I did not. No, I did not.
You didn't wear that size 74 hat you
No.
got over there?
No, I did
Okay.
not. So,
Yeah, this is his attempt at dressing up. He threw on a hat.
yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
That I had to bring for him.
Yes.
Okay, Aaron, enough out of you. We're already in enough trouble here tonight. So,
Whoa, watch it.
well, we're going to do an odds maker. Speaking of Aaron being in trouble,
yes.
we're going to do an odds makers tonight.
Yes.
I'm
Her
not
and
in
Slick.
trouble.
And,
Yep.
well, not yet. Do we have we have a guest tonight?
We do have a guest. It is Farmer Bruh.
Oh,
Friend of the show.
Farmer Brook.
Yeah.
Farmer Brook's going
Coming
to
in.
join us. Now, Farmer Brook was on last year, and, well, he embarrassed himself by going 0-4, I believe it was, the first time he came on. And then I think we brought him back, and I think he did a little better. I think he went 1-3 or something like that. So,
Yeah.
Something like
now,
that.
Farmer says he's doing better this year, but what I've realized is that he's sending the games he's using after the games are over. So I think anybody could do well if that's your strategy. So you have to send the games before they start.
He's sending them before they
Well,
start.
Aaron says he's doing well. So
Okay.
He
all right.
is.
We'll see.
So we'll go with what Aaron says, and we'll see how he does. No pressure, by the way, Farmer.
Oh, no.
No pressure tonight. So lots of places to start. We'll get to sports. We'll get to news. But I think we have to start with last night, the President of the United States deciding to seemingly, I guess, change course and decide to put out there that it's time for the Republicans to use the nuclear option to end the government shutdown. Something I had only seen from Marjorie Taylor Greene up until last night, and I have railed against that idea for many reasons. Number one, we have the much stronger hand to play here. Number two, this shutdown gift from the Democrats has allowed Russ Vought to basically take the Excel spreadsheet that's in his mind from the last probably half a century of thinking about how to do this. And why would we take him and the RIFs that he's trying to get through, and you got to get to day 60, basically 61 for them to be permanent. Why would we take him off the playing field by using the nuclear option to end the shutdown ourselves when we're in the position with all the leverage? And we're in the position with a much stronger hand here. And I know the pressure is building on certain things, and I know the left is trying to play the Republicans are losing this battle in the public. But according to Harry Anton a week ago on CNN, which is certainly no defender of anything Trump, that's not true. So I don't know if it's shifted in the last couple days, and I know there's a lot of talk about SNAP and all of this, and we can get into all of that, but I just do not understand the strategy of saying, let's use the nuclear option to end the government shutdown. And the people who point to them and say, well, the Democrats would do it. Well, the Democrats didn't do it the last time they had the chance to do it because they had Kristen Sinema and they had Joe Manchin. And people say, well, they're gone. Well, now they've got John Fetterman, and if they take control of the House, you would have to think they're going to take control of the House with a lot of more centrist Democrats from red states, that if they do take the House, those are the kind of Democrats that are going to win. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion at all that they would use it. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that,
right,
but I don't think that's the justification for us throwing up the towel and using it here. Vin, I'll come to you first.
This is a Trump 101, okay? This is how this guy operates. It's been pretty damn effective, I have to say, from the beginning. He announces higher tariffs to China, goes to South Korea, does all this stuff, cuts a deal with China, lowers the tariffs to 10%. Everything he does, he throws out, I might do this. We're going to start testing nuclear weapons. We're going to, every week, if he's in negotiating form for something, he's throwing something out. The nuclear option is his way of saying, yeah, maybe we'll do this. You know, maybe we will. I don't think he wants to. I don't think they will. But this is how Trump negotiates. He puts out the extreme thing. Now, he will go through with it if he had to. But I think this is his way of putting a little extra pressure on the left and trying to get them to move the ball and come to the table by saying, you know, look, I'm willing to do this. If you look at everything he's done since he became president, almost every negotiating position was, I'm willing to do this, some high-level extreme thing. And in many cases, he's won the negotiation. So that's how I look at it.
Well, isn't that like the third chapter of his book?
In the Art of the Deal.
In the Art of the Deal, isn't it? Where he says, you never make a deal unless you're willing to walk away.
Yeah.
And he does, you know, you make a good point, Vin, because I wasn't even thinking along those lines. My first reaction before I threw to you, Delgado, was it's the left, right. Rhinos are in charge, and you know he's going to placate and fold. And I'm with Damon on this. I think we have to just let's just pummel them into submission, because they would do the same thing to the Republican Party. I like to see the Republican Party be the Republican Party, but that's just me.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm more on the line of Vin, and maybe a little bit further out on the fringe on this one, saying, you know what? This is his red meat. He's tossing it out there, knowing full well he doesn't support it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Of course, he doesn't support it, and he knows he's got enough people in the House and in the Senate to say, no, we're not going to vote for this anyway. So he can say it. He can be like, oh, we should do this and just blow it up and nuclear option, knowing full well it's not going to go through, but in the public's mind, oh, look, he's going the extra mile. He's trying to get this open. That makes him look good without having actually to do anything.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Again, it's all optics. With Trump, I feel like it's all optics with some of this stuff.
I'll tell you, I don't know that I agree with that. I saw today, since he announced it, and I haven't heard a word from any of these people leading up to it. All of a sudden, Tommy Tuberville today is out in support of the nuclear option. Anna Paulina Luna today in favor of the nuclear option. Many others I saw all of a sudden after last night what the president put aside. I guess it was pretty late, about 10:30, 11 o'clock. All of a sudden now, you're seeing a lot of people jump on and say, well, yeah, the president called for it, so maybe we need to start looking at it. And if it's posturing, then let it be posturing.
He doesn't bluff, Damon. He does not bluff. He postures. He's not bluffing. Yeah. If he has to do this, and a couple of Republicans come around, he will do it. But I don't think it's as real as you might think it is.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And then when you couple that with the courts, what they're saying, he's got to tap into this money and pay for SNAP benefits, another out. Look, he wins without ever having to do anything, because now he can go in there and be like, well, the court says we're supposed to. We know we're not supposed. We don't know the mechanism we're supposed to use. He could probably have his attorneys look into it and be like, see if there's a way we can get this done. Again, they're reporting the president is looking into trying to get the money out for SNAP. That makes him look good.
I can't watch you doing this.
What?
Because you got the stupid hat on. They got a close-up of you. You try to say, I can't watch you doing this. I'm going to have to look over here. I got to look over here.
Okay, well then stare at Slick. Because Slick looks normal today.
All right.
Our guy Shipwreck Crew over from Red State said tonight, if the GOP takes the step to bypass the filibuster to pass the CR, they should simply do away with it then altogether and start just passing GOP legislation with 50 votes plus the VP. Because if the GOP uses the CR as an excuse to create a legislative exception to the filibuster, if the Dems ever recapture the Senate majority, they will absolutely do it. The only thing that stopped them during the Biden administration was Manchin and Sinema being unwilling to go along, and they are both out of the Senate now.
I agree with that.
All right, we'll talk a little bit more about this. We'll do some sports and other news. Live from Studio 6B, live at the America First Warehouse. Right after this. Like flashing. Can you fix this? The TVs keeps going out.
Yeah, I went out just
Chat,
now.
chat, live
Over
in
and
the
over
chat.
and over.
Let's get in the chat.
I think it's a Svetzer valve, Harry.
Yeah, if you got any ball bearings, that should work.
I believe it is.
YouTube's.
I guess he needs a refresher course.
It's all ball bearings these days.
Let's see. Say hello to my friends on Facebook. Some of my friends on Facebook are commenting on all my lunatic friends on Facebook, all the liberals. They can't believe how I deal with these people on a regular basis. But I do. I like everybody. I don't agree with them, though, but I do like everybody.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Howdy, rumble.
You know, I got into one of those recently. Insurance agent.
Oh, okay.
Just starts berating me about Trump killed us, and I told you Schumer's the man.
Got it, thank
and
you.
I'm like,
Oh, my God.
and there I am because I needed to do some paperwork, and as soon as the thing's through, I'm like, are we done? Like, is it submitted? Everything's good? And I'm like, all right, now you got to listen to me. And I gave it to him.
It's just so hard. This is such so many brainwashed people out there.
But that's the thing, like you were saying, that goes so fast.
Aaron, do you have our records?
Think about, like, you know, what do you got, 30 years left? I mean, he says 30 summers.
Yeah.
And you're going to sit around bitching and moaning to some lefty who's just completely detached from reality?
I know.
I'm not doing it.
I don't want to apply my energy and brain power
No
to
way.
it. So it's hard not to, I have to say, because they are, brainwashed.
It's tempting. It's tempting, right?
It's, yeah, oh
It
my
is fun to go
goodness.
trolling.
I know.
I like to throw out brainwash, Trump derangement syndrome,
Right,
just to really annoy them.
Yeah.
right.
Because they're like, I don't have Trump derangement syndrome.
I was gonna
I'm like, well, then
tag
you're
you.
brainwashed.
Okay, great.
I
Thank
humbled
you.
some guy on my page
Thank you so
recently,
much.
on his page, really. And I was going to tag you and be like, I used to do this too, Vin.
Chat, live in the chat. Got a lot going on. Man, on a Halloween night.
Joyce Babbitts, how are you, Joyce? Thanks
Hi,
for saying
Joyce.
hello. Yep. Sherry Merrill's out there. We need another supply of milk duds, Sherry. I'm just saying. Margaret McKinney loves Delgado.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll do,
Sports?
yeah, and then let's do the snap thing so we can put
All
a
right.
wrap on that.
Yep.
So then I have some stories about that too, sort of.
Margaret loves you, she said.
Do you want me- we can eliminate then if we cover that discussion now?
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night, live at the America First Warehouse, Real America's Voice, 1039 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick Rick's going to do some sports. Vinnie Mac, Rick Delgado,
How you
Paul
doing?
Nolan, all have got some news. Harry on the highways here in the building, walking around. Joe the Box, of course.
Harry!
Harry's not dressed up for Halloween. He's just Harry on the highway.
Hey,
so.
but he got his ass off the couch, so.
But he did get his ass off the couch, so there you go. Let's do some sports, then we'll do some news with Delgado, sticking with the shutdown and snap and all of that. But let's start with sports. Slick's got it. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6P is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow during the holiday season. You'll get a great discount if you use code LFS6P at checkout. Slickster, what's going on?
Well, they're at World Series, Big D. Game 6, Rogers Center in Toronto. The Blue Jays looking to close it out and win the series 4-2. But I think the Dodgers, with Yoshi on the mound, one of their premier pitchers, they're looking to think different, Big D. They're trying to get this game into a Game 7 tomorrow night. So we shall see. But game just getting underway. They're in the first inning. No score there. Recap on Thursday Night Football.
Anybody here picked the Blue Jays to win the series?
You did.
Oh, that's right.
You actually did pick the Blue Jays to win.
Wow.
It's not over yet.
That's
I think,
right.
Aaron, were you on the Blue Jays too? I thought you might have been.
No.
You weren't. Okay. Anybody else had the Blue Jays on this side?
Nope, I think it was just me.
I know what,
Wow.
and
You did? Oh, Canada. So good.
I'll check the tape.
It ain't over yet, though. I think the Dodgers, they're definitely winning
I'm with
tonight.
Damon on this one. I put 10,000 lira on the,
Yeah, did you?
Blue Jays.
Were you wearing your sombrero when you picked?
Yeah. I think that'll buy you a Coke, I believe.
Yeah, well, let's get. We got to recap Thursday Night Football. Big D. We had a game last night. Obviously, Baltimore at Miami, and Miami absolutely got trounced, 28-6. Tua Tagovailoa with a critical interception. The GM lost his job today. Really great night for. Right? Did you hear about that? It's unbelievable.
Oh man,
yeah, a lot going on in Miami. So, but 28-6.
Did the coach lose his job is the more important question.
The coach has not lost his job. In fact, they're going to keep him for the year. And we have an ESPN story coming up about that a little bit later with Stephen A. He's a little upset that also the coach has not been fired. He's a little concerned about why the GM was fired and the coach was not. We'll get into that a little bit later. But Lamar Jackson's back from his hamstring injury, 204 yards, to 18-23, 4 touchdowns through the air. So he looks like he's back in good form. Derrick Henry with 119 yards on the ground as well. So, yeah, I think the Ravens will be back. Now they're 3-5, and yeah, they're really going in a different direction, but here they are. And now, sticking on the World Series, let's get into this story. Drake, you know, the rapper there, trolls Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani as Blue Jays reach cusp of a World Series championship. This is Chance Martin of Outkick. Toronto native and avid sports fan Drake appears to be preparing to party like it's 1993. The 5-time Grammy Award winner is rooting for his hometown Blue Jays as the team closes in on what will be the franchise's first World Series championship in more than 3 decades. Toronto took a 3-2 lead Wednesday night behind 22-year-old rookie pitcher Trey Savage's 12-strikeout performance. What he posted was one more with exclamation points. Drake captioned the post. Drake, whose given name is Aubrey Graham, continued to taunt the reigning National League MVP by posting a picture of Ohtani striking out during a World Series plate appearance. Savage already on the way to the dugout. Boss laughed out loud. Graham said in a separate Instagram post. So he's doing some trolling there, Mr. Drake on the Dodgers. So we'll see what happens. He's going to look real bad, you know, if they end up losing and they come back and the LA picks it up tomorrow night.
He's
We'll
worth
see.
about $400 million, so I think he's going to look fine.
I wonder what he put on the game.
that Ohtani though is a super special player. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anyone with the talent that guy has.
Yeah, he's
Any
a
player.
6-tool player.
Yeah.
We've never seen anything like it.
Exactly. Well, still see. I know
Soft
Kendrick
pitch,
Lamar might have
great.
something to say. But anyway, that's a rapid sports big day.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Let's do some news. Let's get back to the shutdown. The snap is a big part of what you're hearing today, all the arguments back and forth. Barack Obama's out tonight, of course, talking about it. Of course, it's always, you know, the Republicans want to starve everybody. Rick, I know you've got some news on this. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, Damon, let me just tell you, it's the gift that keeps on giving all year long here, Damon. I'm talking about the Democrats and their insistence on this 31-day government shutdown. And like you mentioned, the benefits for SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, are drying up this weekend as the Dems had voted for the 14th time now in 31 days to keep the government closed down. House Speaker Mike Johnson said during Friday's press conference, talking about the shutdown, is there anything that can be done to keep the program up and running? Johnson said President Trump would have made it happen, but because the Democrats' decision to use the American people as political leverage and their suffering, SNAP benefits will not be distributed. Now, again, on the way on to the show tonight, I heard that a court or 2 judges have ruled that there's a way for the president that he has to make this money available and pay for the SNAP benefits. And again, he's probably going to go through his lawyers and say, okay, figure out if there's a way we can do this. Because it's not going to look good if he goes to court to say, no, we want to overturn these judges. Yeah. So this is a way, again, I think he's playing with them in this respect.
Well, he posted that tonight on Truth. He said that the attorneys, his attorneys for the administration, say that they can't legally do this.
Right.
And obviously, he said he wants them to look into a way that they can fund it if they can. But the president's under no obligation to obviously do something that goes against his constitutional duty to uphold the law. So if his attorneys say you can't legally do it, they can bitch and moan all they want about it. Right. Can't do it.
But he looks good as saying, hey, I'm trying to get my people to do this, and they say we're not allowed by law. Now, here is Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman talking about the voters, that he's been talking to and what he's had to say to them about the shutdown. This is cut number 4. Senator Fetterman, check this out, cut 4.
If a Democrat, we're not allowed to just open this up. I mean, then our party has bigger problems than I thought we might have already. It's like, that's not controversial. Pay everybody. And you have our workers here borrowed over $350 million to pay their own bills. Like, it's a failure. And like I said, to all of the viewers, I'm apologizing that we can't even get our together and just open up our government.
Senator Fetterman.
They're going to come after him so hard on his own side.
I was just thinking that today.
Oh, yeah.
Where did he come from?
Either
This
that,
bastion of common sense, this guy.
Either they're going to come after him hard, or there's going to be a lot of pushback from the people that support him. Be like, no, he's been fighting for us. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Now, here's President Trump, again, talking about the shutdown and, of course, putting it to the Democrats because, let's face it, they're the ones that are not voting for the CR. Cut number 5, President Trump, cut 5.
They become crazed lunatics. All they have to do is say, let's go, let's open up our country, and everything snaps back into shape. So there's something wrong with them. I'm always going to meet. All they have to do is open up the country. Let them open up the country, and we'll meet. We'll meet very quickly. But they have to open up the country. It's their fault. Everything is their fault. It's so easily solved. You know, we have a number of Democrats that have already voted for this. But the Republicans are very unified. They're very strong. And they want to do what's right for the country. They don't want to see trillions of dollars wasted on people that came into our country illegally, many from prisons and many from areas that you don't want to even know about. So we'd like to see this taken care of rapidly. You have a lot of, we have tremendous support, but it's not even support, it's common sense. Open up the country. Obamacare has turned out to be a disaster, as I've been saying for years. It can be fixed or redone. People don't get good health care, and their premiums go up every single year. So we should change it. It's a disaster. Obamacare is bad health care at a very high price.
Yeah, so there it is, the president laying it at the feet of the Democrats, and again, he's got the bully pulpit. Everybody takes his, wants to ask him questions and play what he has to say because he also gets them ratings.
Yeah.
So.
The big difference now, we got to go for break quickly. The big difference now is, though, that Trump and the Republicans, they're not backing down anymore. This is not Mitch McConnell and all those weak-kneed people. This is Trump. They'll hold it. Yeah. And I hope they do.
He has definitely cleaned house.
We'll see. All right, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
Chat, live in the chat. How you guys doing tonight?
Let's see what we got.
Good?
Who ordered the chicken tartare? Anybody? Anybody get that? No?
Dressed as
Thought
Captain
it was coming.
Paulie does have Captain Kangaroo colors on.
You
He's
know
right.
what?
Somebody in the chat pointed that
He's got
out.
me fooled for that.
They thought he could have been Captain Kangaroo.
Captain Kangaroo.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'll jot this bomb in there.
All right, so Ben, we'll do.
Yep.
We're gonna do Crazy Town, then we'll do your ice thing, and then we'll do you and Rick the Halloween attack, or says Vin and Rick lead.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the thing in Michigan.
C2.
Ding,
Yeah.
ding, 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 ding. Ice, baby. Oh, let's see what's happening in social media these days.
Yeah, jumping in the chat. The Rumblers. John D. 6307's in there. Drake 99. Speaking of Drake. This is the cool Drake. The other Drake has weird, stupid
What's
hair.
up with Drake?
And he's Canadian. Who cares?
Isn't he the Toronto Raptor guy? Yeah.
Panama Tom, Cole Reef 30Q. No KDJ tonight. He's doing comedy. He's in Pennsylvania tonight. He's in Dearborn, Michigan tomorrow night.
Wow.
So if you're in those areas, look him up online. See if you can get to one of his shows. Always a good time.
You think he'll do any Amish jokes?
That's it, Miami.
Don't laugh at McGroin is chiming in.
Don't laugh at my groin.
That's what I'm saying. Don't laugh at McGroin.
There are some cities.
my groin.
That outfit, you will fit right in some cities in this country. You realize that?
Yeah, definitely down in Miami, like they were just saying.
Oh, he did a costume change.
Yeah. Look at that.
I got my new hat on.
He's feeling blue.
Oh, I'll take a hat for $500, Bob.
Sound like the blues right there.
Hassan
It's like
Safa.
someone said I look more like Captain Kangaroo.
Yeah, with the
I was like, that's what I look at him like, oh my God, I should have went as Captain Kangaroo.
You have a very versatile outfit.
Or Bob McAllister.
Who was it? Somebody in
Kids
Yeah,
and
Bob
People, too.
McAllister, yeah.
Oh, the YouTube chat.
You're right,
Somebody
that's the
said
same
that.
color.
Come on, he looks like an accountant at the Halloween parade.
Chrissy Cat 64. Barb Brox also
I dare you to use me as an accountant.
in the Rumble chat.
Paul is the accountant.
Oh, imagine that. You could have
Right.
pulled that one
I
off.
don't know what happened to the Facebook chat. There's nothing coming through. Wonder if there's a problem with it.
College grad failure says I'm smoking cigarettes and watching Captain Kangaroo.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night at the America First Warehouse, where we love to be on Friday nights. Joe the Box, there he is. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Joe the Box with Old Glory, there he goes.
I think Joe the Box has a twin brother or something.
Yeah, well, yes, he does, as a matter of fact.
He does?
Actually, he really does.
Oh, okay. Because I see him
does.
standing over there, and then I see Joe the Box standing over. I'm like, oh my God, there's two of them.
You completely
Oh,
faked me out.
Holy moly.
Thanks, Captain
Wow.
Obvious.
I thought somebody dressed up like Joe the Box for Halloween.
Actually, Joe the Boxes.
Slick's doing sports, Big Mac's doing news, Delgado's doing news, Paul Nolan's doing news. We'll get to a lot of news tonight. But I thought we'd do Crazy Town here tonight.
Oh, nice.
And because I found Representative Janelle Bynum. She's from Oregon, and she was doing an interview with somebody. I don't remember who. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
And she was asked about the shutdown and the CR, and she's decided that she wants just everything to just be clean. She just wants clean. And if you notice, the C-SPAN host here asked her about her wish to have a clean CR. See if you can pick the moment of the subtle shift in Representative Bynum's desire to answer the question here. Crazy Town, roll it, Aaron.
Previous situations avoided government shutdowns by voting 13 times for so-called clean continuing resolutions that would fund the government at the previous year's funding levels. Why not agree now?
Well, look, I just got here. I don't play politics. I want a clean bill that focuses on the American people, that makes sure kids have a full belly, and, you know, all of the clean this, clean that. Americans don't understand that. They know if they have their benefits or not. So put a bill on the table, make sure it's very pure and clean, as they like to say, and it doesn't have a whole lot of fluff in it. I'm not here for games. I just want to make sure kids get fed.
They did have a clean CR vote on September 19th in the House. Did you vote for it?
I disagree with your characterization and want to make sure that we're very clear about what Republicans have been doing. Any bill that they've put forth, they've always had some extra stuff to it. There's always been a poison pill to it. So I disagree with your characterization.
What were the poison pills of the clean CR or the continuing resolution? You say it's not clean. That was voted on in the House in mid-September.
Here's what's important. I think what you're trying to do is shift the responsibility to Democrats. Speaker Johnson controls the House. He should come back, pull Republicans off of vacation, and make sure that we have discussions on what the country needs. We know children need to be fed. Anything else is passing the buck and is playing politics.
It's fluff.
Man, we have to rename it. She needs to snap out of it.
That was.
It's oblivious town.
Did you catch the subtle moment
Subtle
there of what was the poison pill?
But my
Let's
earpiece
talk
broke.
about Democrats, she says. She wants a clean CR.
Yeah, she wants a clean CR.
I think she's had now, up to today, 15 chances to
Well,
vote for a clean CR.
no. She's in the House.
She has no
They've
idea
already
what's
passed
going
it.
The House has already passed.
The House has already passed it. She's not even smart enough to realize, Speaker Johnson needs to come back into the House. No, the House part is already done. It's only on the Senate at this point. She's not smart enough to realize that. But that's what you get when you vote liberal.
Quite amazing.
DEI.
Quite amazing. All right, let's do some news,
That is
Vinnie Mac.
DEI.
Yep.
We'll start with you, and I know this has been on your mind. A lot of what's going on with our ICE agents.
Yeah, to me, it's something that's bigger than just the ICE agents, okay? That seems to be the talking point now of what's really happening. This is a pattern with the left. They take to the media, they take to the violence, they take to these crazy groups, all these paid protesters, and they create a narrative that puts people's lives in danger. You know, there are 6 Trump officials living on military compounds right now because they're scared for themselves and their families. Think about that. That one thing, that they don't feel comfortable living in their own homes or anywhere else. They had to go to military compounds to feel safe. Now you've got death threats up 8,000% for ICE. They're challenging them with, they're wearing masks, they're doing all these things, while at the same time, they're attacking them, they're accosting them, they're threatening them, they're putting bounties on them. And all of those things are happening because of the left, the way the left has talked about this thing. It's pretty obvious. I think we all see this as Trump supporters of what they're doing. But it's a pattern of behavior that we have seen. We saw that with don't shoot, hands up, whatever that thing was. George Floyd, then anything that happened with Antifa. All of these things become these bigger issues, but violence always follows it. That's my core point here is when there are threats. Charlie Kirk got assassinated. There were threats against this guy's life for the same dynamics that went on, that are going on now with ICE and all those things in the past. It's real. These people will kill people. Oh, yeah. And so, ICE is given such a hard time because they're saying, they're trying to protect themselves by wearing masks and unmasking. Gavin Newsom's running around doing this stuff. But at the end of the day, hey, we watched Charlie get shot and killed. We watched Trump almost get killed. Thank God. Only for the grace of God and his anointed being that he is right now, which I believe he is, running this country. But the Democrats are all about violence. I hate to say it, just like package that simply, but they're a violent group.
If I could just piggyback on that, think about it. I believe the stats are now that kids between the ages of, I think, 16 and 30 are 80 times more likely to condone political violence than any other demographic, which is truly astounding that these kids have been conditioned to hear, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, you're evil, you've now been dehumanized, and now it's a legitimate movement to kill you. Yeah. You're no longer human, you're subhuman, and now you are righteous to kill somebody you don't agree with. We've watched the conditioning of our children, we've watched the conditioning of the left, and we've watched the conditioning, Damon, how many times we said, we see it in the doctors, the lawyers, the
teachers, the
teachers,
professors,
all the people who went through big academia, and they've all been brainwashed at such a level. And as Vin is saying, we've seen the dehumanization of your fellow American, and the left has made it okay. And I think
here's an extreme example, but it's happening right now in Nigeria, and we've seen it happen with some of these extreme Muslims around the world. They feel it's okay to kill Christians. Right? It's happening in Nigeria now in big numbers, and Sudan and all these places. Just think of the mentality. What does it take for a society to get to that dehumanization of people? And we see that with Hamas and what happens in Palestine, where they cheer, the murders of Israelis. So we're seeing an extreme example of what we're seeing the left do right here in our own country. Like, we know what the next step is. That's the stuff I fear. That's what I get scared about. And that's why we need a guy like Donald Trump to go in and just take a flamethrower to these folks.
Yeah, and that's why Charlie Kirk was so dangerous to them.
Yes.
Because he was winning on their field, right?
Not
because
just winning,
where do the terrorists get the brand new terrorists? They raise them as kids, right?
Sure.
You see little kids running guns, weapons, vests, doing whatnot. right? And that's what they're brought up into. So what do you think they're going to turn into? They're not going to turn into Shakespeare, right? They're going to turn into the next wave of terrorists.
Right, Charlie wasn't just winning on that field, it became his field.
Yeah.
You know, he would go into these places, these hostile environments, and it would be 10-1 against him. Within 2 years, 3 years, it's 10-1 for him. He was winning hearts and minds
converting.
because he was a once-in-a-generation
He was a
guy.
special guy. They had to eliminate him. sadly.
And you would see the people line up, and these, you know, he would always have the ones that wanted to challenge him get up there first, give him the microphone. But he had a crowd of people that supported him, waiting for him to come back and explain to that person why they're wrong.
And all his core values were American values.
Yeah.
And the only way they got to knock him down was by cut a sound clip and destroy his full context and nuanced statement, because they would give you one piece of a DEI statement to make him out to be a bad guy. And that's how they killed him too.
A lot of people
With
fell
those
for that.
endless clips saying he's a fascist, he's a racist, he's a he's a homophobe, he's an Islamophobe,
Try arguing with people about
he's
that.
A blah,
It's
blah,
unbelievable.
blah phobe.
Yeah,
Right? You argue with people because they bought that soundbite. They took it to DEI and they right away, he's racist. I had a lot of arguments with friends on that aren't really friends so much anymore. You know?
And you're not the guy to argue like me and
No,
Vin.
I'll take the fight.
No.
But, you know, the last event
that
they
I
did,
would.
which was where was the last event they did? Was it in
Ole Miss.
Where's that? Ole Miss,
Miss.
right. Half the student body, half, showed up.
Yeah.
It's at half the student body doesn't show up for anything.
I know.
Okay, nothing. You could have,
Even a football game.
Well, unless they're playing Alabama.
Yeah, right. It could be free pizza and Lady Gaga.
You could have Lady Gaga, have a huge pop star there. You could do all that stuff. Half the student body will not half showed up for this.
Unbelievable.
That says everything.
That's amazing.
So there's hope.
Yeah, and again, you look to the professors, the teachers. That's why they don't like, you know, what Trump is doing now with what he wants to do with schools and education, because that's their breeding ground. That's what they've been using. That's how you get that you know that
Yuri
group of people,
Brezmenov,
right? That group of people from 16 to 30 think, oh, well, that's okay to do.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
But the thing on ICE, let's just get back to ICE for a second. They're policemen. They're a police force hired to do a specific job. It's no different than anyone we see out while we're driving, or you see in town a police officer who's just trying to protect you and you know, enforce the law. That's what all ICE is doing. They've turned them into this Gestapo. Exactly. They've turned them into this, but we hired them to do this. And my argument to any of the crazy people I see on Facebook, which happens all the time, is like, you might hate this right now, but did you hate when 10 to 20 million people came into the country? What did you expect people to do? What were we supposed to do with that many people coming into our country, many of which are criminals, many of which are terrorists, many of which are all these bad people, some of which are just here illegally? What do you expect us to do? Like, just keep them here? And make them all citizens? Like, we have to get rid of them. They have to leave. Yeah. It's breaking the law. Yet they've turned these honest, hardworking police officers into something that they're not, but that's all they are. And it's so sad to me to see the level of which they're demeaned. And now, you know, think about how they feel.
Well, the answer
think
to your
about the
question,
pride.
the answer to your question, Vin, for most on the left is yes.
I know. I know that. I can't stand that answer.
They're more virtuous than you are.
Well, they also let 10 to 20 million people into the country. So you can't just say, I hate ICE, and then say, oh, it's okay, we let 10 to 20 million people into the country. There has to be some remedy, even if you're a Democrat.
I still
right? There has to be something that they believe
well, yeah.
in.
As long as they don't end up in their neighborhood, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because they all want to. They're all either elitists or want to be elitist, right? That's all it is. It's like, hey, not my backyard, but they can stay.
Isn't it not fascinating though when the Koch brothers, who were like the Soros of the right,
that's right.
They pumped in what I think was like 6 million illegals because they wanted a cheaper workforce, and the left ran on it. Clinton ran on it. Obama ran on it. All these animals ran on it. We got to get rid of him. Obama got 4 million out, and everybody clapped. We're going to save all that money for our poor people in inner cities. Now it goes the other way, and boom, Trump's the devil. It's unbelievable. I can't wrap my head around the hypocrisy.
Well, we've talked about a lot of those videos. Maybe remember Clinton's State of the Union speech on immigration? I mean, he
hardcore.
Well, I got a
compared
clip
to
of
the
him
Democrats
talking about
today,
the
he looks like
shutdown.
William F. Buckley back then. I mean, compared to what we're seeing.
Well, here's to our ICE agents, okay? Here's to our ICE agents. Let's hug a cop, as they say. Hug an ICE agent. Let's support these guys. Yeah. Well, you got to show the love whenever you see them.
All right, live from Studio 6B. We're back. A lot of more news to get to right after this. Odds Makers coming up in hour 2. Slick Aaron Farmer Brook. Come on. we're going to throw down in hour 2 coming up. We're back right after this.
Hey, it's less filling. It tastes
great.
Lisa Sanchez, ¿cómo está? How are you? Are those handcuffs for anybody here, or are you just brought them for show and tell? I got a candidate right over here. Okay.
Yeah, indecent exposure over here.
There's plenty of exposure.
Yeah, we noticed.
I got the worst seat in the house. Oh, God, I'll close them.
That's the cheese curls.
Where are we here, Aaron? We're on seat 2.
Source, twigs, and berries.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
That's pretty funny, Aaron.
I think Delgado's changing.
I give him credit.
We were
It's a
hoping
good
for
outfit.
that about 5 years ago, Slick. All right, we'll do.
Chris Allen says Miller Lite is the best.
We'll do.
In the YouTube chat.
We'll do C2, then we'll try to get
Hey,
through
Chris.
D.
So is that where I am over there at D with the same story, the snap story? Because we don't want to repeat that.
How much time we got here?
Oh, we got all day.
Back.
C2, D1, and then.
So essentially, I got the two snap stories, so we can use it for other discussion if you want.
Okay. Well, let's see where we are. Let's do C2, D1, and then D4, and then we'll see where that leaves us, and then we'll go with Paul's snap, and we'll try to.
No sports this segment?
Yeah, no, I just said D4. That's you.
I'm
and,
not
then we'll
first.
jump, and then Paul, we'll do D3 because that's at least a different angle because that's Hochul on the state level.
Okay.
Chat, live in the chat.
So Delgado, make D1 just kind of quick and fun, you know.
What's D1? The Trump Halloween?
Yeah.
All right.
Just make that a little snappy. Spend your time on C2.
Yeah. Let's see 2.
That's where we're starting.
That's where we're starting. Okay, yeah.
It's bad enough there's one of Joe to box. 15 seconds.
From Studio 6B on a Halloween night, live at the America First Warehouse, 103.9 LI News Radio, Real America's Voice all across the country. Glad you're in. Slick's going to get to some more sports. Vinnie Mac, Paul Nolan, Rick Delgado all going to do the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Odds makers coming up at 9:30. Aaron, Slick, and Farmer Brook going to throw down and pick your weekend games. That's coming up. But we were talking about Kevin Downey Jr., who's not with us tonight because he's on the road doing his comedy shows. He's in Pennsylvania, I think, tonight, and then he's heading to Michigan.
Oh, my goodness.
And when I saw this story, I thought of Kevin because he's headed to, I think, Dearbornistan.
Yes, he is.
Into the heart of Islamification of all things America, as we're about to see next Tuesday here in New York City, I believe, unfortunately.
God.
Already happened in places in Michigan, like in Dearbornistan. We have this story, Delgado, that came out of there today.
Yeah, the FBI, Damon, arrested multiple suspects in an alleged Halloween terror plot in Michigan. Federal agents, this is coming from Kash Patel, FBI director, arrested multiple individuals plotting a violent attack over this weekend, Halloween weekend, according to the FBI director. He announced this morning in Dearborn and Inkster. Thankfully, Kevin doesn't hit town in that area until tomorrow. Kash Patel announced in a post on X that the Bureau thwarted a potential terrorist attack, and multiple subjects in Michigan who were allegedly plotting this violent attack over the Halloween weekend. He thanked the men and women of the FBI and of course, all of law enforcement everywhere standing guard 24/7 and crushing our mission to defend the homeland. According to the field office in FBI, the FBI in Michigan were present in the cities of Dearborn and Inkster conducting law enforcement activities, according to their spokesperson, and broke up this attack that was going to target people celebrating the Halloween weekend. So congratulations to Kash Patel and the people of the FBI and law enforcement for this is the stuff
doing what they're supposed to be
This
doing.
is the stuff that the FBI is supposed to do. We heard about the FBI is this great law enforcement, but all they were doing was chasing down grandma and people practicing the Catholic religion.
This is the anti-Arctic frost FBI.
Exactly. So congratulations to them, because let's face it, when you're talking about that part of the area, that part of the country, we know, as Damon refers to it as Dearbornistan, what it's heavily influenced by, right?
I had heard after that story first came out that there was some international folks involved in this, and ISIS was even mentioned. And the attacks were targeting family planning centers and things like that. So maybe not just general population. I mean, they were going after something more specific, and there's an international flavor to it. That was the latest I heard, which is sickening enough. Thank God we got a great guy leading the FBI too. I mean, we got a great team.
Well, I'll tell you, it never leaves my mind. I watched that interview that Sean Ryan did with the girl who used to be, her name is completely slipping my mind right now, but she has been warning about an attack in the homeland that we are completely ill prepared for. At least she thought so going into, I think, this administration. And we've talked a lot about Kash Patel and some of the heat he's taken for some things, but the more we learn about what he really walked into over there, I keep saying, think about what it took to just get that plane off the ground and flying back as when he got there.
Yeah.
And now to actually be doing the job, yet trying to uncover all of the horrid facts of the last administration, plus obviously do what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, he's really been up against it.
Yeah, you're talking about the interview he had with the ex-CIA officer, Sarah Adams.
That's her, Sarah Adams. And, and I've watched that, and it rings in my head.
Yep, she's a former Navy SEAL and what do you call it? CIA.
So when Vin mentions ISIS being mentioned,
CIA. Let's remember that. You're always CIA.
Yeah, it's like the mob. You're never really out.
Never get out.
Never.
Have you seen her? Have you seen that interview? She's pretty convinced.
Pretty convincing, pretty good interview, and she covered a lot of stuff, a lot of great stuff. So if you do get an opportunity to watch that, again, it's Sean Ryan. I think she did it back earlier this year.
Yeah.
She's a former contractor, CIA contractor, counterintelligence, counterterrorism analyst. So she's versed in that world.
Yeah, and her point is that we are not prepared.
Right.
I mean, essentially, if you're going to break it down to one simplistic sentence, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, can you ever really be prepared, though?
Well,
because it only takes one time for them to get through, right?
But you can have your agents doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is exactly what Kash Patel did. He unleashed the guys that are supposed to be doing the work, not focused on all this political, vengeful stuff.
But the problem is a lot of the reporting out of all of these places, that they're still being undermined. And you have to just wonder, if they need to tear the place down to the studs, when are they going to do that? If they know they're getting undermined, whether it's Kash or Pam Bondi or over at DNI, if it's Tulsi Gabbard, like what are we waiting for? Like Steve Bannon makes this point almost every day. Like we've got to, if you've got to tear it down, then you've got to do it, because you can't continue to work as if it doesn't exist. And all of the evidence points to you continuing to get undermined from people that you're still employed, people who were involved with Arctic Frost. Why are they still at the FBI?
That's a good question. They should be eliminated. No question about it. But these are massive organizations, so there's.
And they're fully
hiding.
Compartmentalized, and they are subcontracted out to, black operatives. Things like like Rand Corp and some of these dark operations. These guys are trained in a lot of evil stuff, and they're heartless guys. I mean, and they're subversive. Let's be honest. The CIA. And I don't want to touch the third rail, but I guess I will. They've been involved in so many things that have been false flags against our own people to cover their own agenda for a globalist group that, essentially have sold out America. These people don't care. So how they can't clean house is really beyond me.
Well, when you talk about 8 years of Obama, 4 years of Joe Biden, you talk about a lot of people that were embedded and became, these ticks basically that burrow inside and they become, lifers within the government.
It's a lot longer back than that.
It's
but
the Bush family.
Yeah, it's all of it.
You think all the way back to the Dulles brothers who, ran the State Department and the CIA. It goes all the way back to Prescott Bush. I mean, this has been a 70-year plan.
Yeah, so it's going to take a little while to kind of get all these people out. But speaking of Halloween, Damon, because I don't know if you noticed, but Slick dressed up today. Halloween celebrations happening at the White House as President Trump, along with First Lady Melania Trump, handed out candy, gave hugs at the annual event on the South Lawn.
This.
Check this out. This is cut number 1, President Trump and the First Lady coming out.
Yeah,
and,
nobody better to do than
no,
this.
Definitely not. And the kids were lining up. I guess a lot of the people brought their kids. They had empty bags, of course, but some of them were. There was a couple of kids dressed up as the president and first lady.
That was great. I saw that.
One girl was not leaving until she got candy. One of them wanted a hug.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Some of the pictures.
Other wanted 300 shares of Palantir.
He popped the candy on top of one of its heads again, which he did. I think he did back
2019.
Yeah, and he did that again.
Yep.
But I think the best one was the people who put together the McDonald's drive-through.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah,
Giving out the big bars.
The McDonald's drive-through. That was maybe the best one I saw. So.
Yeah, and let's face it, he gives out the big candy bars like Slick.
I see that. He's giving out the big bars.
It's the big candy bars.
That's the neighbor you want to go
Not
see.
the bite size, not the fun size.
No.
Not the bite size.
Slick, give me a minute here of sports. Give me an update on the game. Is it started yet? What's going on?
Yeah, World Series Big D, Game 6. Right now, the Dodgers have drawn first blood. They're up 1-0 in the top of the third. Bases are loaded. Mookie Betts at the plate, so we shall see. Guzman for Toronto pitching a no-hitter now was pitching a no-hitter, but now it's 1-0. So unbelievable game there, Big D.
All right, we'll do a little more sports when we get back. Paul Nolan's got some news. Vinnie Mac's got some more live from Studio 6B when we get back. That's a quick hour 1, hour 2 coming up.
That was a quick hour.
That's good music. Fran, that's good music, whatever you pulled out there.
Way to go, maestro.
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, man.
Hey, yeah, you got an extra minute or show. Oh, Joe the Box, look at him. It is kind of scary.
Boy.
I seriously can't believe that I didn't know Joe the Box had a twin brother. I had no idea.
Juicy IP in the YouTube chat room. King-size candy bars from our king.
Yeah, and that the left will be complaining he spent too much on chocolate bars.
Exactly, yeah, overspending.
We're going to try to go D4 for Slick, D3 for Paul, and then E1 for Vin. Yep.
Do I have that, the rundown, or no? Did you send a rundown? No.
Yeah, he emailed it.
You did?
Yeah. He emailed it
Yeah,
around
that's
7.
at TPUSA.
3 hours ago. Good job.
Oh, here comes the Dodgers now. Look out. We're going game 7. We're going game 7.
We're going game 7.
Here it is.
1,000%.
I got the rundown.
3-0 now.
What inning?
Third. Top of the third.
The game's over.
Connie Homer or anything?
No.
Game's over.
I wouldn't say that.
Like Slick likes to go, game's over.
Yeah,
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
It's done. Pack it in.
If your television sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Hour 2, live from the Americaverse Warehouse on a Friday night. Real America's Voice. 1039 LI News Radio all across Suffolk County and Long Island. Glad you're in. Whether you're watching or listening, we appreciate it. Make sure you follow us on all our social media at LFS6B. And make sure you follow Real America's Voice at Real AM Voice. I want to say hello to all of our friends out there in social media land. Wherever you're watching, we appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, comment, get involved. And of course, that's what we want more than anything. Just be a part of the family and get involved in the live show, in the chat. Best chat, well, I think on television is the Live from Studio 6B audience every night, 8 to 10, weekdays, Monday through Friday. I want to thank Joe the Box for having us into the America First Warehouse, where we love to be on Friday nights. Slick's doing sports. Benny Mac, Rick Delgado, Paul Nolan, all doing the news. Let's kick off Hour 2 with some sports, and then we'll get to more news. Slick's got it. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Use code LFS6B at checkout. It'll give you a great savings. Slickster, what's going on?
Well, Mookie Betts singles to right, scores 2 more runs. Dodgers are up 3-0 now over the Blue Jays. Game 6 up in Toronto. The World Series that I don't think many people in this country are watching, except for maybe out in L.A. But we're going to get a Game 7 tomorrow night. You heard it here first. Bottom to third. We'll see what happens. We'll keep tracking that score. And I just want to get to this story, if I may. U.S. Olympian opens up on leading lawsuit against governing body over trans athletes in women's competition. Jackson Thompson of Fox News. Margarita Guzzi-Vincente became the first known Team Olympics athlete to sue a U.S. sports governing body in opposition of its policies allowing transgender athletes to participate in women's sports when she filed a class action lawsuit against the USA Fencing on Wednesday. Vincente's lawsuit came the same month that a trans athlete, Dina Jukic, sued U.S. Fencing for being excluded from a women's competition. So they're getting it on both ends. The organization is facing the legal battles on both fronts in what has been a transformative year for gender policies in America sports after President Donald Trump signed the Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports executive order, probably one of the greatest executive orders in modern history, in my opinion. You know, I love sports, and I don't want men in women's sports. But Vincente is bringing her own lawsuit forward based on a situation that occurred in January at the North America Cup in Missouri. She alleges USA Fencing knowingly permitted biologic males to compete in women's divisions while advertising events as female only, including in competitive involving athletes under the age of 18, while withholding that information from the female competitors. Vincente, she's 35 years old. She is from the Italian national team, and she was with the team for quite a few years, and she became an American 15 years ago. So we'll see how this lawsuit plays out, like a lot of these lawsuits, but you know, the push is really on now, keeping men out of women's sports, and I just wanted to get that story across, Big D. And that's what I have for this segment. I'm looking forward to Odds Makers.
All right, Slick, very good. Odds Makers is coming up. Let's get to Paul Nolan and some of his news. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
So we were talking about Snap earlier. Now, Hochul is chiming in on this. She's calling New York a state of an emergency, and she has declared $65 million in new state funds to support food banks, soup kitchens, and more outlets trying to help families get emergency food and assistance if it halts on Saturday. And Hochul also had pledged $40 million last week, so that's $106 million they've pledged. So, I guess it's one of those things. To me, it's like a race to buy votes. I just see it again. I just see it as a bribery, in all honesty. And I just don't like the idea of the nuclear option at all. I just think when you have them down, we have to keep them down. And, the Democrats are pushing the socialist wing of this party so hard. And we have to have the pushback now. To me, there was a line in the sand. We have to draw it, and we can't cross it. As much pain as there is, to me, in 2008, where the banks were too big to fail, I said, let them fail. Because the free market will adjust, and it'll fix itself. This, to me, is a full-blown disaster that we have a chance to really kind of take the chalkboard and clean it. So that's what I'm...
Sticking with Hochul for a second, I found it interesting. We talk about what's going to happen here in New York City next Tuesday on election night, which is going to be a very big night. I know people think because it's kind of that off year. It's not. There's a lot of really important things we're going to find out Tuesday night. Obviously, not just the future of New York City, but obviously what's going on in New Jersey, what's going on in Virginia. There's a lot of, obviously, races to pay attention to. Hochul was on... this podcast, Raging Moderates, with the crazy girl from the Five, the leftist there, who sits on the Five panel, whatever her name is.
Yeah, I know.
And Hochul was asked about Mondami and how he's going to exactly achieve the utopia that he has promised all of his supporters in New York City. And here's what Hochul had to say about that.
We know that Mamdani does want to tax the rich more, bring it up about 2%. He can't do that on his own. You've previously said that you wouldn't be raising taxes. Have you reconsidered that stance?
No, I would say one energetic rally does not get me to change my positions, I assure you. But I do hear people's voices. I process what everybody says, but I'm also have to balance governing this state and making sure that those people who are actually the reason we have a generous, supportive budget that helps lift people up, it's their revenues that we tax.
Yes.
1.5% of New Yorkers cover about a third of our budget. That's enormous. I'm concerned about outmigration of people who are the ones who are supporting our budget. I cannot make up for that with middle-class tax increases. I cannot do that to the middle class and the struggling New Yorkers. So this is the balance. I mean, this is my position.
Did she actually make sense there?
That's a well moment.
The communist
must be working.
The communist has lost the leftists. That's an interesting interesting thing here. She says he's not going to be able to achieve utopia in New York City because he's not going to be able to pay for it. And she's not going to. We're already taxed to absolute death in this state, overregulated and over everything else. But she says, no, we're not going to make it worse for the Islamist jihadist in New York City.
Because she realizes that the math doesn't math. It doesn't work. She's acknowledging that by saying, the middle income people are tapped out, and the rich people are going to leave. We're going to be screwed. So we got to figure out a way to keep them.
Real estate in Westchester and Nassau County going through the roof.
I'm hearing it in Florida, it's starting to pick up too.
Yeah, people are just flying out of New York City.
Del Boca Vista, phase 2 is selling out.
Well, I said that on the night of the debate. I said the big winner of the debate was Florida.
You did say that, yeah.
Remember, she's a World Economic Forum puppet. She's got billionaire friends everywhere she goes. She's not going to roll over that easy for, the commie Mondami.
Look at California. They went to Austin, Texas. They went to Dallas. Yeah. Elon Musk left his brought the whole business over. Google, Facebook, they put huge establishments in Texas. And that's what's going to happen here. I mean, IBM's still here. We've got some big businesses, Corning, other big companies. They'll move.
They have no choice.
No, I know.
Yeah, as well as Wall Street is going to look to move.
Yeah,
see a lot of those companies.
Would not be surprised.
They said Texas, right? I heard Texas, yeah.
Hey, something on Snap. Were you talking about Snap before?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I read something today. Rand Paul actually posted this. When Biden first got into office, it was $60 billion a year was what we spent on Snap. It went up $140 billion just in those few years. Think about that. Where's that money going?
Does that
Those
explain why we have so many obese people on Snap? I mean, morbidly
How does something like
obese
that double?
people-
Well, there's a lot of, what do you call it? Oh, that's right. They added 20 million illegals there, Vin.
Hello. There we go.
Oh, yeah, and they found new ways to,
Right.
to launder the money.
The way it doubles is it just continues to prove that government can't solve any of these problems by just throwing money at it. Cash alone is not going to do it. The problems with things like SNAP are systemic, and part of it goes to the drug manufacturers, big pharma, the price gouging, and all of the other things, and you just can't throw money at these things. You've got USDA junk food subsidies. The government, when they get their hands on stuff, they ruin everything. Whether it's cars and what the manufacturers have to do to make you safe to drive, they've ruined cars, they ruin food, they just ruin everything. And you need the free market to fix these things, and that's the only way to fix these things, is stop the enslavement, stop the handouts to most people who are using SNAP are probably not even supposed to be here. That's the way and let the free market take care of it.
That's Austrian Economics 101. We're talking about Murray Rothbard and Mises and Hayek, and the market will adjust. It will find equal water. It will find level ground. And, these central planners think they know better, and they have God complexes, and they think they can control every aspect of the market, and they can control nothing.
Well, that's kind of what happened with college tuition, right? The government got involved.
Yeah.
As soon as the bank said, you know what, we're going to pull out of this stuff because these loans are a little dicey, guess who was willing to give an 18-year-old a $400,000 mortgage? The federal government. Hey, here you go. Here you go. Go grab some debt and
can't buy a house.
Exactly. That's exactly what government gets involved. That's like what Reagan said. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Guess what? You're not going to help.
Right. The post office couldn't get it done. Gets privatized, called FedEx. FedEx becomes a multi-billion-dollar business, and it's 10 times more efficient. What a shock.
I want to see the Trump administration to this point and the whole Obamacare thing, and the government got involved in that. Obamacare was basically a government-subsidized health plan. Now, of course, it's significantly subsidized after COVID. They put those measures in place. Now they're using it against the Trump administration because those subsidies are going away, and they're subsidizing expensive health insurance. And Trump, on his first term, made a run to try and fix this health deal. He's done it with pharmaceuticals. I think the open free market system for healthcare needs to be brought back. Did we ever have it? But I think this philosophy needs to follow through for healthcare. It's one way to fight this whole Democrat Obamacare, which is a disaster. Trump said it right. It didn't do anything it's supposed to do. It was worse. It made it more expensive.
Opposite.
It's because of all the corruption, all the government oversight, and all this stuff. Let's open it up. It'll come down.
What's the Republicans' vision on health care? Can anyone articulate it?
No.
You couldn't articulate it at gunpoint.
There's no vision.
There is none.
They need a vision. My point on that is they need a vision, and now.
See, but they need a vision that doesn't include the government paying for it, because the government doesn't pay for anything. The taxpayers pay for it.
They need a free market system of some kind.
There is nothing in this country that has destroyed more jobs, lowered more wages, raised the cost of living more, and disrupted your personal liberty than Obamacare has since it was brought into existence.
I can tell you, when Obamacare came out, we would have board meetings. I was running a fairly sizable company at the time, and half of our discussion in a board meeting was about Obamacare. How are we going to handle part-timers, full-timers, all those employee discussions you never had. You never, ever talked about them at this length. It took up half our time figuring out how to deal with that.
And it was so unpopular. When I said this in my first word a couple weeks ago, it was so unpopular at the time. After it was 2009, I think, or 10, it came out, and then by 2000, they had lost so many seats, the Democrats. It was so unpopular. We had such a strong position. You had Mike Lee. I can remember Ted Cruz gave like a 22-hour filibuster speech on the Senate floor about repealing Obamacare, about at least Republicans deciding to get behind some vision and say, okay, it was a government shutdown at the time, speaking of, and he said, we'll do this, but this thing's got to be gutted because it's completely unpopular. And what happened on the Republican side? People like Mitch McConnell got up there and made fun of Ted Cruz, says he was wasting everybody's time. That governor of I think it's Vermont, New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte or something, she came out against Cruz at the time. Mike Lee and Ted Cruz saw a long time before anybody else that when the government got involved with this thing, just like you said, Vin, they knew that the subsidies were going to become more involved, more entrenched, more government, and then it was going to be like a house built on stilts where you take one away and now all of a sudden the whole thing falls apart. And the Democrats right now, they have the weaker hand than we do, but what are they doing? They're making the case about the affordability of health care. Even though they control none of it, they still act as if they're in power.
Yeah.
They still unify behind a message like they're in power. They're still taking it to the public and saying, this is Republicans and this is all about the cost of health care. Meanwhile, the cost of health care can be directly tracked back to 12 years ago in what they did.
What they did during COVID, what they did 12 years ago.
But it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Because they take the people and they say, well, they're not going to remember. They're not going to remember.
Yeah, they don't. It's Nancy Pelosi's theory, right? Just say it. They'll believe it.
They're always unified and they're always shrewd. That's right. All right, live from Studio 6B. We're back. More after this.
Islanders are up 2-1. What could possibly go wrong now?
No, the Jays got one back there, Slick.
Just lead to the box for tipping.
It's
the Blue Jays took one back.
Yeah,
I saw that.
It's working for you. He's doing the Maloika.
Hey, maybe she likes malakas. Tony.
Ben, do you want to do your, you kind of touched on it, do you want to do your turning point story about the...
Chat, live in the chat.
I could pull something else in.
Though. So I'm just
Farmer Brook is coming up.
No,
remember.
Yeah, but I'm saying we'll move. We're not going to do it again. You touched on it already.
He's coming up for the odds makers at 9:30.
You have enough content?
He's in the Twix chat along with the real Bruce Lee, Vivian from Michigan, Tumbleweed Farmer, KC58, Gateway. Put on a suit. Put on a robe. How about that? Yeah, you like that, don't you, Paul?
You're like that crazy mafia guy that used to wear the robe all the time.
He's got his legs so
Paulie.
far open. It's like so disgusting.
Stop
Vinny the
looking.
Chin. Yeah.
You're pointing.
I'm not pointing.
It's just the TV guy with the camera guy's like.
Vinny the Chin. What a name.
Gigante? Right? Was that it? Gigante?
Vinny the Chin Gigante. Yeah. I love when analyze this in the movies.
Delgado, do you want to do your New Jersey story?
Sure.
You do?
Yeah. Oh, I sent you the monkey story in case we have time for it.
No, we're not going to have time.
Because that's a good story.
Not really.
Yeah, it is.
Amy's not too curious about it.
They call me Elmo the Fudd.
We'll do the read, then we'll
I had
go
Curious
back.
George hat on before.
We'll go back to,
You did another costume change.
E2.
Yeah, one pink.
Yeah, then we'll jump back
Closing
to
the
F.
green.
F is where we're supposed to be. Yeah, exactly.
Where are we at now?
Dave Syverson in the Twix chat as well. Jumping over to the YouTubes.
I got the Carolina scam
Moon pie.
stories.
Damon, did you cover
If we
the
need
Bill
it.
Gates thing? Climate change?
No, we never got to
That's my
that.
first word on Monday.
We
okay.
did it on Wednesday.
Did
Me
we?
and Katie J did it. Yeah.
I don't remember playing any of those clips. I don't think we got to it.
Oh, we touched on it.
I think
right.
we
didn't do
wanted
the
to talk
clips.
about it. We never
And-
got to it, though.
Right. We didn't do the Schellenberger stuff either.
Right. Becky Snyder,
You know,
David
one of the
Wiles.
things, Vin, we talked about Wednesday, which we should have talked tonight, was about the rare earth minerals and how many moves Trump's made.
Blue. On a Friday night, Halloween, live at the America First Warehouse. Let me talk to you about our friends, the Tax Network USA. The tax extension deadline may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble's just beginning. If you missed the October 15th deadline or you owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill, just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. Here's the good news. There's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. With tools like property seizure, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. It's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is 100% free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call them right now, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com, tnusa.com/RAV, R-A-V. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. Go right now to tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000. Well, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. But the reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, well, it's going to start at home with each and every one of us. And that's, of course, where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time right here on Real America's Voice, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue, weight loss, and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go right now to twc.health/voice. twc.health/voice today in order. That's twc.health/voice. You can use promo code VOICE at checkout to save an additional 10%. Go right now, twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10% with our friends from the Wellness Company. All right, live from Studio 6B, live at the America First Warehouse. Let's, what's going on in the New Jersey governor race, Delgado?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Damon, because, we were talking about the other stuff that's been going on. We just played that clip from Kathy Hochul. She's making a move because she's nervous about next year. She sees the writing on the wall. And now, according to some polls over in New Jersey, a state that President Trump came this close to flipping, just might flip for Jack Ciattarelli, as he tells the Post. He'll win the New Jersey governor race this time, despite his 2021 loss. And he's ready to take over as the new governor of New Jersey. He's exuding confidence in this, his third campaign for governor, and this one he hopes will be the one to propel him into the office of governor of the state of New Jersey. He spoke to the New York Post about wrapping up an energetic rally at a Spring Lake Manor, and of course, the rally was part of his swing through some of the counties, including Monmouth County, that he's hoping to make redder by Election Day. Here he is, cut number 2, talking about what he's going to do when he does win the governor's seat in New Jersey, because, again, some of these polls are breaking as a dead heat right now between Ciattarelli and Mikey, whatever her name is. Cut number 1, cut number 2, I mean. Yeah. Mikey Sherrill. Cut number 2, Jack Ciattarelli. Cut 2, check it out.
Let me tell you how we're going to provide for law and order here in New Jersey. Executive order number 1 on day 1. No town in this state will be a sanctuary city and will not be a sanctuary state.
Yes.
said from the very beginning, that policy, here's the good news. Many of the things that Murphy has done are by executive order. They weren't codified by the legislature, which means I can reverse them on day one. But having sanctuary cities and us being a sanctuary state encourages illegal immigration, and it handcuffs our local police in certain ways. We're not doing that. I'm going to reverse that on day one. If a local police chief and mayor want to work together to preserve safety in your community by partnering with a federal agency, I'm not going to get in the way. We're not doing that. But the other thing we're going to do is get rid of cashless bail. Cashless bail has created a professional criminal who's learned how to game the system. Talk to your local cops and they'll tell you about this dynamic known as arrest, release, repeat. It's demoralizing for cops.
Yeah, and there he
cashless
is.
bail. What a
Cashless
subject. It's like cashless, like the cashless deposit. You got to put no deposit down. Well, why you say the word deposit? That deposit doesn't mean anything.
Right.
You put nothing down.
Right.
Cashless bail is a nothing.
Is a get out of
Airless
free,
oxygen.
Yeah. It's a get out of free jail card.
It's so stupid.
Right?
Well, I mean, listen, when you look at the polls, I'm looking at Real Clear Politics on this race. I hadn't looked at it all that much, but the Real Clear Politics average right now from October 14th to the 29th is Cheryl 48.7 and Chitterelli 45.1. So they've got her an average of 3.6 up. Fox News has her up +7, but the Hill Emerson has her only +2. So that's kind of your spread. Trafalgar, who I think we probably trust more than anybody else on here, Insider Advantage has her only at +1.
Yeah.
Tight.
So with an average of, like I said, about 3.6. So, I mean, obviously any Republican in New Jersey, it's still an uphill climb, but he's certainly within shouting distance.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And then, of course, you've got Mikey Sherrill, who's going to be enlisting people such as former President Barack Obama to campaign for. We know how good he is at getting people elected, right? Oh, my goodness. He's been like kryptonite lately for the Democratic Party.
I'm only kryptonite.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised she's not going to be joining him on the trail. She's also going to rely on...
maybe Hillary's available for an endorsement.
She's also going to try to rely on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Pete Buttigieg, because nobody gets you jacked up for running out to the polls like a little Buttigieg, right?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So many jokes.
Yeah. All right, very good. We'll do some more news with Rick here in a second. Let's do a little sports while we can get it in. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell. Slick, what's going on with Stephen A. Smith these days?
Oh, Stephen A. Smith. We'll go right to that story. Hold on a second. Yes, Stephen A. Smith, ESPN's most expensive idiot, immediately calls the Dolphins racist for firing their black GM. I referred to it earlier when I was giving the recap of odds makers last night. ESPN and Stephen A. Smith were foaming at the mouth over this one. This is Zach Dean of Outkick. I don't know what's in the water at ESPN this week, but those who are insufferable libs have turned up the heat on the racism accusations. Frankly, I don't think it was possible for the talking heads in Bristol to get more race baity. They've done such a bang-up job over the years as is. But do give credit where credit's due. Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Clark have checked those boxes like absolute vets over the past 48 hours. So let's run that cut 6 where Stephen A. Smith is talking about the firing of the Miami Dolphins GM last night over the loss to the Baltimore Ravens 28-6, and wondering why wasn't the coach McDaniels fired. Cut 6, Aaron, roll it, please.
It was about Tua. It was about Mike McDaniel. And the brother get fired first. All I know is this. I better hear Mike McDaniel's name today. Oh, my God. I better hear Mike McDaniel's name today. But it better not be just Chris Greer. And I'm not saying that he don't deserve it because of the way they look. At the end, you at the helm. I got it. I understand it. Listen, I'm all for brothers as head coaches, Jens. We know what battles I've been fighting for over 30 years.
You know what? He kind of sounds like Gavin Newsom when he went on that, All That Smoke podcast.
Yeah, well, between that and Ryan Clark.
A strange bird, man.
Very.
He goes on with Mark Levin, makes all the sense in the world, and then he goes on there and sounds like that. I don't know. Can't figure the guy out.
Because he can't figure himself out.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Odds Makers with Farmer Brook, Slick Rick, Aaron coming up right after this.
I can make my friends rich on a player prop, I can tell them all to bet under on my total assists or my total rebounds, because I'll pull myself 8 minutes into the first quarter. I'll pretend I hurt my hamstring, and all my boys can make $10,000.
This is Michael Porter Jr., good player.
He's saying right on a podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't age so well.
Just a dumb group of people, man.
What?
Crazy.
Wow.
It's just so stupid.
That is weird, wacky stuff.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Not only is it stupid, but then okay, you're doing it. Don't talk about it.
It's as stupid as
It's like Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club.
And Islanders are holding on. 5.5 to go.
Holy moly! What is
Hey, listen,
wrong
we're
with
going to
these
rob a bank, and I need everybody to not tell anybody.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can ice this one.
All right, in the YouTubes and the Rumbles, please hit that like button.
Farmer, give us a thumbs up if you can hear us.
Tell him to talk now.
Speak.
Farmer, talk.
Farmer, how's the
Oh,
crops?
Now, farmers, be quiet.
Sit.
Now roll over.
Stay.
Now beg, farmer, beg.
Yo, Casual 45, where's my hat, huh? I can't wear a hat with this head of hair.
You guys look like you need a cocktail, you know?
Would you kiss me
nice
if I
drink,
wear a
nice
hat?
tall, right?
You want to wear my hat, Paulie?
Next time, bring your own beer here.
If I had drinks, I'd buy you one. I don't think that Miller Lite is aging too well under him.
What's up,
perfect.
Donato?
Especially where it is now.
My girl gets a shout out. Look at that. We already went to 200.
David, I don't know. Did you see this this breaking news?
What do you got?
Airspace locked down over the Caribbean, off of the coast of Puerto Rico, as ships are moving into position.
Just now?
Yeah.
There's been for Puerto Rico?
Yeah. They're not going to attack Puerto Rico.
We're going to invade our own
Maybe they're going to pick Bad Bunny up for the Super Bowl.
There's a Navy cruiser.
Bad Bunny, get on! Yeah, Mom, go on!
There's a Navy cruiser joining the Caribbean flotilla.
Troy Malone.
Report claims U.S. readying for a Venezuelan strike.
Wow.
Let me tell you something. Damon called it fake news. We had it in the group, and I've seen it on a lot of places.
I mean, I'm just going by what the Secretary of State put out. I mean, obviously, he could just be covering or buying time or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to say anything, but there is this major strategic move there.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, Guyana has the second largest oil reserve.
Yeah.
Venezuela is trying to get into that
They're
country.
narco-terrorist
and then the drugs.
Yeah.
It's just.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night, live at the America First Warehouse.
Right.
Slick's doing sports. Vinnie Mac, Rick Delgado, Paul Nolan, all doing the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Friday night, 9:30 p.m. on the East Coast. Well, if it's 9:30, that can mean only one thing on a Friday night, and it is time to look at your college and pro football games against the Las Vegas spread. It's time to do the odds makers. Here we go, odds makers for a Friday night, Halloween night. Slick, Aaron, and please welcome on in. Oh my God! Here we go. Our special guest for the night, live from looks like
the Golden Gate Bridge, baby.
Looks like San Francisco.
Site of the Super Bowl.
As our friend Farmer Brooke. Is that a gold chain you're wearing?
Is that Pitbull?
You betcha. This is my slick outfit. Come on, guys.
All right.
My only problem is I used a black Sharpie for this, and I'm hoping it comes out.
All right, very good. Let's see if we can pull your microphone a little closer there, Farmer Brooke. All right, here we go. Odds makers.
Okay.
We're all going to pick.
That's the Paul Nolan.
What are you doing? You lunatic? What are you doing?
Oh, I thought we were on commercial. Sorry.
That was a Lipton iced tea. Don't worry.
Okay. All right, let's pick some games against the spread here. Game number one. Slickster, where are you going?
Well, you know I always go college first, Big D. Saturday night, 7:30. Tennessee, the Vols, Rick's team there. Or what used to be your team. Number 14, Tennessee, taking on number 18, Oklahoma. Great matchup. Both teams are 6-2. Playoff seedings are just around the corner, as we know. The college football playoffs. Volunteers, number 2 in points per game. 3rd in total offense. defense, the best in the NCAA. They're looking good there. I'm going to go with the Vols, Big D. I'm going to lay 3 over Oklahoma.
All right, Neyland Stadium, the Vols, the Slickster is going to lay the 3 over Oklahoma in that game. All right, there you go. Game number 1 is college for Slick. Let's go college game number 1. Aaron, for you, where are you going?
Farmer, are you holding a chicken?
I'm holding a chicken.
I love the antics.
He's looking to cash in on some tonight.
All right, so game number 1 for me, college. I'm going to take Georgia over Florida. I believe the line is 7.
It is.
All right, I'm going to go with Georgia on the road. It's going to be quite the interesting game for Florida without their head coach. Their quarterback has not been consistent the past couple weeks, and Georgia has been playing kind of ugly, but they have been finding a way to get the job done, so I think they're just going to keep rolling. I'm going to take them on the road here.
All right, Georgia -7 over Florida for Aaron. That, of course, game is in Jacksonville, Everbank Stadium, 3:30 on Saturday. Farmer Brook, game number 1 for you. Where are you going?
Hat.
Okay, I got to be honest here. I went off the wagon a little bit, and my picks weren't so good, so I had to solicit some help. I grabbed Aaron.
Oh.
Actually, not that Aaron. This Aaron. I am
You have a
honoring
chicken in there for
Aaron.
me?
Yes. Look at how beautiful she is. She's minding her own business, but she's helped me make my picks, and that's why I'm on such a roll right now.
Oh.
So, first game, as much as I hate to do this, and this is kind of reverse psychology, I'm going to take Iowa State -7.5 against my Arizona State Sun Devils.
Ooh.
Using that reverse psychology to hopefully get a win for the Sun Devils. We're hurting right now. Our quarterback is out. Our number 1 receiver is a little banged up. But and we're in Ames, Iowa, so I don't have a lot of faith. But I'm hoping that the boys hear me and they rise to the occasion and can pull off a big upset.
All right, Iowa State minus the points over Arizona State for the Farmer. Pick number 1. All right, game number 2. Slick, where are you going?
NFL, Big D, 1 p.m. L.A. Chargers taking on the Tennessee Titans. Hopefully Justin Herbert and company don't have too much of that bourbon the night before the game tomorrow night. I think they're going to roll over the 1-7 Titans. Mike McCoy, it's only his 3rd game coaching the Titans as an interim coach, and Cam Ward with Calvin Ridley out. I don't think they're going to do too well. So I'm going to go with the L.A. Chargers, laying a lot of chalk, though. 9.5 I'm going to lay. I think the Chargers are going to roll.
All right, Nissan Stadium in Nashville, Tennessee. Chargers over Tennessee for Slick. Aaron, game number 2, where are you going?
Game number 2 for me, I'm going to take the Patriots here over the Falcons. I have that line at 5.5, and they are at home. I think Drake May and company are going to try and extend their winning streak to 6 this weekend, and I think they're going to succeed, especially because the Falcons seem to be moving in the opposite direction. They fell under 500 this past week, and Penix looks good to come back, suffering that bone bruise, but I don't think the Falcons' defense is going to be able to keep up with New England on this one.
All right, very good. Aaron's got Patriots -5.5 over the Falcons. Farmer Brook, game number 2, where are you going?
Well, Aaron's going to like this because Aaron likes what Aaron picked, and I am going with the Patriots as well. I think Drake is on the ball right now. Patriots are looking awful good, and it could be a Packer-Patriot Super Bowl, my friends.
Ooh.
You heard it here first.
All right, very good. Patriots -5.5 there as well. Game number 3, Slick. Where is it? Where are you going?
Well, I love that background there, Farmer Brook, and in that honor, I'm going with the 49ers, laying 2.5. They're taking on the Giants at MetLife Stadium. That'll be on Sunday. I think 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan is going to be looking to get running back Christian McCaffrey back on track after having his lowest yardage game last week, and since he came back from his injury in 23. So I think we're going to see the Niners roll over the Giants. Giants, just too many injuries. Listen to the great Malik Neighbors. Also, of course, we saw Scatterboo getting injured as well, Cam Scatterboo. So I don't think, with that being said, they have a ghost of a chance in beating the Niners. So give me the Niners laying the 2.5. Scatterboo.
Okay, 2.5 seems a little light for it going up against a team that's so hurt. That's an interesting line there to me. All right, Niners -2.5 for Slickster in game number 3. Aaron, where are you going game number 3?
Laying a lot of chalk in game number 3. I'm going to take the Rams Rams over the Saints. I have that line at 14 and a half at home. A lot of chalk to lay, but as I say almost every week, the Saints are just flat out terrible. They're running with a new quarterback this week, Tyler Show. I think it was their second-round quarterback pick in the draft this past draft. He's been very up and down in training camp and in the preseason, so I don't know why they're going to run with him against a very seasoned and very tough Rams team on the road. Not a good move for the Saints, in my opinion. I think that the Rams are just going to roll right over them.
All right, Rams minus 14.5 over the Saints for Aaron. Game number 3. Farmer Brooke, where are you going for game number 3?
Let's head to Pittsburgh, my friends. And I love Aaron Rodgers, but man, the Colts are on a roll, and it's only 3 points. This is a trap. This could be a trap game, but man, the Colts just look so good right now, and it could be a Green Bay Packer Colt Super Bowl as well. So could be. Let's go to Pittsburgh. I'm taking the Colts.
I mean, you could give every combination, and one of them is going to be right, Farmer. But yes, you're right. It could be.
This is like Duck Duck Goose over here.
I think I know who he wants in the Super Bowl.
All right, Indy minus 3 for the Farmer. Last game, Aaron, where are you going for? I'm sorry, Slick. Where are you going for game number 4?
Okay, Big D. Well, 8:20. I love the primetime game, and well, Seattle is going to Washington, D.C. That is, and I like the Seahawks laying 3.5 on the road. I think they're going to win that game. Commanders have got a lot of issues there. A couple of injuries. Jaden Daniels will be back in action, but he's going to be missing Terry McLaurin, his prime receiver. He re-injured his quad. He's out for that game, and I think Seattle with Jackson Smith Enigma, he's absolutely unbelievable. He is an enigma. He's such a great receiver. Leads the league in yardage for receiving, 819 yards. So I like that. I don't mind laying the 3.5, Big D. I think give me Sam Darnold all day. Seattle winning that game going away.
All right, very good. Aaron, let's go to your game number 4 and what we should entitle the "What Team Am I Really Liking Today?"
God.
Let's go to game number 4.
I almost don't even want to say what this game is because I'm just going to get ripped for the next 2.5 minutes.
Let's go to game number 4. Listen up, Dad. What is it, Aaron?
So I did consult with Dad on this one, actually.
Sure
I did. I can show you the receipts.
Consult or insult?
No, a little bit of both. I'm going to take the Chiefs. Don't yell at me. Over the Bills, minus 1.5 on the road. Like I said, I know you're all going to hate this pick, but I do think that Mahomes & Company is going to get the jobs done in Orchard Park. Yes, they are 0-4 in the regular season against the Bills since 2021, but I do have a good feeling that they're just going to be able to get the job done. The Bills have a decent amount of injuries on defense. Matt Prater was limited in practice today. He's their kicker, and if I'm going to put Butker against Prater, I'm going to go with Butker all the way because this game is going to come down to a field goal.
Every time.
Okay, very good. So the Chiefs, her favorite team. I guess stays and she's not watching the Giants. Minus 1.5 over the Bills. Farmer, where are you going for your last game?
Aaron, just so you know, Aaron didn't like that one. So,
all right. Sorry, Aaron.
Let's go to Detroit. Vikings are having a tough time. JJ is back, but he is not going to be the answer. Detroit is on a roll.
Yeah, they are.
Even though they're going to finish second in that division. And I am going to take Detroit minus 8.5, and they will not be in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
All right. Detroit minus 8.5 over Minnesota. All right, there you go. There's your 4 games for each of them. Your odds makers for a Friday night. Thanks, Farmer Brooke.
Thank you, guys. Love you all.
Thanks, Farmer.
All right, there you go. There's your odds makers.
Chat, we love you.
Wow.
All right, the great Farmer Brooke joining us. Oh, some good picks there. Aaron, did you have an opinion on the Niners-Giants game? I didn't hear you. Did you have a pick there?
No.
I think she's chickening out on that one.
I'm just going to leave that where it is.
Okay, very good.
Wait, what's the line on it?
Nah, don't worry about it. Don't get yourself in any more trouble. All right, let's do some news. Vinnie Mac, there's something going on with the DOJ investigating. Who are they investigating?
The DOJ. Let's see. Where do I have that story?
I think they're investigating Black Lives Matter.
Yes. That's true. They finally, you know, the corruption we saw and heard about all during the Black Lives Matter sham, and their $1 million houses, a couple of Bentleys, a BMW, a few other.
You got to get to work, you know.
Yeah. Decadence works for them.
Right into the white neighborhoods. Sorry, touched the third rail again, did I?
Yeah. Oh, did you say that? Yeah, the DOJ. You know, the thing that's happening here is we are hearing all the things we want to hear, which is the DOJ investigating a lot of things. We're seeing some semblance of action. And things like this with Black Lives Matter, yeah, to me, these are just check off the boxes. Go after Antifa, Black Lives Matter, all these groups that are just radical shams for people to make money and disrupt our country. They really aren't standing for anything. If we were in the 60s, I mean, all those folks that protested in the 60s, at least they went there themselves. At least they had their own voice. You know, they weren't organized like this with these sham groups that were profiting from this. All the people, heads of these groups doing it. So the DOJ is finally looking into all these things, like we see the FBI. I mean, they're looking into hundreds of things that we just hope they would. Now we need to see, though, indictments. We need to see real things happen. You're going to find, I think, through this investigation, money laundering. You're going to find, obviously, gross misuse of funds, which, could turn out to be just fraud at the end of the day. I mean, you can't start a nonprofit and raise $2 million and then go buy yourself a $2 million house in Boca Raton.
Why not?
Come on.
Of course you can.
With that,
you can.
proof. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but it's not legal and it's not correct. But that's what we have happening.
Vin, I gotta take issue with you with the people from the '60s, because those kids, they're still around today, and you can find them at any No Kings March. They're still out there.
I saw them when I was in Sarasota.
All right, one more to go. We'll wrap it up for a Friday night at the American First Warehouse right after this.
All right. That Islander game is over. No, there's 2 minutes to go. They're up 3-1. Ha!
Chat live in the chat one last time on a Friday night. Happy Halloween. I was a few of the people in the chat telling me to cover up. I guess maybe I had a bit of slippage. Sorry. What? Sometimes things just happen. Yeah, this guy knows what I'm talking about. He's probably been through it like 8 times in his career.
Listen, I've only been locked up. No.
Come on, it's all happened to all of us.
Yeah.
That's what you think.
The U-log is the same. What's that?
They're looking for a World Series
still
score.
By 1, I can't.
Mark Milner says, Vinny, our generation is to blame for those idiots who ended up as college professors pushing this crap. We changed and they never did. Interesting point.
Still 3-1. 3-1. Top of the 6th.
Thanks for the comment there, Mark.
6 is lost by 1.
They lost?
By 1.
I thought they were winning that game.
No, 109, 108. They're losing by a lot.
Slick, you remind me of a trapper keeper I had in elementary school.
How so?
A lot of neon.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
And some loose leaves.
Oh, yes. That was the colors back then.
He's back to the yellow hat.
Yeah. Gotta close it out.
Talking about somebody with a monkey.
He's made a full rotation.
This is the Curious George collection.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Perfect with my monkey story there, Damon.
Yeah, Damon doesn't want to run that.
He doesn't want the monkey story.
No. He'll pass. No monkey story, right, Big D?
Stupid story.
They still on the loose?
Yeah.
And you intend to cover that?
I did. I even had an interview with one of the monkeys.
Did you? Yes. You guys had
It's authentic.
Yeah.
See, look. I'll play it for you, Ben.
Thank you.
G3, H1, H2, yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, talking about getting away from the people, man.
Are we doing H2 or no?
Mm-hmm. Studio 6B on a spooky Friday night, Halloween. If you're going to go out tonight, hope you have a safe and fun night. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice all across the country, and of course 103.9 LI News Radio. Slick's going to do a little more sports. Vin Delgado, Paul Nolan all got a little more news. We'll try to get to everybody here. I'll start with Rick Delgado because J.D. Vance has been in the news a lot this week. Obviously showed up at Turning Point. Took a lot of questions. Obviously, very impressive anytime he's in front of a microphone. But he did an interview, I guess, Delgado. Tell me about it.
Yeah, he was on with Miranda Devine from the New York Post and did her podcast called Pod Force One, where she asked the vice president a number of different things regarding, the upcoming 2028 election, believe it or not, considering that it seems to be two people that seem to be leading the way for the 2028 ticket, Damon, between Vice President Vance, and people are talking about Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and there could be a conflict with both of them as potential contenders for 2028. The Vice President says he doesn't even talk about running for president, and doesn't even worry about that for right now because he's got a bigger job running as Vice President for President Trump. But he says, along with Marco Rubio, who he considers one of his best friends, there's not going to be any tension. He and I work together a lot. I think a lot of good work that we've been able to do as an administration is because of we're able to work together. And again, this is why I say worrying too much about politics, actually, I think makes you worse at the job that you have. So good words there from Vice President J.D. Vance. He also had this to say about President Trump. I mean, the legend of President Trump. We were kind of goofing about it the other day, talking about what he does, how long he doesn't sleep. All those things. Yeah. And here is J.D. Vance, cut number 3, talking about this with Miranda Devine. Cut 3. Check this out.
And so everybody always jokes with me, when you go on one of these 23-hour international trips with Donald Trump, if you're lucky, he'll sleep 2 hours. If you're unlucky, he'll be roaming around Air Force One, busting your chops because you've fallen asleep. Like, oh, he's low energy. Look, he's already asleep and he's, been on the plane for 18 hours.
He wakes up the journalists for his midnight gaggles.
He wakes up the journalists for midnight gaggles. There is just something about him. And I don't know if it's, he's president of the United States for 4 years this term, and he's just so focused on getting as much as possible done. But he really sleeps less and still has more energy than anybody that I know that's 40 years younger than he is. And that is, I mean, you hear people talk about it, you wonder how true it is. Trust me, I've seen it from the inside. He has unbelievable energy.
Yeah, so there you have it. Great stuff from the Vice President with Miranda Devine talking about President Trump.
At 2 in the morning, look at this low energy.
Yeah,
slob.
exactly.
Crazy.
He was in South Korea at 11 o'clock in the morning, traveled 40 hours on this trip, got back and did the trick-or-treating thing at the White House.
Exactly.
I mean, have you ever taken one of those flights to Asia?
No.
It's crippling.
Sleep for 2 days.
Okay? Yeah, I mean, it is one of the hardest flights you ever have in your life.
Vin has to decompress driving home from the America First warehouse.
Yeah.
To his house.
I got a 40-minute drive. I'm in bed for a week on that thing. Crazy.
I mean, all right. Very good, Delgado. Election night is Tuesday. It's going to be a big night. Can I announce to Joe that we're going to be here at the America First Warehouse, are we not? We are going to be live right here at the America First Warehouse on Tuesday night for election night. I think I can say that now.
Yeah. Flagenstein gave you the green light over there.
Flagenstein, Joe the Box Flagenstein gave me the okay to say that. So man, it's going to be just a huge night on Tuesday. But Paul's got a story that just shows you that no matter how far we get and all the great work that Mike Lindell has put himself on the line for, and obviously this administration much more in tune to it, the voting scheme and the elections are not as secure as we always think they are. Paul, what's this story?
Well, they're always up to something. They just keep reinvented new ways to rig an election. So in North Carolina, the State Board of Elections is under further investigation as voters in New Hanover County have been bribed. It says here that voter claims they've received text messages offering payment in exchange for voting for 3 Democratic City Council candidates. Here's what one of the text messages said. They went to hundreds of people. It says, hey, just following up on our conversation from the No Kings protest, a heads up that the Wilmington City Council election is coming up soon. The Democrat candidates on the ballot redacted. You can read all about the candidates, find out who you're voting for, and it says each candidate you vote for will pay you $100. This is in a text message sent out to God knows how many people. And some of the responses, and here's one in particular, said, how do I get paid? Next text was, I can't afford my electric bill. How long till I get the money after I vote? Can you direct deposit or does it get mailed? Nope. After you vote, one of our team members will meet you in her car near a polling place and pay you cash money.
Wow.
We can arrange transportation if needed.
Oh,
and that's just one of many text messages. And well, guess who's busted again? So it looks like they're going to do something serious about this. And according to Grok, they're nailed. So this is another one of the rigged jobs that. Let's see if the Democrats are still so brazen. Let's just see how brazen they are in New York City and these other places. So anyone will...
Well, I don't think they're going to have to do much in New York City, it sounds like. But
yeah, nobody uses the car. They can use one of the free buses to get paid off.
We'll see on Tuesday.
Free supermarket.
All right, very good. Slick, give me a last update in sports. What's going on?
Yeah, Dodgers right now continue to lead the Blue Jays in Game 6 of the World Series up in Toronto, 3-1. And, they need this win tonight to stay alive and force a Game 7 for tomorrow night. NHL action in the books. Avalanche over the Golden Knights, 4-2. Islanders in Washington defeated the Capitals 3-1 as well. Good news for the Islander fans. Red Wings and Ducks coming up at 10 o'clock. NBA, some good games. Bulls right now beating the Knicks 96-33 in Chicago. Minute to go there in the third. Lakers and Grizzlies just underway. Grizzlies up 15-13. Sixers lose a tough one down in Philly, 109-108 to their arch rival Boston Celtics. And that's pretty much a wrap for what I got in Big D for
All right,
sports.
Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Cut 7, Aaron. One more cut. Paul sent this in just to remind everybody on the government shutdown how it's whichever way the wind blows is the way we're going to go this year. All the rules that were are now out the door. Roll that, Aaron.
If Republicans do not like the law, they can go through the regular channels and processes to try to change it. That's why we have elections.
Okay.
So they can go through the normal processes and procedures of a democracy, but you do not threaten the full faith and credit of the United States of America. Shutting down the government just because you don't like a law that was passed, I have to say no Congress before this one has ever in history been irresponsible enough to threaten an economic shutdown, to suggest America not pay its bills, just to try to blackmail a president into giving them some concessions. I will not negotiate on anything when it comes to the full faith and credit of the United States of America. We're not going to submit to this kind of total irresponsibility. Congress needs to pay our bills on time. Congress needs to pass a budget on time. Congress needs to put an end to governing from crisis to crisis.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
What happened to that?
No.
And that same guy is out there tweeting today about Snap. But not a word about his party after years of CRs. All of a sudden now, clean CR? No, can't vote for it. I didn't see anything about that in his message tonight. As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks, everybody on the show. Aaron Frank, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, the live from Studio 6B audience, of course, here at the America First Warehouse. And, of course, you out there in TV land, have a great weekend, everybody. We'll be back Monday night, live from Studio 6B, and we'll be back here Tuesday. Big election night coverage at the America First Warehouse. We'll see you then.
powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. With inflation on the rise, you can't afford to throw food away. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Look, food stored in a normal container doesn't last long. Just days later, it's already starting to turn. RoboSeal solves the problem by creating a vacuum seal. No air, no chance for spoiling. Even weeks later, it still looks and smells like the day you bought it. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. You can even use it with large mason jars. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99. But wait, you can get a second one for 50% off. Don't delay. Order yours today.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go online to buyroboseal.com. That's 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Good evening and welcome to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Happy Halloween to all of you good and fine folks. Hopefully you had a lot of kids knocking on your door asking for tricks or treats. Well, hopefully you didn't trick them into thinking that possibly Kamala Harris might be the next president of the United States. That would be too terrifying for anybody to be able to withstand. And not to get into a whole thing, it actually was very, very interesting on the Megyn Kelly tour. Donald Trump Jr. was the first guest at our stop in Sugar Land, Texas on Thursday of last week, in which he endorsed Kamala Harris as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party going forward. I thought, again, that was too terrifying for even the audience there. But he did make the point of if she's the nominee, we're going to win again, which is actually good for me. Speaking of the fact that it's Halloween, we wanted to actually show you some very, very scary footage from around the country and bring you stories that you may not have otherwise seen. It's been on our social media platforms, the Turning Point platforms, the Frontlines platforms specifically, but we wanted to start off with this fantastic documentary from fan favorite and show favorite Savannah Hernandez, who joins us now to briefly set this up. Savannah, you are back from abroad. I heard you went to Somalia you went to Minneapolis, I guess. My bad.
Yeah, Minnesota, Minnesota, not Somalia. Not Somalia. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically.
So you went to Somalia, you did this fantastic piece, and I know we like to have fun here, and this is kind of like a lighter hearted take on this, but also this is some super serious and, in my opinion, very scary stuff. Can you set us up for what people are about to watch? And then also, too, audience question, did filming this make you nervous or scared? I know you have nerves of steel, but also, like, this is pretty touchy.
Sure. I mean, I'll start off answering that. It was a completely different culture. I've never been to Minneapolis before, but you would think, okay, I'm still in the United States of America. The culture is going to be the same. Absolutely not. I did definitely feel like I was in a foreign country just because the culture was very different. The people were very different. The interactions were very different. So we'll start off with that. I wouldn't say I felt necessarily unsafe, but I did feel like I was not in the United States of America. So that, I guess, was a little bit unsafe unsettling. And regarding what viewers are about to watch, this is one of my favorite documentaries that I have done. I put a lot of effort and time into it, a lot of research into how we got to a point in the United States where we have entire enclaves of people that have not assimilated to American culture at all. I mean, we have various parts of the U.S. that don't look or feel like the U.S. anymore. So this documentary is going to explain how the U.S. got to where it is today in terms of the various cultures that we are seeing across the country.
Sav, I want to make sure our viewers get to this, so I want to not necessarily cut you off, but also not want to make it stretch too long. But at the same time, I am very curious, and this is get a little bit more lighthearted. Who was looking around Minnesota and thought, you know what this place needs? About 400,000 foreigners to ruin the culture. What happened? And I know you kind of touch on this in the documentary, but briefly give us an outline of what went wrong.
The U.S. government loves importing people, and instead of, allowing those people to assimilate, basically tells them, hey, instead of assimilating, we'll go ahead and import your entire country for you so you don't have to. So again, this all has to do with government programs, our asylum and refugee programs, which have been taken advantage of for a long time. And I know it's a very controversial subject, right, to talk about legal immigration, but I kind of do touch on how the system has been so taken advantage of for so long that, again, we have entire enclaves of people that don't want to or need to assimilate to American culture because the U.S. government will just import their entire country for them.
Wow. Yeah, that is a fascinating development in Western civilization. I hope we can survive it. Sav Hernandez, this is very, very exciting that people get to finally see this on this particular platform. Thank you so much for doing it. And viewers, enjoy this.
Where are you from?
I'm from Somalia.
From Somalia?
In Mogadishu. We like here, Minnesota, as you know, is a lot of Somali, instead of Somalia, that's why.
I don't know how to put it, this is a different culture. This is the Somali community, so.
Cedar Riverside, the West Bank, is its own kind of bubble universe. Once you cross Franklin, once you cross Riverside, you kind of exist in this place, and it's deeply beautiful that doesn't follow the rules of the rest of the city or the rest of reality.
Minnesota, known as the land of 10,000 lakes, is known for its over 14,000 bodies of fresh water, vast prairies, fertile farmland, and also its growing Muslim and African population.
When I grew up, I had friends of all different shades. Now you come up into the city, and really even a lot of little small towns, it seems to be a demographic shift to primarily Somalians.
It's definitely a lot of Somalis, but it don't affect me. I don't care.
Are they pretty friendly?
Yeah, they cool. They cool for the most part. They can't drive for shit, but they all right.
Now home to the largest Somali population in the U.S., Minnesota has garnered headlines not only due to the viral videos and stories from the state, but also the rapidly changing culture that some have categorized as a takeover of Minnesota.
Muslims around the world are celebrating Eid this weekend, and one of the biggest celebrations in the Western Hemisphere takes place here in Minnesota.
I am proud to announce today that during the month of Ramadan, we will be having the call to prayer broadcast.
So right now we're blessed to have 3 Somali elected officials at the Capitol, and we work very closely together, and we carry each other's bills.
But was this just online exaggeration, or was this community of Somalis from a country over 8,000 miles away really taking over the state like the internet said? We went to the Cedar Riverside neighborhood of Minneapolis, also known as the Somali capital of America, to go find out.
Somali Street. Where in Somalia are you from?
Mogadishu.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Somalia.
Which part?
South side.
South side of Somalia?
Yeah, Mogadishu, yeah.
When did you come to the U.S.?
Oh, I come like 2000.
I'm from Somalia, but I gotta go to work right now.
What part of Somalia?
Mogadishu.
Mogadishu. When'd you get here?
I came here 1999.
Do you like the U.S.? How has it been?
It's not bad. It's good.
You guys called here, this area, Little Mogadishu?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yes. Who said that?
Somebody was just, just following the ladies here, and just keep saying, is this area a Little Mogadishu?
No, that's not us. We've been asking people who live in the area about Somali culture, where they're from, so that's all we've been asking people.
You guys never ask Little Mogadishu or something like that, no?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Somalia.
From Somalia?
Little Mogadishu.
You're from Mogadishu, though.
No, I'm not.
Where are you from in Somalia?
I'm from Hargeisa.
Okay, how long have you lived here in Minneapolis for?
5 years.
How do you like it?
Love it.
You do?
Yeah.
Do you ever miss home?
Yeah, I'm going back there now.
To live or visit?
Visit.
To visit?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just trying to learn about the culture here.
It's not important to learn. For some culture is different culture.
Do you ever miss home, or do you like being here in the U.S.?
I miss home actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you want to go back, or do you think you'll stay?
Going back this year.
You are?
Yeah.
Yeah, we like here, Minnesota, as you know, it's a lot of Somali, state of Somalia, that's why.
So it reminds you of home, which is why you like it here.
Yeah, sometimes I miss home, but for real life, you have to work hard and you have to improve yourself. That's all.
After spending time in the neighborhood, we could see how drastically different this area was from other parts of Minneapolis. But how did the Somali population, which has now grown to an estimated 80 to 100,000 people, become so prominent here in Minnesota? Well, it all started with the Refugee Act of 1980, signed by President Jimmy Carter. This law created a formal system for admitting and resettling refugees into the U.S., while also providing a path to permanent residency and citizenship after 1 year. This act, which initially set a cap of 50,000 refugees, topped over 200,000 in its first year due to the aftermath of the Vietnam War. And since that time frame, the numbers have continued to fluctuate due to the president being able to set the annual ceiling. For example, we saw numbers ranging from 70,000 to 85,000 per year under President Obama, down to a low of 15,000 refugees under President Trump. This act remains the backbone of U.S. refugee policy, with over 3.5 million refugees resettled nationwide since 1980, including tens of thousands of Somalis. During the 1990s, the Somali Civil War erupted and over 1 million people were displaced after their government's collapse created a massive refugee crisis. Under the Refugee Act, the U.S. began admitting these Somalis in the early 90s, with about 55,000 coming into the U.S. from 1983 to 2004 alone. Many were resettled in Minnesota by organizations like Lutheran Social Services and Catholic Charities, which partnered with the federal government to bring them over. And Minnesota, which already had a strong history of welcoming refugees since the 70s, was a hotspot for affordable housing, job opportunities, and of course, generous social services.
The International Health Clinic sets aside Mondays and Tuesdays to serve Minnesota's growing Somali population, most of whom are in the U.S. legally as refugees and qualify for various health insurance programs.
Secondary migration also played a part in growing the Somali population, as Somalis from other states moved to join families and Somali communities, boosting the population from a few hundred in 1992 to tens of thousands by the 2000s. Immigration reform in the 90s also added more pathways for refugees, such as temporary protected status or TPS, which has shielded Somalis from deportation since 1991 due to ongoing violence and instability in Somalia. This has recently also been extended for Somalis in the U.S. well into 2026. Finally, the Diversity Visa Lottery, launched in 1990 and still active today, allocates up to 55,000 green cards annually to people from unrepresented countries such as Somalia.
I won DV lottery process. DV lottery is like process like you win like Ramadan every year.
Once resettled, refugees and immigrants can sponsor relatives under family reunification provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act, creating a chain effect that not only continues to grow the populations, but also has fundamentally changed the culture of various American neighborhoods, just like Cedar Riverside.
So we've been out here for probably about 2 hours, and overall, everyone we've spoken to has been pretty friendly. It does seem like some of the locals are getting a little bit defensive, but it's okay. Like I said, so far, everyone's been pretty nice. However, one thing that I have noticed is none of the women will speak to us. They all seem very shy. Would you like to interview with us? No? Okay.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker.
And some of the locals explaining maybe why that is.
They've assimilated. Sometimes the women seem kind of not indoctrinized. They're definitely like almost a second rung on the ladder. They're kept to be quiet, and they you know what I mean?
I've been trying to talk to a couple of them. They seem pretty shy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not real open with dropping out what's really on their mind. They do keep things. You can see it when you look into their eyes, but they won't talk to you. And it's somewhat, I think, what the culture is.
Some of them will be cool, but most of the Somalis stick to Somalis. You know, I was asking a couple of Somalis about a store I was trying to run for the kids or whatever. You know, he told me, like, you know, if you're not Somali, the Somali community really ain't gonna mess with you like they'll mess with another Somali, you know?
People get freaked out by this neighborhood. When I grew up, there was a lot more violence. There was a lot of stabbings. There was a lot more shootings.
A lot of the critiques online are people saying that the Somalis don't assimilate, that it's an entirely different culture. What's your viewpoint on that as somebody who lives here?
Well, this neighborhood has a lot of history, and there's been like layers and layers of different cultures. Like most Somali people came to this neighborhood in 95 through 97. Before that, you had a big wave of Oromo, Eritrean, and Amharic people from Ethiopia. Before that, it was Hmong and Vietnamese people who got over by the U.S. government, but that's how it goes. Same with a lot of Somali people, actually. So there's a lot of layers of history and a lot of people that kind of integrated into the subcultural world, which Somali people as a community don't integrate. There's a lot of like structures of like the clan. There's a lot of structures of community that persist, which also leads to a lot of people getting taken care of, Somali people specifically getting taken care of in a way that they wouldn't if they were assimilated. You go to that cafe, you go to any Somali cafe around here, and instead of a tip jar, they got the community fund jar for a family that's broke to send money back home. There is a lot of people who don't assimilate, but that it is what it is, you know, and it's like there's nothing wrong with that.
I would say there was a lot more younger people around and just more diversity. I mean, it's not trying to be racist, but it just really is Somalians everywhere. It's a lot cleaner, a lot less chaos. You weren't finding accidents, car accidents, and drug users everywhere and that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I've heard you're the second Minnesotan who has mentioned the driving thing, and yesterday we actually witnessed a car crash in this area. Is the driving a big problem?
It is a huge problem, yeah. Things used to be fairly orderly, you know, if something went wrong, the cops would show up. It's not like that anymore. It's kind of like you're left to fend for yourself unless the cops do happen to show up. I know there was a white pickup truck that was just parked like half on the curb and half in the street, and it was there for like a week or two. You never would have seen that kind of thing before. It might still be there. I haven't checked in recently, but just that kind of dilapidated, just negligent, you know, people just not caring about the area.
We have kind of a sad story tonight because we got two Minneapolis restaurants that have been city institutions here for decades. They're shutting their doors.
Now, I'm currently standing in front of Palmer's Bar because this bar has been here for 119 years, and they are set to close down in September after living through the Prohibition, outliving 2 world wars, and the Great Depression. They're going to be closing down because the owners state that not only is the current economic condition taking a toll on the bar, but also the culture surrounding drinking in this area has changed so substantially that they're losing $10,000 to $30,000 every single month. Now, this is not the only bar on this strip of land that is closed down, by the way. 3 other bars have closed down in the last 13 years, as well as an iconic punk rock venue. Now, that venue, which locals had previously stated was a staple in Minneapolis for up-and-coming punk rock bands, that closed down and has since been turned into into an African restaurant, and this bar has been bought out by the mosque that is next door to it. It is the oldest Somali mosque in Minneapolis, by the way. They have bought this area, and they are now going to be combining it with their mosque and turning it into a community center.
But the growing population isn't the only way Minneapolis has changed. To give you an idea of how much the Somali and Muslim culture have influenced the city, back in 2019, Mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, declared that July 1st was Somali Culture Day.
Jacob Frey, Yarub!
And videos of the annual event regularly go viral as the Minneapolis mayor partakes in traditional Somali dances, waves the Somali flag, and chants "Long live Somalia" in fluent Somali.
Somalia Hanolato! Somalia Hanolato! Somalia Hanolato!
Mayor Frey was also at the forefront of changing noise ordinance throughout Minneapolis to allow the Islamic call to prayer to be broadcasted 5 times a day, with the earliest call starting at around 3 a.m. The Minnesota state flag was also recently changed back in 2024 under the direction of current Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and many Minnesotans immediately called out how similar it looked to none other than Somalia's flag.
Our current flag is problematic. I think we all know that. We've evolved into a more diverse state, and I think it's more reflective of that.
Representation of the Somali population has also made its way to both state and local politics, and back in 2018, Minnesota elected Ilhan Omar, the first Muslim Somali politician to Congress.
Assalamu alaikum. I stand here before you tonight as your Congresswoman-elect.
Omar, who is still currently serving as a Congresswoman, has made waves for her progressive stance and consistent fight against what she states is white supremacist American culture.
We must begin the work of dismantling the whole system of oppression wherever we find it.
But recently, it's her consistent Somalia first stance and loyalty to her home country over the U.S. that has been garnering attention across social media. But I am a Somali girl, a girl with your lineage that misses her country and wishes to live there and share with its people. I am very honored to have the chance that our president of Somalia, President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, let us give him a warm welcome, Minneapolis. The interests of Ilhan are not Ilhan's. It's not the interest of Minnesota, nor is it the interest of the American people. The interest of Ilhan is that of the Somalian people and Somalia.
She's the first Somali immigrant to get elected, to Washington. So I feel it's great,
And Ilhan isn't the only Somali politician making waves. Omar Fateh, who recently secured and then lost the Democratic endorsement for mayor of Minneapolis, has also mirrored many of the same sentiments Ilhan Omar has regarding Somalia and the U.S.
I understand that our Somali communities are all connected to each other here in Minnesota and back home. And I'm running to bridge that gap and unite all of us and represent all of us, because when we succeed here, we succeed everywhere.
Fateh and Omar are examples of the changing politics and demographic in Minnesota politics, and despite making up just 1% of the population within Minnesota, many have pointed out just how widespread the influence of the Somali community now stretches. The introduction of mosques throughout the state is another example of the changing area, and back in 1998, the first Somali mosque opened in the state, with only one other mosque open prior. Fast forward to 2025, and there are now at least 76 mosques throughout the state, with a significant number of them opened by Somalis. And while I was on the ground, a shocking story surrounding a local Somali mosque began garnering national headlines.
This is Savannah Hernandez standing in front of the Al Hassan Islamic Center in St. Paul, Minnesota. Now, I'm standing here because this mosque has made national headlines after they penned a letter of community support for a Somali immigrant who sexually assaulted a 12-year-old. Now, back in 2024, this perpetrator was charged after abducting a 12-year-old from her backyard, forcing her into his vehicle, and then sexually assaulting her. He has since been convicted of first-degree criminal criminal sexual assault. Now, after being convicted, his family members were sending letters to the judge to ask the judge to consider his character when making that sentencing. And one of those letters came from the Al-Hassam Islamic Center. It was actually signed by their executive director, stating that he had to face cultural differences and the challenges of taking on a new culture. They also framed him as a family-oriented man who sends his money oftentimes back to his family members in Somalia. The judge actually gave him the lightest sentencing possible. He is only going to be serving 8 years in jail for this crime. He was sentenced to 12 years, but those last 4 years are going to be spent out of jail and on probation. By the way, going back to that point about the challenges of a different culture, this perpetrator has been in the United States of America since 2006. So he's been in the United States for 19 years. He was born in Somalia, but he has been here for almost 2 decades at this point. However, the culture coming into play when it comes to, as the Islamic Center put it, this situation, the situation, of course, being him sexually assaulting and abducting a 12-year-old girl.
While this story is not representative of the entire Muslim population, many of the Minnesotans I reached out to consistently stated that the difference in cultural practices and religion have led to difficulties within their state, with headlines surrounding Somali gangs, Somalis linked to statewide fraud cases, and the continued excuse of the challenges of a new culture becoming a more and more common occurrence throughout Minnesota. From the name Mohammed hitting the list of 100 most popular baby names in St. Paul, Minnesota, to the closure of a 119-year-old bar due to the changing culture and drinking habits, the growing African and Muslim population has continued to make its way throughout Minnesota, and due to modern-day U.S. immigration policy, looks like it has no plans of slowing down.
But it was about then, 2006, 2007, where I noticed that their presence was becoming very prominent. And then later we learned that I can't give you exact figures on what they're getting in terms of handouts and doles, but I know I was pretty staggered when I heard if it was either a single person or a couple, it was like $2,500 a month, and if it was a family with kids, they were getting an automatic like $4,500 a month in just handouts, you know, and so when they kind of take over an area like this, it's not really that surprising. People like to say, oh, it's their ingenuity and their work ethic and stuff. It's not. It's handouts, and anybody can flourish with that kind of cushioning.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love Rav for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
To Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Hope you enjoyed that harrowing, I think harrowing is an appropriate word to use for what you probably just watched from Savannah Hernandez in Minnesota. Unbelievable footage there. Gotta remind you, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Give us your thoughts, comments, concerns, even criticisms, because we'll forward those criticisms on to Savannah and the Frontlines team. tpt@tpusa.com. Also go follow the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel, where you get exclusive content not seen on this show, because we generally don't have time to fit all of the fascinating things we want to talk about in the actual show. So our social media platforms is where you got to go, specifically our YouTube page, which is growing by leaps and bounds. You don't want to miss out. You don't want to be, at a party with people who have like, I've subscribed to the Turning Point YouTube channel, which of course is a topic of conversation amongst many people around the country, and feel left out. Like I don't subscribe. Oh, you're missing out, which could happen to you if you don't subscribe to the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel. We want to highlight today a lot of our Frontlines reporters. If you don't know, Frontlines is a division of Turning Point USA's media department, in which they are on the ground. Sav Hernandez is on the ground. Brandon Dre, a lot of the Turning Point's Frontlines team, Bro Diddle. There's a bunch of them that go out to these protests and do the work that I think needs to be done in bringing you what the libs actually think in their own words. I know I'm missing a few of you Frontlines folks, but I believe me, we see all of you out there doing the work that needs to be done. Monica Page is actually a Frontlines reporter as well, our Turning Point White House correspondent. Anyways, we want to highlight all of the stuff that they're doing. So we're going to see quite a bit of what they have to offer. If you don't already, you got to follow them on social media, their X account, their Instagram page, Frontlines, powered by Turning Point USA. And we're just going to give you a taste of what you can find if you go subscribe to all of the Frontlines social media accounts. We're going to continue on with the Frontlines, which Halloween, so it might be a little bit scary. Who knows? Might be a little scary. We're going to continue on with Frontlines right now. Check this out.
Desiree Krockheimer is a private security guard in downtown Seattle and protects tech workers and high-level executives.
I've even been a union stop steward.
Krockheimer and her colleagues are fighting for more pay and better benefits with the help of the SEIU 6 Workers Union.
This is an amazing win for the labor movement.
But lately, she's seen concerning signs that SEIU leaders are more focused on left-wing politics and using valuable union time and resources to participate in this weekend's No Kings protest.
My union is like a political action group that I'm paying.
Like the one earlier this year, No Kings organizers say it's for free speech and an opportunity to push back against the Trump administration's policies like illegal immigration enforcement.
Not all of us who are part of the union are Democrats and support, in my view, this kind of a radical, manipulative message.
Krockheimer says she's a Republican and approves of President Trump's job so far.
It's like the union membership itself is a propaganda arm of the Democratic Party.
And says some of her other colleagues are also bothered by the overwhelming number of emails in support of No Kings coming from her left-leaning union representatives.
If they're going to do that, fine, but Republicans and independents should not be required to pay into union dues.
But in a progressive city like Seattle, she says conservative workers are feeling pressure to go along with the program and stay quiet or else face retaliation. Frontlines reached out to SEIU 6 about these concerns, but so far no response.
Reception SEIU 6 is not available.
And since union membership has been driven down.
Meanwhile, Aaron With says America's largest unions are now essentially fronts for far-left socialist causes.
Increasing taxes and then, of course, gender transitioning, No Kings.
With is the CEO of the Freedom Foundation.
Our job is to defend the rights of public employees against the nation's biggest bullies, government unions.
His advocacy group's efforts to dismantle unions over the years and educate workers about their rights.
This is how we take back America.
Triggered an exodus by government workers from their labor groups. But he says the unions are now pivoting and focusing more on the private sector, like the security industry.
But their priorities have not changed. They want socialism in America, and they'll stop at no lengths to get to that.
And are key players in funding and organizing these massive protests. Krockheimer's also worried her union dues are being used to magnify messaging for fringe communist and socialist groups that are also expected to participate in No Kings this weekend.
Why isn't the priority the union contract? We are working without a union contract.
For now, she's scheduled to work and has a legitimate excuse to avoid the demonstration.
Even if I wasn't working, there's no way I'm going to participate in this.
But is sounding the alarm for others who feel like they're being used for dangerous left-wing causes that could destabilize and hurt the country.
Federal contractors have cleared more than 2 million tons of fire debris from nearly 10,000 properties.
As to investigation, I view it as a gross incompetence.
There are so many homes and voids on that hill, and each void is a family's story or history.
It seems that some of our leaders are singing praises about how quickly things are happening, but that's not how we feel as residents.
News Nation exclusively obtained documents that revealed missteps by officials in California.
3,000 Palisades victims suing the state of California.
We've paid our taxes, we've done all the right things, and some more people need to step up and be held accountable.
Who do you think needs to be held accountable?
I think our leaders.
Good luck running for president when you're out here scamming fire victims, dear governor.
We already have a team looking and reimagining LA 2.0. LA 2.0. 2.0.
Today, we are announcing the arrest of 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht for igniting a fire that ultimately burned down the Palisades.
Has recent news made sense to you with who they've apprehended now, Jonathan?
Yeah, it's real. The whole thing is really frustrating because obviously they've determined that the fire started a week earlier.
I'm sad about how it happened. I'm devastated that it was intentional. But my anger now is for kind of the rebuild stuff and how slow some things are moving.
How many of their houses are already rebuilt and how many are still in the process, do you think?
I would say less than 0.25% are rebuilt.
People are still not able to get permit. Somebody had asked me, oh, so are you guys rebuilt yet? And I was like, oh, I guess they don't understand. I was like, no. I'm like, lots are empty.
California Senate passes bill that will allow LA to buy fire-ravaged lots to build low-income housing. Kind of sounds like a land grab to me in the name of affordable housing.
It seems like some of those beautiful property in the world, and they're not rebuilding very quickly on it, and they're even talking about putting affordable housing and things like that on there. How do you and your neighbors feel about all that?
Well, nobody thinks that's a good idea.
They were going to put some like homeless shelter of sorts. And I was like, are you kidding me?
The second round of $50 million funding, guess who took a fire aid grant? Let me tell you, so you don't have to think too hard. Gavin Newsom. Well, look at this. This looks like a letter to the Attorney General asking for an investigation into what Newsom and his wife did with the fire aid $100 million funds, because no victims of Palisades or Altadena have seen any of the money.
Like, families could really use financial support right now. Like, I don't know how many people have actually received money from, like, directly from a nonprofit.
You know, it's 9 months after the fire, and we're still in the middle of a settlement talks with our insurance company. So
we were dropped by State Farm. And we lost a lot of money, along with a lot of other Palisadians.
I'm so disappointed. I grew up in Ohio, but I have friends that grew up here. One moment, sweetie. And they are so let down. Like, growing up here in the Palisades and in Brentwood, they are so let down and disappointed that this is the state that California is in, and they've actually left. They've moved away already and bought homes elsewhere. Some of my dearest friends that grew up here, because they're so over it and they're so upset.
Wow. So how many people do you think left because of all of these government failures?
More than 50%. I'm just basing that on our preschool class. 3 children out of 14 came back to my kids' preschool.
We've already lost people to moving out of state. We're already losing people.
Do you miss your home in the Palisades?
Yeah.
Just, again, maybe not a politically correct statement, but keep praying for us. We want to come back. We love our community, and we need your support. And to my friends that live in other states, thank you for always checking on me and thinking about me and my family.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse. and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade.
President Donald Trump's Department of Justice is moving swiftly to prosecute alleged members of Antifa after he signed an executive order declaring the militant anti-fascist movement a domestic terrorist organization.
Out of our state. These are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid.
Accused of causing chaos and destruction, especially in American cities like Seattle and Portland.
They want to overthrow the government.
But extremism researchers like Karlin Borisenko say in order to fully understand what fuels this decentralized network.
And so you're going to get a really inside look at like the agenda of the far left.
The Bay Area Anarchist Book Fair in Oakland is where to begin.
A lot of this stuff is about doing illegal stuff like...
We just have to sort of watch our backs here.
I got you. A lot of this comes from their publishing company called Crime Think.
Borisenko and I recently went undercover and discovered a disturbing world that goes beyond T-shirts and New York Times best-selling authors.
And this one literally says anti-fascist action.
Training martial arts for anti-fascism. They are a decentralized group, that's very true. But it's like, this is how they coordinate through the zines, through the publications, things like that.
Borisenko says this is where the radical left organizes, recruits, and indoctrinates the next generation of Antifa militants.
So if I take this? Yeah. Thank you.
Generously giving away free propaganda material on how to mobilize for a violent direct action. Selling soccer scarves to fundraise for an Antifa bail fund.
Basically for folks that get into trouble with the government crackdown, what do you think is going to happen now?
It's a good question.
And pushing tons of material.
Yeah, we're a bookstore and art gallery.
Like these XXX LGBTQ comic books, easily accessible to children. Then there are the workshops, including a DIY abortion session, where organizers claim women's reproductive rights are under attack in America.
I know some of you have heard about our abortion cards.
Teaching attendees how to make their own morning after pills through this video.
Second stop so that you clear it, and that's all that it takes.
That's easily accessible on YouTube.
First dose left. Misoprostol is an incredibly safe drug. It's safer than Tylenol.
Abortion is critical to far left strategies because they believe it liberates women from being a part of the gender binary. The gender binary is one of the oppressive mechanisms of capitalism, and so if they can liberate women from the reproductive obligations that they have as women to raise kids in capitalist families and stuff like that, they believe that's a blow to capitalism.
Can I get a
The all-day sessions ended with a panel on organizing against ICE. Representatives from NorCal Resist dressed up as Hamas terrorists in what they're now calling Kafia Bloc, instead of Black Bloc, since they know federal authorities are scrutinizing Antifa more than ever.
We have implemented things to counter their tactics, so we're constantly evolving, forcing them to change.
Despite the change in appearance, their goals remain the same.
Because we're being so successful.
Declare class warfare, use the latest protest movement to destabilize the U.S. government, tear down capitalism and anything related to Israel. Then usher in a violent revolution built on socialist and communist ideals. This playbook is pretty much laid out in all their material.
Welcome to the Church of Satan Anarchists.
But most unsettling of all, multiple vendors embrace teachings from the occult and Satan worship.
Explicitly anarcho-Satanism.
This man altered the Antifa logo and added prongs from a devil's pitchfork.
Satan!
Then asked people to put on this Lucifer mask and recite their allegiance to the Prince of Darkness.
Satan, the eternal rebel, the first free thinker, and the emancipator of worlds.
The next day, Borisenko and I flew to the Emerald City to meet citizen journalist Matthew Adams.
You can feel the heat.
Who's been covering Antifa chaos for several years.
They're absolutely trying to recruit for Antifa.
We infiltrated the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair hosted by the Vera Project.
They want to put our picture up there for being a fascist.
And were immediately greeted by a massive board featuring a so-called wall of fascists. That's us in the photos. Once we got in wearing disguises, the messaging and the vibe were pretty much the same as the Oakland Book Fair. More far-left propaganda, calls for anarchist violence against the ruling class,
I hope to see all of you soon, 10 minutes.
And hypersexualized content targeting minors. Borisenko even obtained a flyer for an Antifa direct action in a city park scheduled for Halloween Eve.
Stop filming, please. Stop fucking filming. Jonathan, show.
Adams and I were eventually outed and chased by a group of angry transgender activists.
Even with this amazing t-shirt, they know us for these direct actions.
We're going to Left Bank Books, which is a far-left revolutionary bookstore.
Borisenko spent the remainder of her time plotting out the constellation of bookstores in Seattle that are keeping these ideas alive.
You know, it's the direct action fascist, anti-fascist arrows.
With more Americans now realizing the danger posed by Antifa and their followers.
The rioters that were saying kill ICE agents.
Federal authorities are also trying to disrupt the terror group's funding network.
We are following the money.
But like a hydra,
And I won't give a fuck.
cutting off one head will likely sprout several others.
They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities.
Because Antifa is fueled by an allegiance to extremist ideology, not just a bank account.
So if law enforcement isn't looking at the bookstores and the book fairs, then they're really missing an opportunity to figure out what these people are doing.
Today we're here to honor and remember a fearless warrior for liberty, beloved leader who galvanized the next generation like nobody I've ever seen before, and an American patriot of the deepest conviction, the finest quality and the highest caliber, the late, great Charlie Kirk.
President Trump posthumously honors friend and Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom on what would have been his 32nd birthday. The prestigious award and ceremony comes after Charlie Kirk's tragic assassination during a tabling event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, leaving many Americans in absolute shock and devastation.
But it was a horrible, heinous, demonic act of murder. He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country.
Joined by Charlie's widow, Erica, the White House honored his life, legacy, and the family he leaves behind with the highest civilian award of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, for honoring my husband in such a profound and meaningful way. And thank you for making this event a priority amid the peace process in the Middle East. Thank you. Very grateful. Charlie always admired your commitment to freedom, and that's something that both of you shared. So thank you.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom awarded to Kirk solidifies his legacy and influence on American politics and President Trump's 2024 victory. But how did the award become the prestigious honor it is today? Its creation was issued as an executive order by President Harry S. Truman in 1945 as World War II was ending, to honor civilians who performed a meritorious act or service or aid to the United States or its allies during wartime. But that was soon modified in a 1963 executive order by former President John F. Kennedy, which coined what's known today as the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the award given solely by the president to anyone who made an especially meritorious contribution either to the security or national interest of the United States, world peace, or cultural or other significant public or private endeavors. President Kennedy justifying the honor saying, quote, "It's clearly appropriate to provide ways to recognize and reward the work of persons within and without the government who contribute significantly to the quality of American life." Countless Americans arguing that that is exactly what Charlie did, as his legacy and work not only lives on, but continues to grow.
And to the Turning Point USA chapters that are watching all across America right now, you are the heartbeat of this future and of this movement. Everything that Charlie built, You guys are the legacy holders of that. You are living proof that his mission did not die with him. It lives through you.
From the White House for Frontlines with Turning Point, I'm Monica Page.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible lib ideas and exposing the very thing that libs think, which is what Frontlines at Turning Point USA has been doing. The fantastic work over there on the Frontline team. I hope you enjoyed the long segments, which you can find exclusively, not exclusively, I guess, because we're playing it here and it wouldn't be exclusive to online if we were playing it here. But generally speaking, all online, the Frontlines brand over at Turning Point does fantastic work in exposing what libs actually think. It's not like we're making things up and then throwing it on TV. It's like, no, this is what these people think. And the Frontlines team at Turning Point is doing a fantastic job and exposing them for the ideas that they actually hold, which shouldn't be that scary. But considering it's Halloween, it is kind of scary what some of these people think. Also, go subscribe to our Turning Point YouTube channel. It is a fascinating place where you can hear untamed, uncensored, not that that means anything because we don't swear on that show either, takes that we just don't have time to air on this show. It's just, it's fascinating. Generally speaking, it's more of kind of like off the cuff, but also like longer discussions about semi-meaningless things that are actually kind of interesting, if I do say so myself. You can only find those at the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel. It's also on the podcast platforms. You can search my name on any of the podcast platforms. It should just pop up there if you want to, throw on a headphone while you're mowing the lawn and get the truth sent to you via internet, whatever it is that your cell phone tower takes. There's so much. Well, okay, there's not so much more to get to. It is the last segment on the last day of the week, heading into the weekend. It's Halloween. This has nothing to do with anything, but I did think it was the funniest news story that I think I had come across in who knows how long. A truck of monkeys was being transported in the state of Mississippi. those monkeys, the truck, I want to say tragically, but that's not exactly accurate, kind of hilariously too, overturned, and the monkeys were set loose on the highway in Mississippi. And because of that hilarious situation, this hilarious TV broadcast is now a thing that I'm going to bring to you. Please witness the escape of the monkeys.
Tonight, the urgent search for dangerous research monkeys that escaped from the wreckage of a crash on a Mississippi highway.
We got 21 monkeys that was on this, got 5 of them on the run.
Video showing several monkeys crawling in the grass. Heavily armed officers responding to the scene. Authorities say a truck carrying nearly 24 rhesus monkeys from Tulane University overturned on Interstate 59 in Jasper County.
Here's one of the monkeys right here. There's one sitting right there.
At least 6 monkeys escaping. Officials warning they might be aggressive towards people and were potentially infected with hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID.
I did the last part. By the way, officials say these monkeys could be very, very dangerous. They also might have hepatitis and COVID. Like, what is Fauci up to now? Clearly, Fauci was the one orchestrating this truck collapse or overturn, as he is the one who wants the monkeys to be free to spread the Chinese bat fever. Also, by the way, I don't want to, dig too hard into this, but the first guy that they interviewed, they couldn't tell him, hey man, go ahead and swallow the bite of your burger that you have and then talk to us. About 12 monkeys. He sounded like he had a face full of food and was just eating. And oh, by the way, the news is on the phone. Let me talk to them really quick and talk about these escaped monkeys. But if you weren't scared on this Halloween enough, well, you should be. There is a possibility that monkeys are on the loose wherever you live, and those monkeys aren't just monkeys. They could be carrying diseases such as hepatitis or COVID. So if you see a monkey, don't try to engage with it. Don't try and trap it. Don't try and, do whatever it is that people do with monkeys. But definitely don't exchange fluids with the monkey. You might end up with hepatitis. Oh, what a way to end a week, and on a Friday specifically, Halloween. I don't mean to spark terror in your hearts, but beware of the monkeys that are out and about. Actually, I think they've caught all of them up to this point. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight for this week. Have a great weekend. Take some time away from the news of the day. Spend time with your family, because don't worry, the news will be back here in full force, just like it is here on Turning Point tonight on Monday. We will see you all then. God bless America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I think Gen Z is going to be a lot more conservative. I sense much more skepticism and I think it is a reaction to Gen Xers and millennials forcing on them progressive views.
Americans have been pushed out of affordability in the housing market, and this isn't helpful what the Fed's doing here. And when I look, rents are down, and that's one of the biggest components of inflation. So it's like they want to have a nation of renters and not owners.
If the average age of a home buyer is 38 years old, that's probably only going to go up. And so how do we fix it? Well, again, we need more supply of homes. We need less people that are buying them. So deport 20 million people, build 10 million homes. We need to fix all the regulation around the homes. We also need to use more automation and more robotics in how we actually build the homes, which will bring down the price of homes. But also, we need to cut rates. Now, cutting rates is not everything. Cutting rates is not the entire picture. Cutting rates is not the whole thing, because the price is still high, but it will unlock more capital for people that are right on the edge of purchasing a home.
The top 1% leave at 1/4 the rate of other income brackets in New York City. And when they do leave, it's often to other high-tax states, as they're described, as well as for the reason of quality of life. I say all this to say that I'm confident that New Yorkers will choose to not only remain here, but also that others will choose to join us in this city.
And people say, I like Mamdani because he's authentic. But authentic to what? And what is he aiming towards? He's aiming towards a devolution. It's bad either way. By the way, if he eats with his rice with his hands, whether he means it or not, he's either authentically gross or he's being a fake, disgusting person. And in some of the comments of a TikTok video I made, people said, but Charlie, who are you to judge other cultures? No. That's the point. We in Western culture believe that our way of life is the best. We're better than Mohammedanism. We don't do female genital mutilation. Well, I guess the trans people do. But we don't do female genital mutilation. We in the West don't have child marriages. We don't believe in honor killings. We don't believe in polygamy. We believe in American exceptionalism. We believe our culture is better. You see, in the modern world, happiness is the goal, feelings are the guide, judgment is the ultimate sin, and God is the ultimate guest. And let me say that again, judgment is the ultimate sin. You're not allowed to judge others. Guess what? I'm going to judge you if you eat rice with your hands. That's bad. That's wrong. Assimilation is a necessity, not a suggestion.
I really am scared to death about what's going on in this country. I really believe it is code red. It's 5-alarm fire. It's breaking every hour of every day. We won't have a country. We won't have an election that's fair and free if we don't stand up.
The Trump administration all of a sudden believes that they don't have the authority to do something that Congress has clearly given them the authority to do. But these are extremists who are willing to actually starve their own folks.
This whole thing of like 40 million people are going to go hungry. First off, those 40 million people average an extra 40 pounds on them over the average working American. If you took the average person that's on SNAP getting free food and the average person that gets no free food from the government, the average female who gets no free food from the government is 146 pounds. The average SNAP recipient is 211 pounds. So is it a food? I know. First off, we talk about going hungry. Nobody could benefit from a nice fast more than the SNAP recipient.
What is an American? I can tell who is not an American. An American is more than paperwork. If you think someone becomes an American just because they have their paperwork filled out, our country's done. Zohran Mamdani is not an American. He's not. He's something else. Zohran Mamdani is a foreign influence with Marxism and Islamism coming to America's greatest city. But he has a U.S. passport. What I'm getting at, everybody, is a deeper question that we've ignored for the last 50 years because of mass migration. Just because you have a U.S. passport, does that make you an American? You might technically be an American, but you don't share our values, you hate our Constitution, you don't know our founding. There's a Greek word called thumos. It's one of my favorite words. It's the spirit, it's the soul. We really don't have a good English equivalent for it. The first thing for an American is you must be all in.
Charlie. Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
my views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family...
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here. I'm a little bit remote today, but I am joined, of course, by Blake Neff, our not-so-secret weapon, and Mikey McCoy in the studio, holding it down. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome, welcome.
How we doing?
Howdy, Andrew. How we doing? Hey, Mikey, it's good to see you again, man.
Yeah, thank you, guys. It's nice to be back. I know a lot's happened since I've been gone. And so I'll just say what happened in Utah was the worst day of my life and following the worst 7 weeks of my life, of our life, Blake and Andrew. And it's still really traumatic and difficult to talk about. I haven't really been able to. And so I just wanted to thank you and Blake. I wanted to thank you guys.
Of course, man.
Thank you.
Well, you're doing great, Mikey. Blake, you're doing great. Everybody's doing great. I want to say that our team is doing heroically, actually. When you see what we accomplished this week in Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. And then, by the way, guys, we had our first, the kickoff of our high school tour, which is our Club America tour. We had over 500 students come out for that in Nevada. I'm just really proud of the team. We're doing heroic work, and this has been honestly a tremendous, tremendous week that it just shows the spirit that Charlie implanted into so many of the people that run Turning Point and that are still part of Turning Point. And we're going from strength to strength in so many ways. So, Mikey, from us to you, you're doing a phenomenal job, genuinely.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. So, Blake, why don't you kick things off and just set the table on this filibuster discussion that's happening right now? So last night, Trump sent a shot across the bow.
Yes, so we'll get into that. First, very quickly, I do want to flog something because Charlie would be angry at us if we didn't. Mm-hmm. There are elections next Tuesday in New Jersey and in Virginia. They are tough races. They are races, to be honest, we are unlikely to win, but we are going to try to win them. We talked with Cliff Maloney the other day. He said there were about, 80,000 unreturned Republican mail ballots in New Jersey. So if you're one of those people in New Jersey who has one of those ballots and hasn't returned it, shut off this show, fill it out, and turn it in right now. In Virginia, the last day to early vote is tomorrow. So if you're in Virginia and you're allowed to early vote and you haven't yet, shut off this show, go to your county courthouse or wherever you're allowed to early vote and do it now. Thank you very much. We're going to flog that next Monday and we'll be broadcasting the election results on Tuesday. All right. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Well, hey,
now,
I just want to throw this up, Blake. Throw the 329. This is the recent polling. We got Cheryl is up by 1 point, according to the latest polls. This is from Emerson College, and Jack Ciattarelli. So it's 49-48. We got about 3% undecided. But remember, there's two little pieces of information I want you guys to hold deep in your hearts as you go out there and you seize the momentum. Independents are backing Ciattarelli by +9. And here's another one. If you are asked, who do you support, they'll say it one way. But if when voters are asked who do they think their neighbors are voting for, guess what? Ciattarelli's up by 6, which is a very interesting way to poll this, because sometimes people will say, oh, of course I'm going Democrat to a pollster. But when they ask who do you think your friends and your families and your coworkers, your neighbors are voting for, to see Ciattarelli up 6 is a very, very promising sign. So keep the faith in New Jersey.
All right. So anyway, the filibuster thing. So this just came up over last night and this morning. It's flaring up. It's coming thanks to President Trump. We have the ongoing government shutdown. It's still going, and we're possibly hitting a crisis point tomorrow because SNAP benefits are set to expire. Lots of stuff to be said about that. But President Trump's response. So last night on Truth Social, he said this. He had a pretty long post. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he was saying, Democrats have gone off the deep end. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They have trillions of dollars, blah, 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 blah. And then he says, it is now time for Republicans to play their Trump card, all caps, and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. Never have the Democrats fought so hard to do something because they knew the tremendous strength that terminating the filibuster would give them. They want to substantially expand PAC, the U.S. Supreme Court, make Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Goes on and on. It's actually quite the long thing. And then he doubled down on that. This morning, he made a post that said, because of the fact the Democrats have gone stone cold crazy, the choice is clear. Initiate the nuclear option, get rid of the filibuster, and make America great again. Now, I would guess the Senate is probably unlikely to go for that, but Trump has a lot of power to pressure people. And I think it's an interesting debate. We were talking about this, should it be gone for? And my impulse, and what I would tell Charlie when we would discuss this, is if you're going to get rid of the filibuster, you've got to do it basically as a day one thing. They should have done it the day Trump took office, because you need to maximize what you get out of it. And then you go in, because there's all these things we want to do that we can't do because you need 60 votes to do it. Change our immigration laws, change environmental laws so it's easier to build things in America. Change our budgeting process, do maybe entitlement reforms, all these numbers of things you'd want to do. And it would be a huge misfire, I think, if we were to get rid of the filibuster, get rid of the 60 vote barrier, and all we get out of it is we end a shutdown and we resume SNAP benefits. And then if Democrats take office after 2028, God forbid, but it's a possibility, then they come in and they're getting that day one, no filibuster thing where they get to run wild. And I think that would be my concern, and probably Charlie's concern if he was here to talk about it with us. How about you guys?
Well, I feel a little bit conflicted, because I think the one main thing that would be worth ending the filibuster for is immigration reform, either an immigration moratorium or at least a dramatic reduction and a replacing of our current model with something that was more merit-based and more interested in what does America get out of it. I think immigration is the first, second, third, and fourth, and fifth most important issue in our country. I think it's all about the future of America. So if you're going to do it, you got to have the guts to do that. I don't think it's worth blowing up the filibuster to just turn SNAP benefits back on or get the government going. I mean, I think we are in a winning position when it comes to the government shutdown. We, as the Republican Party, have tried to open the government multiple times. The Democrats have blocked it time and again. They have even tried to pass a clean bill to turn SNAP benefits back on for people. So this is the newest, flashpoint are these SNAP benefits. But here's the deal. If we do this, there will come a time, and we've just got to be perfectly honest about it, where they will make Puerto Rico a state, and that's 2 more Democrat senators. They will probably try and make Washington, D.C. a state. That's 2 more senators on top of that. So you could be staring down the barrel of a situation where if you take this away, then we might not ever have a majority in the U.S. Senate again. I mean, we could. Now, J.D. Vance said at our Turning Point event at Ole Miss, we shouldn't be afraid to do stuff just because we know that the Democrat Party is going to do it. Well, this is one instance that, at least in the previous iteration, we had Kyrsten Sinema and we had Joe Manchin that blocked the nuclear option from being on the table for the Democrats, and that probably saved the Republic. So I feel very, very conflicted. Obviously, it's tempting to do. Anytime a party's in power, it's tempting to do. But I think we have to be very, very cautious about doing this. And we've seen that Mike Johnson has come out against blowing up the filibuster. So I don't know if you have final thoughts there, Blake, before we hit the break, but it's a hornet's nest. That's for sure.
You always anytime there's a lot of things Republicans have wanted to do, and anytime you're going to do something politically, you have to think, what will happen next? You always want to think the medium-term consequences of what you will do. And this is one of the biggest ones of all, where you have to think that out. So be careful what you wish for, is what we would say.
Yep. All right. I'm going to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. You got to support the guys at Patriot Mobile. Glenn and the team in Texas, they're phenomenal patriots. They support this show. They support Turning Point USA. They support all kinds of conservative activism and grassroots mobilization. They are amazing people. They stand up for 2A, for pro-life, all the things. So if you still have not made the switch, which at this point it's getting a little bit, I'm gonna have to ask for some excuses if you haven't, because we've told you about this. You will get exceptional nationwide coverage on one of the 3 major networks, or you can have 2 networks on one phone with the dual SIM, which is what I do. Stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle, high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, all the things you want right now you can get with Patriot Mobile. So go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice.
Sense of the insane. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. Got our mobile setup here. By the way, we got to go mobilebitcoin.com studio. This is a thing that we're getting back into here, mobilebitcoin.com studio. But in the meantime, I want to tell you guys about whyrefi.com. The good folks over at YRefi have been so good to this show, so good to Charlie in the past, so good to Turning Point in the present. And we're so grateful to them. And what they do is they take your distressed or defaulted private student loans that other people won't touch, and they help you create a custom loan payment plan that you can manage each and every month. So if you right now are looking at a pile of bills and statements on your kitchen table, that are just piling up and you're getting behind and you're stressed out and you're just ignoring them at this point, don't be that guy. Take control of your financial situation. Go to the good folks at yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. And they're going to help you with a payment plan you can manage. Even if you have bad credit, even if you're behind, they're going to set you up in a way that you have financial independence, financial security. You can make your monthly payments, live within your means. That's the key. So go to yrefy.com or dial 888-YREFY34. That's YREFY.com. Check it out today. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Hopefully we have 3:30 loaded. I believe we do. I want to play this. This is Speaker Johnson coming out against President Trump's tweets. Let's call them truths in anger. Totally understandable. And it's 31 days into a government shutdown. The Democrats have not shown any desire to negotiate in good faith. So we understand where it's coming from. Play cut 3:30.
What you're seeing is an expression of the president's anger at the situation. He is as angry as I am and the American people are about this madness. Do your basic job. I'm going to say this again. We have put zero Republican policy priorities on the CR. It is Biden-level policies and spending. They have no excuse at all not to support it. They have no excuse to put all this pain on the American people, except that for what we've just articulated and repeated here every day.
All right, so Blake, this is obviously Speaker Johnson trying to do a little damage control, but I think Trump is dead serious. I think he's fed up. He's throwing his hands up in the air and he wants to do this.
He is. But I think you think about how Trump likes to approach things. Trump generally is a guy who's very much what is immediately in front of me. He's a guy who wants wins. He's you don't want to say he's a guy who's looking directly in front of him, and so he's thinking, I have a problem now. What could resolve that problem now? And people say like, oh well, the filibuster keeps us from doing this, and he'd say, let's get rid of it. And we're getting a lot of emails from different directions, and I want to flag. One person said, for example, we got an email from Greg here who says, nuke the filibuster, fix everything, then put it back.
But also we have one saying when Dems take control, first thing on their list will be to end the filibuster. So why don't we just do it?
So a few thoughts there. First of all, Democrats had power under Biden, and they did not manage to get rid of the filibuster. They had Joe Manchin didn't want to vote to do it. Kyrsten Sinema didn't want to vote to do it. Now, both of those people are gone, so that would be an argument. Maybe next time they will get rid of it. On the other hand, you might also see next time there could be a different Democrat who decides they enjoy the power from being the most right-wing Democrat. That gave them a lot of influence. That gave them a lot of play in Washington. There's always the temptation to be that. So it's always been harder to kill the filibuster than people expect. I've been around for 20 years. People have been telling me the Democrats will nuke the filibuster the next time they're in power, and they haven't done it yet. So there's that factor. The other thing about, that get rid of it and put it back. And we're looking at, this is the power of norms. This is the power of tradition. The truth is, once the filibuster is destroyed, it will be gone. That's the way of it. Yet there is this power it exerts as long as it exists. So you can't really get rid of it and then put it back because it could just be voted away again. What has kept it in place is the fact that it is in place. And so if you're going to approach the matter of getting rid of the filibuster, of making it a 50-vote thing instead of a 60-vote thing, you do have to think about the timing of it. What really will justify you getting rid of it? And I'd say the only, in my opinion, strong argument in favor of this is, at least if you're doing this, you're probably, to bring back SNAP, you're probably doing it for something that most Americans generally approve of. Whereas if you're nuking the filibuster to push a very strong right-wing priority that maybe isn't polling 80-20, that could produce some political blowback. But that's why you want to do it at the start of your term, too. You do your most aggressive, most ambitious stuff right at the outset. Whereas if we're getting rid of it now, we're unlikely to pass any of those big immigration reform things we want to do because they'll be all nervous. They won't want to do big, ambitious stuff during the midterm election year.
Well, here's what I would say. Trump is not going to have the votes to get rid of the filibuster. Right. I mean, let's just be honest. We've got 4 Republicans that have just gone against him on tariffs. Right. It's going to die in the House. That's dead in the water anyways. But you're not going to get the filibuster nuked anyways. The question I have is more of a theoretical question. Would we be better off without the filibuster? Both ways. Here's my thought. The Democrats have more lasting change that they can accomplish with Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. becoming states. You can't undo that if that happens. You can't roll those things back, really. I mean, you could probably, but it's highly unlikely. I'd give it a 0.001% chance that once you create two states, you could undo the creation of states. I don't know what the legalities of that are. Those are two lasting, permanent changes that they could affect within the body politics. So the question is, do we have similarly worthwhile changes that we could affect? Could we create East Washington, East Oregon? I don't know. But the point is, the options at the disposal of the Democrats are far scarier than the options we have. Now, I do believe that immigration, it would be such a huge, huge change to the country, but I'm still not convinced that we have the votes for that. I guarantee you, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Rand Paul, these guys would still try and block a really robust immigration reform policy, even if we nuked the filibuster.
Yeah, I think in the long run, this is a longer discussion. Maybe we should even go through the break to discuss this, because in the long run, sure, I do think there's let's do that. Let's go into the break, because I want to give a long answer to that. Like, the filibusters had a very warping effect on American federal politics, and it's very interesting what would happen if we got rid of it. Let's get into that in the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is, rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. President Trump is calling on the U.S. Senate to initiate what he calls the nuclear option and get rid of the filibuster in order to bypass Democrats and reopen the government. The filibuster is a long-standing tactic in the Senate to give the minority party a check and balance on legislation. Overcoming a filibuster requires 60 votes, but doing away with the practice altogether would allow the majority party to move legislation along a party line vote. In this case, it would allow the Senate's 53 Republicans to reopen the government despite Democrat roadblocks. Meanwhile, Americans who depend on federal food aid assistance through the SNAP program are bracing for the loss of those benefits. Starting tomorrow, food aid will stop as a result of the government shutdown and lack of funding for the program. Meanwhile, Vice President Vance is warning that the ongoing government shutdown is setting the stage for a holiday disaster during the upcoming Thanksgiving travel season. While meeting with the heads of American and United Airlines at the White House Thursday, the vice president emphasizing that 13,000 air traffic controllers and 50,000 Transportation Safety Administration agents are being forced to work without a paycheck. Take a look.
I don't think Americans should be afraid to fly because we've got great airline professionals who are keeping the safest aviation industry in the world afloat, but they're doing it with incredible stress. What I worry more about is that if you have, let's say, a pilot who's now missed 2 paychecks, who's now telling his kids that they can't do things that they'd like to do, who's now worried about feeding his family, maybe that guy doesn't show up to work, maybe goes and gets a different job. That means greater delays for the American people. I worry about the air traffic controller who now has missed 2 paychecks, who's got to pay his credit card bill or his mortgage, but can't pay both and decides, you know what, this industry is not for me.
Now, while flight delays and cancellations have been negligible so far, airline industry leaders expect that the change in the coming days and weeks. They're also encouraging Senate Democrats to vote of a clean CR in order to reopen the government so that airline workers can get their paychecks and focus on keeping the country's airways safe. Now to news from across the pond, where King Charles has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. Those are your headlines. We return now to the Charlie Kirk program.
The voice of generations is the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you guys really quickly before we bring in the one and only Michael Knowles, who's just been testifying before the Senate subcommittee. It was really important, actually, and very relevant to this show. But first, I'm going to tell you about Hillsdale College, history, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. But even if you did, it's probably time for a really important refresher course from the one and only Dr. Larry Arnn, who's put out this amazing new 8-lecture course where you're going to learn about 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are more relevant today than probably ever before. You're going to learn about what tyrannical governments can do to your country, to human nature. More importantly, they show us that faith, family, and friends and this country are worth fighting for. So maybe you read these books long ago in school. Maybe you heard others talking about them and they seem intimidating. They don't have to be. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. So right now, go to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. That's charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE.com, or forhillsdale.com to enroll. Plus, there's like 40 other courses you can take. If this one doesn't strike your fancy, you can find one that does. I guarantee you. Learn, be an autodidact. It's so important. It's what Charlie taught us. All right, without further ado, I'm so excited to bring in Michael Knowles, host of the Michael Knowles Show, and just all around good American, good Catholic American, because that seems to be, I'm going to get into that with you, Michael. Well, JD Vance dust up about Usha, but we're going to start with the most important. Tell us what you did this week. You went before the U.S. Senate. It was a subcommittee hearing on the rise of political violence. It was hosted and chaired by Senator Eric Schmitt from the great state of Missouri. Tell us what that was all about, Michael.
It was a really important hearing. I was honored to be invited and to go testify. Chairman Schmitt called it, and at as timely a moment as you could imagine. He opened it, by the way, with a beautiful tribute to Charlie. And if people haven't gone to see the testimony, just even that opening, I think, was really beautiful. And that was obviously the cause of the testimony, because there's been a lot of political violence, and it has been increasing. There was a Pew poll just came out. 85% of Americans think that political violence is getting worse in our country. When 85% of Americans agree on anything, I think you can acknowledge that it's happening. And so he said, all right, obviously this is a longstanding problem that has reached this horrific, tragic climax in Charlie's assassination and in the reaction to Charlie's assassination, and the minimizing and the excusing and the justifying and even the celebrating at all levels of the American left. And so we need to figure out what's really going on here. So I felt it was important to go. The Democrats called their own minority witnesses. What was really disappointing is that half the Democrats on the panel didn't even show up. The ones who did show up asked, I thought, ridiculous questions. You know, they would just bring up January 6th or whatever. They wouldn't even let us answer on the points of January 6th. I think because they know the answers would be devastating to them. And then there was one moment in particular that I thought was really crazy, because one of the guys on this subcommittee is Cory Booker. And Cory Booker has endorsed Jay Jones for Attorney General of Virginia. Jay Jones, who has called for Republicans to be killed, and he's clarified he wasn't joking about that. So Cory Booker shows up late. He uses up all his time just bloviating, saying it's really a both sides issue, but actually secretly it's entirely a right-wing issue. And anyway, we need to be more careful about our words. We need to take back our words when we say things we shouldn't have said. We need to be introspective. The questioning then goes to Senator Blackburn on the other side of the room. I'm listening to her and I say, okay, well, that's a good question, but I want to get back to something Senator Booker said. You know, if he's really serious about this, it seems like he's setting the stage to withdraw his endorsement from Jay Jones. He should do that now. I turn. Booker left the room. There's a Cory Booker-shaped hole in the wall. The whole thing on the Democrat side was completely disingenuous. It was crocodile tears. And the conclusion that I have to reach from that is the Democrats don't want to talk about political violence because, one, it's coming from the left. Even the Atlantic magazine admits it. And two, because their base supports it. And I can't come to any conclusion other than the Democrats in government are more or less fine with the political violence, too.
Well, I fear you're right, Michael. There's a clip here that from Jennifer Welch, who I confess I had no idea who she was until about a week ago. And she apparently has amassed quite a following as a podcaster. She's a former Bravo reality star that became a podcaster. And she says some pretty troubling things that lead me to believe that your conclusions reached after the subcommittee hearing are sadly more likely than not true. Play cut 283.
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this, or we're coming after you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period. They're that are beholden to the same corporations that helped Donald Trump get elected. Kudos to Bernie, to AOC, to Zoran. And that woman out in somewhere middle America saying, Charlie Kirk, he was a racist, he was a piece of There are so many more of us than there are of them. And these Democrats that continue to play patty cake with corporations, nobody wants that. Nobody wants you.
So, Michael, is she right that the Democrat base does not want to moderate, that they do not want to confront the demons in their own closet and their own activist militant base?
You know the polls as well as I. After Charlie's assassination, YouGov conducted surveys, showed that people who identify as very liberal are 8 times as likely as people who are very conservative to justify political violence.
Let's throw that image up. This is image 31, please. And I believe this is the poll you're looking at. And that crazy, we've shown it a number of times on this show, Michael, but this is, to me, the scariest graph that exists in American politics today, where you have 18 to 39-year-old self-described progressives with that wild standout node, that blue left dot on the screen, where you contrast that with the same age group among conservatives, and they are among the most, if not the most, peaceful of all the cohorts on this survey.
Well, this is what's really scary. This is kind of like the second part. So if you just look at all age groups, very liberal, 8 times as likely to justify political violence as very conservative. Then you zoom in on what you're showing, and it breaks it down by young people, middle-aged people, older people. And if you look at the older people, the liberals and the conservatives, basically about the same. Liberals are a little more likely to support political violence, but it's almost the same. Moderates, the least likely of all. When you zoom back to the younger groups, something changes. First of all, the moderates and the conservatives flip. The young conservatives are much less likely than the young moderates to support political violence. They're the least likely of that age group. Then it's moderates, and then the young liberals spike in their support up to 26% for political violence. So not only is this today a major problem on the left, it's getting worse because you're looking at the young people. It's a crystal ball for the future. So I suspect Jennifer Welch is probably right about this. I like you, had never heard of her, never seen her face before that viral clip. However, she's not just some fringe nobody. There are other interviews where she's sat down with Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat leader in the House. In that interview, he lauds her, he praises her, and she says, I've sat down with a bunch of your colleagues too. So, this is not an aberration. I think every single data point we see, the public opinion polls, the statements of the prominent liberals, and all the way down to what we were discussing at the Senate testimony, which is the actual cases of political violence, they're coming from the left. What's so amazing about those data now is that even the Atlantic has to admit, okay, political violence is primarily a left-wing problem, not a right-wing problem today. That's using data sets that don't even count all the left-wing violence. Because if you look at all of these data sets and even the federal numbers, they're not counting the BLM riots that left dozens of people dead and $1 billion in property damage. That doesn't count as left-wing political violence. They're not counting all sorts of attacks on pro-lifers.
Tesla attacks.
The Tesla dealerships. And then the incident that I was called to testify about was a campus event at University of Pittsburgh. 2 Antifa operatives who are card-carrying members of Antifa show up, throw an explosive at cops, seriously injure a female police officer. These are people who were claimed by the Torch Antifa network, Torch Antifa soliciting donations through a tax-exempt nonprofit organization for them. This is as clear ideological violence as you can possibly imagine. That incident was not counted as left-wing political violence. And so the only conclusion you can reach is that the left doesn't commit a lot of political violence when you don't count the political violence the left commits. Interesting how that works. It just seems like, the go-to grab bag option of the American left in 2025 is to just simply, rig the results in your favor. But Michael, you can't argue with this. I believe this is the article you're talking about. Throw up 337. Top Trump officials are moving onto military bases. Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, and others have taken over homes that until recently housed senior military officials. So this is straight from the Atlantic, and it is no longer safe for members of the Trump administration to live out in the general public. They have to be housed in secure military bases for their own safety and for their family safety. This is what it's come to. What's crazy, that's actually not even the article I was referencing. There's another article that says left-wing terrorism is on the rise. That's the headline. I actually hadn't even seen this headline until you just showed it to me. The fact that we have civilians, we have people just working in our government, ordinary political order, who now have to move to secure locations for military leaders. It shows you that something really horrific has happened in this country, as if the Rubicon has been crossed. I suspect that happened when the Democrats started prosecuting Trump, the chief political opponent and the predecessor, when they started raiding his home, when they started going after all of their enemies and even justifying his assassination, which nearly happened in Butler, nearly happened again, actually, later on. It does feel like something just seismically has shifted in the political order, and it's a lot bigger than some one podcaster making nasty comments or I don't know, one Democrat in Congress. It seems like this is a major shift of the whole left. Yeah, it feels like the whole tree has become rotten from the root. And it does feel like there is a seismic shift. It's an ideological movement-wide shift. And you can see it about the way that they talk about President Trump, or they talk about Charlie, Nazi, fascist, bigot, racist, homophobe, xenophobe. All of this language that has basically said
this movement is a bunch of Nazis. And what did we have to do with Hitler? We had to eventually, take him out, right? And I think that's becoming more widely and widely accepted within the left-wing political movement. Michael Knowles, 10 seconds, then I gotta take a profit timeout.
Just listen to Joe Biden. Get it from the horse's mouth. Is it the horse's mouth? Some part of the horse. When you say that there's an existential threat to the country, as he said about Trump, existential threats are a justification for assassination. I think they knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, I'm concerned you're right, Michael. Real quick, I want to tell you about the tax extension deadline may have passed. But for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you miss the October 15 deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait, that's the key here, don't wait. Every day you wait only makes things worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill, just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or business owner, if that's you, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. So call 1-800-958-1000. That's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com. That's tnusa.com. We'll be back more with Michael Knowles in just a second.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The
Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
All right, we're back, and I want to give Michael his due. He got a great moment. 264. Play it.
Democrats have lied about the statistics on political violence. They've covered them up. They've shed what I think we have to reasonably conclude are crocodile tears, and they want to pretend that nothing's happened. Senator Booker came in. He said we shouldn't cast any aspersions. We shouldn't say that the violence comes from one side or the other. He then launched into a diatribe about how the violence really comes from the right. And then before I had a chance to respond to that, he left the room. And I think it's particularly rich and hypocritical coming from someone like Senator Booker, because Senator Booker continues to endorse a man who would be a top law enforcement official in the state who is called for the murder of Republicans and our children. But to your point, Martha, looking at Ole Miss tonight, looking at this amazing show of unity from the vice president and from Erica Kirk, and looking at all of the students who are going to come out and support a healthy exchange and a good future for our country, they give me a lot more hope than the Democrats on Capitol Hill do.
Well said, Michael Knowles. We're going to welcome back our national radio audience in just 1 second. Hang right there, and we'll be right back. right, Blake, while you were gone, Trump destroyed a historical monument at the White House. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to bring in Blake and Mikey in the studio if they're still there for this conversation. This is really important stuff, actually, because it kind of went, I think, night one, right after Ole Miss, nobody really talked about it, Michael. But then the day after, people are talking about that. They think JD was so rude to his wife, Usha, and they can't believe that he would want his wife to become a Christian. So let's play the clip from the Ole Miss event, 286. Play it.
Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her, and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way.
So I wanted to bring in, obviously Mikey is the son of a pastor. Blake is a Catholic. You're a Catholic. We're all Christians here. Is that rude to say that you hope your wife would eventually one day see the world and have faith like you do?
Yeah, I think it's crazy because Christianity has proven you live a happier life. Charlie used to talk about it as the missing piece for everybody. Once you found that missing piece, you lived the life that was there for you. And he would argue about the necessity of God over the existence of one. And so no more than you would wish someone who's an alcoholic to no longer be an alcoholic, would you wish for them to find Christianity, the missing piece that would bring them peace and happiness.
Yeah, I don't know. I basically have nothing to add over what Mikey said there. It's very bizarre to say, I guess, like JD Vance wants what he thinks is best for his spouse, whom he loves. And, someone has to come in and be like,
quite a row, though. This has become quite a controversy online. I was looking, so JD is reacting to a clip from, was it ACYN? I never know how to say that guy's Twitter handle, but a lefty on Twitter, on X. And that thing has 10 million views. Like, it's a lot of engagement. Michael, what is this just much ado about nothing? I mean, is the
No, it's better than that.
Go ahead.
It's much ado about something. It's just something good. I mean, I think we need to state it out the gate. What JD and Erica did was magnificent. The fact that Erica has the strength to do this is just superhuman, first of all. And then what the vice president did in the Q&A was magnificent. I know we're all admirers of the vice president here. He was pitch perfect. I would not have changed one syllable about any answer he gave. It was just a phenomenal showing on all of these different matters, and some questions that were a little bit hostile. And on this, I think you're seeing the poison of secularism and atheism in our culture setting in people's reactions, because it's not that they disagree with the vice president on religion. It's that they don't even seem to know what religion is. But JD understands what religion is, and he has a living faith. And so, as we've all said here, he wants what he believes to be good for his wife. He recognizes that religion is not just like a taste, you like chocolate and I like vanilla. He recognizes that religion is a habit of virtue that inclines the will to give to God what he deserves. It's not a question of like or dislike. It's a question of truth or falsehood. And so he's being very respectful to people of other faiths, including his wife, of course, but many other people too. He's just saying, look, I have this view of religious truth, and I think that truth and goodness and beauty and all these things go together. And so because I love my wife, and by extension, by the way, because I love other people, I want to share that with you. That is the Great Commission. That is the gospel. That's like the whole point, guys. And the fact that people would attack him for it is one thing. The fact that they don't even understand what he's saying is so damning about our culture and how we think about the deepest questions.
I think that's exactly right. Blake and Mikey, take us home at the end of this hour one with Michael Knowles. The floor is your guys's. You have
the other thing that I love too, not just the religious aspect of JD's speech, but also he's backstage and he just goes, what was the thing that Charlie used to always say? Disagreements come to the front of the line. And I was like, yeah, that's it. And he goes, I'm going to do that tonight. And I just keep telling everybody, you can't even find a senator, a congressman, or any person on the right who's a public speaker that would welcome disagreements at the front of the line, let alone the vice president of the United States who has much to lose by.
I hope it spreads because we've seen how much better JD has gotten from just being in the arena all the time, whether it's on the Sunday shows or doing something like this. And think how much better our politicians would be as a class if this was expected of all our senators and all our representatives. Make them be smart people who can answer hostile questions on the fly. We'll get better politicians, and that means better laws.
Yeah, it really reminds me of Charlie. Like, I see a little bit of Charlie in JD and how he does that.
Well, speaking of taking questions, we're doing it in the next hour.
Yeah, and Michael Knowles, we thank you, my friend, making the time. Appreciate you.
Good to be with you guys. Thanks.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
I don't see what's happening out there. They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris.
Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round just like this that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. And with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are our very own listeners, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. All you have to do is text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Again, that's the word America to 989898. Do it today. And now let's get to today's headlines. Here's some news from across the pond, where King Charles has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. The 65-year-old former prince is being punished over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this month, he was even forced to stop using his title of Duke of York. Now, the disgraced royal is simply known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. In a statement, Buckingham Palace writes, quote, "These censures are deemed necessary, notwithstanding the fact that he continues to deny the allegations against him," unquote. Their Majesties wish to make clear that their thoughts and utmost sympathies have been and will remain with the victims and survivors of any and all forms of abuse. Andrew will move from his current royal estate to a private residence in eastern England. However, he'll reportedly continue to be financially supported by his older brother, King Charles. Meanwhile, the FBI has apparently thwarted a potential terrorist attack. On X, FBI Director Kash Patel posted the following. This morning, the FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack and arrested multiple subjects in Michigan who were allegedly plotting a violent attack over Halloween weekend. More details to come. Thanks to the men and women of FBI and law enforcement everywhere standing guard 24/7 and crushing our mission to defend the homeland. And in some global news, the president had his highly anticipated meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday. The trade truce entails a reduction of Chinese export tariffs from 57% to 47% as a result of Xi's promise to reduce fentanyl coming into the United States. Trump also said that China will resume buying soybeans from America, which had been a major issue for American farmers. China also agreed to back off limits of rare earth minerals in exchange for the U.S. also backing off some of its own export restrictions. Now, the minerals are critical to military equipment and other technology. This meeting capped off a week in Asia, meeting with leaders of Malaysia, Japan, and South Korea. And it also appears that the Justice Department is turning up the heat on the use of AutoPen by former President Joe Biden. AG Pam Bondi stated that the investigation is centering on Delaware and Washington, D.C. This comes on the heels of a 100-page report that the House Oversight Committee has released probing the Biden White House inner circle and whether there was knowledge of the ex-president's mental decline and a cover-up of AutoPen allegations. We will keep you up to speed with any developments from the Justice Department and the AG. Yesterday, 4 Republican senators voted with Democrats to approve a bipartisan resolution to repeal President Trump's global tariffs, including steeper rates on longtime allies such as the European Union, Japan, and South Korea. Senator Rand Paul, the GOP sponsor of the resolution, and Senators Mitch McConnell, Susan Collins, and Lisa Murkowski voted for it. The measure is likely only symbolic, though, as Speaker Mike Johnson is unlikely to bring it up for a vote in the House. Now, President Trump is calling on the U.S. Senate to initiate what he calls the nuclear option and get rid of the filibuster in order to bypass Democrats and reopen the government. The filibuster is a long-standing tactic in the Senate to give the minority party a check and balance on legislation. Overcoming a filibuster requires 60 votes, but doing away with the practice altogether would allow the majority party to move legislation along a party line vote. Those are your headlines. We'll be right back to Charlie Kirk in just a few moments.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
I don't see what's happening out there. They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So, what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
All right, welcome back to Hour 2 of the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Friday, Hour 2, which means we take your questions. The Ask Us Anything hour, members.charliekirk.com if you want to join and you want to ask questions. So first up, we have Josh. Josh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yourself. There you are, Josh. What's going on?
Well, I got a question here for Ohio and campaigns. I know that Vivek is was a big friend of Charlie's and TPUSA and part of the War Room Posse. Wanted to find out if TPUSA has any plans to help campaign here in Ohio for governor. And then also two-part of the question with the redistricting that's supposed to happen here in Ohio. I know our biggest challenge is the Rhino State Supreme Court justices, and wanted to see if TPUSA is involved or might be involved with, say, the War Room in getting our state redistrict for Republicans.
Yeah, so the backstory here is that there is a redistricting plan that actually Governor DeWine has ultimately decided to endorse and support, which is a good sign, which would take it up from 10 out of the 15 seats in Ohio that would favor Republicans to 12 out of the 15 districts that would favor Republicans. So yeah, your point is well made on the Supreme Court. That's going to be because the maps have to be submitted and approved by the state Supreme Court, and so that's going to be the big fight there. I will immediately after the show get involved with or I'll get in contact with Tyler Boyer on the C4 side, Turning Point Action. I've seen some let's just say communication going back and forth on that. We are supportive of the redistricting, and in Indiana where we unfortunately got flummoxed by one holdout Republican. But I think Ohio has a good shot of going through because you have somebody like DeWine that's voiced his public support for that effort. So to the extent that Turning Point Action can be helpful, we 1,000% want to be. And we can get you more answers on exactly how that might look in shows to come.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think Vivek's going to end up running away with the nomination and the governorship in Ohio. That's just my personal opinion. We're very supportive of Vivek. We're still in communication with Vivek. And that's what do you think about that race?
I like Vivek. Only problem is the Ohio GOP is corrupt, and they've already endorsed a candidate before a primary, which I think a lot of people might have issues with that. They did the same thing when DeWine was running. They endorsed him before a primary and ran, I forget her name, the lieutenant governor under Kasich out of the race, and she was the conservative there. I like Vivek. I'm excited about him, and I think he's the best candidate we have here in Ohio.
Yeah, that's been our conclusion as well. I don't know if Blake or Mike have anything to add, but we in general are very supportive of the redistricting. I will tell you.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add to that. We're supportive of. I don't think just regarding Vivek specifically, we haven't endorsed anyone specifically in that primary. I know there's still multiple people running. We will obviously be supportive of whoever the Republican is. It seems like Vivek is doing very well, and if he's the candidate, we will of course back him, and we'll back him on. We'll back the redistricting effort, which has become very popular all across the country. Pretty straightforward on that front. If it becomes about rejiggering the state Supreme Court, we'll be involved in that too. Although there's so many layers to this. It starts off with us just having to, try to redraw maps, and then it's okay. Now we have to win an election, and then we have to recall or replace state Supreme Court justices, and then this suddenly is a multi-year thing. It's quite the process.
Yeah, and just for the record, I do want one minor little correction. While Blake is right on the Turning Point Action side, Charlie did endorse Vivek for governor personally before, obviously, he was taken from us. So, next question. Who's next?
Let's do
Christine.
Yeah, let's do Christine.
Hi guys, how are you today?
Hey, Christine. Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sure we all want this shutdown to end, right? This Democratic-driven shutdown at 31 days. I was wondering if we could use the TPUSA platform to maybe encourage 5 moderate Democratic senators who might likely flip. Maybe a viral campaign could flip their votes for a clean CR. Thoughts on leading that charge?
Do we really feel we're the right people to make Democrats change their POVs on that one? I feel almost like I feel dirty, like I'm in an oil slick on myself or something.
But we shouldn't we be the ones encouraging them to do the right thing?
Yeah, to find the phone numbers and to call the office, and we've done things like that in the past.
Well, there's a few senators that have shown that they are looking for an excuse. So Slotkin would be one of them. Obviously Fetterman. There are swing state senators that are looking down the barrel of electoral upheaval if they don't get the government open, and if they fear credibly that they're going to be saddled with some of the blame for this. So I think your instinct is right, and I think once again, I'm gonna take this recommendation. Tyler and I have a call this afternoon, so we're gonna take it right to Turning Point Action. I don't think it's a bad idea. Anything can help, but again, we have a couple races that we're looking at. Right, we're looking at Virginia, we're looking at New Jersey. We are that's our focus right now. We have to be prudent about the way we deploy resources, and money is finite, and so we have to be good stewards of that. And at the end of the day, this is not our main focus, if I'm being candid with you. And I think Democrats are going to have to realize that I think that they've already maximized the amount of political upside for themselves with the shutdown, but we don't know how it's going to play out. We really don't. And I think when we talked about this in hour one with the government, or with Trump sort of bringing up nuking the filibuster, I think that's saber rattling. I think that's to scare Dems and to get them compliant and to break ranks and finally open the government back up with a clean CR. So that's my personal opinion on the matter. But we have another question here from Michael. Michael, if you are with us, unmute yourself. You're welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Yes. Good day.
Hey, Michael. How you doing?
Which question am I to ask? I gave you 2.
Whichever one you prefer.
Yeah, whichever.
All right. Well, I like them both, but I'll go with the North Carolina one first. We have suffered from, I think, a lack of really Republican senators here in North Carolina. The Burr's left. Now Tillis is left. We've got that seat available. Looks like Cooper and Whatley are going to be running. What do you think of Whatley? He's a first-time candidate for anything. His chances of winning the state, and I guess will TP Action be working in North Carolina? Have you decided to make a move to help us here?
Well, North Carolina is an interesting state. Blake, I don't mean to talk over the top of you. It is I think it's, the definition of a purple state, but we're maybe like light red, pink, especially on these state level races, right? You had Dan Bishop running for AG, didn't get in. He was a great candidate. It's a tough state to win at the, whether it's senators or governorship. It tends to kind of like flip back and forth between governor and AG and senators and presidential races. So it's just one of those crazy states, but we do have a good track record of winning senators from the state of North Carolina. So let's hope that holds. As far as Michael Whatley goes, Michael's been a friend of Turning Point Action, friend of Charlie's. I think he did a great job as chair of the RNC. And this is the candidate that President Trump wants. And so I think once you get that endorsement, there sort of necessarily has to be a coalescing of support around a single horse, so we can get that horse over the top. So I don't have more than that for you right now as far as what, again, Turning Point Action. Listen, we get asked to go in a billion directions, and I just want to say we've gotten really good at saying no, something Charlie told us, and we have to point our resources where they're going to be the highest and best use of those resources. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris.
First, America first. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, joined by Blake Neff and Mikey McCoy. It looks like, Blake, you have an email you want to read here.
Yeah, I just wanted to flag this. So someone sent this to freedom@charliekirk.com during the break, and I wanted to flag it. Caleb said, please shout out TP Action field rep Hudson Price, who is organizing coalitions in the Raleigh area. He is doing a great job and can use help. So if you are in the Raleigh area, maybe you will hopefully be able to meet Field Rep Hudson.
He's great.
Help us turn North Carolina from a purple state to a solid red state, which we are always fighting to do. So we'll shout out Hudson there. Thank you for that email, Caleb.
Awesome. Do we have any more? So technically, we're going to welcome back national radio in about a minute and a half here. Don't we have a few more emails, Blake, that you were going to read?
We have a variety of emails. There's one I want to get to when we get into the Beast segment because I think it deserves a longer response. What else do we have? All
right. Well, hey, in lieu of that, Blake, I'm going to tell everybody about YRefi. YRefi.com. The great folks at YRefi, they were just with us at Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. They are tremendous, tremendous people. So if you find yourself in a position where you have private student loan debt, which there's billions and billions and billions of private student loan debt in this country, some of it's federal, but a lot of it's private. If that's you and you have distressed or defaulted private student loan, YRefi can help you take them up on it. They are easy to work with. You're not going to work with some nameless call center. They're patriots. They will work with your specific financial situation to make sure you can make your monthly payments. You can get ahead. You can get this behind you. You do not have to let that pile of statements on your kitchen table pile up and make you stressed out. You can get mom and dad off your loan. They don't care what your credit score is. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times. This is crazy stuff. Nobody does this. YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com, or call 888-YRefi34, 888-YRefi34. We are going to welcome back National Radio in just 1 second. We'll be right back. Back to the Charlie Kirk Show. And, you know, it is Halloween today, Blake. Do we say Happy Halloween on this show? Like, what are the rules?
Oh, Mikey's an anti-Halloween.
I'm an anti-Halloweener.
Hater. We should have had you last night. Oh.
I know. I had a dinner I had to make.
I have a dinner. You could have blown off the dinner.
Are you a Halloween fan?
I am pro Halloween.
That's not going to work for us.
I'm pro too. Charlie and I would disagree about this. To be fair, Charlie was very against it. He was very against it.
Charlie was against it.
He thought it was playing with the occult and toying and getting dancing.
Don't play with the occult. Don't do your Ouija boards then.
Yeah, my whole thing is...
Okay, you guys are the exception. I would say a majority of people, they play along. So it's a problem. Just get rid of it. So most people just like to filibuster.
Most people just do spooky, scary skeleton stuff.
Nuke it.
Yeah.
Nuke Halloween.
It's just kitschy. Most of it's just kitschy. And I will tell you, my kids love it. They dress up like princesses and ninjas, and we go to a party with a bunch of other Christians, and we do the whole harvest party thing, and then we go trick-or-treating, and then when it gets like a little too dark, everybody comes home. And then they get candy, and they're excited. And then we make them only eat one piece a day.
Yeah, I do not have kids.
Charlie was letting himself get a little too swayed by the same, he was a Protestant. You Protestants, you give you guys too much rope, and you guys want to ban Christmas. I'm just saying.
Blake, let's open it up to the audience. You tell us, are you pro or anti Halloween? Send us an email, freedom@charliekirk.com. Blake will be forced to read them, even if they disagree with Blake's position on Halloween and mine. That's freedom@charliekirk.com. We want to know what you think about Halloween. A lot of people argue about the roots of it. Is it Christian? Is it non-Christian? Let's say, Anthony, you're up next.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
Good. So my question is this. My high school, McQuaid Jesuit in Rochester, New York, there are 90-plus students and 3 staff or faculty members that have signed a petition to start a Turning Point chapter. They have had 2 meetings with administration, and it's the way it goes. It's the principal and the dean of students, which is the assistant principal, because it is a private school. The dean of students is supportive of the boys. The principal is refusing to look at any petition. He's refusing to hear anything out. He is refusing to talk, and this makes it even weirder. A board of trustee member or a board member at the school even went to the principal, and the principal refused to listen to he or she. But the school allows a gender equity club, a black student union, a pride club. And when I graduated in, I'll say it, the class of 2002, we never had that because the slogan was men for others, and we didn't care what you looked like. And now all of a sudden it's starting to shift. The students are conservative. The staff is leaning with some staff is leaning to the left. And I found out from the TP rep, who's been great, that some staff or faculty are actually making nasty comments to the boys about the chapter not being approved. How do we myself or other alums go about helping them? Because 90 plus students in a school of a little less than 700, and this is 6th through 12th grade.
Well, first off, why am I just not surprised this is happening at the Jesuit institution? I needed to say that. Just Jesuits, man, they're something really wrong with them.
You said the news with Loyola University in New Orleans, where the student government said no to the chapter. That's probably going to go to a lawsuit, and that'll change everything. But like, how can these boys get support nationally? And I've made comments on private Facebook groups, and it's gone viral in the community. Even my own high school is trying to just.
Yeah.
Rochester, New York.
In what school?
McQuaid Jesuit. It is in the town of Brighton, but it uses the address of Rochester, New York. I've actually been discredited. The TP rep said there's been talk about you being discredited, not being on Charlie's show before and everything. So I sent her the clip of the day I called in the Friday before the memorial to share my memory.
Yeah,
and everything.
Well, we totally have your back, and I think we should probably blow this up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should, because the principal actually was a counselor at the school, but then worked in the public school system before ever coming to McQuaid. So there's really no tie from what I can see and everything. So yeah, I would love to blow it up.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a Christian school. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, I said they didn't start a chapter. They actually did start a chapter. I know that we've been trying to for years, but leadership is important. Rob Black, who's the president of Oaks Christian, he was incredible. He got the chapter approved. He's just the best with the school, but not all schools are like that. I mean, right. Oaks has been great, and their chapter's huge right now. But you got to just stay on top of it. I mean, we can definitely help. I just wrote it down, but the principal seems like that's the problem there. I don't think you guys are as blessed as my high school was with a great, headmaster and president of the school.
Well,
but
the best head,
blow it up.
We have a president of the school, so So it goes president, principal. Well, actually, there's a vice president of operations who leans to the left a little. I found out. So it goes president, vice president, principal, dean of students, which is assistant principal. So it goes kind of in that pecking order. So
all right. We unfortunately have to take a radio break, so we'll be right back. More with the Charlie Kirk Show coming up next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. Some news from across the pond, where King Charles has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. The 65-year-old former prince is being punished over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this month, he was even forced to stop using his title of the Duke of York. Now the disgraced royal is simply known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. In a statement, Buckingham Palace writes, "These censures are deemed necessary, notwithstanding the fact that he continues to deny the allegations against him. Their Majesties wish to make clear that their thoughts and utmost sympathies have been and will remain with the victims and survivors of any and all forms of abuse." Andrew will move from his current royal estate to a private residence in eastern England. However, he'll reportedly continue to be financially supported by his older brother, King Charles. Now for some scary news that has been thwarted. Thankfully, the FBI has thwarted a potential terrorist attack. On X, FBI Director Kash Patel posted the following. This morning, the FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack and arrested multiple subjects in Michigan who were allegedly plotting a violent attack over Halloween weekend. More details to come. Thanks to the men and women of FBI and law enforcement everywhere standing guard 24/7 and crushing our mission to defend the homeland. We do have to appreciate and support those law enforcement officials. And in some global news, the president had his highly anticipated meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday. The trade truce entails a reduction of Chinese export tariffs from 57% to 47% as a result of Xi's promise to reduce fentanyl coming into the United States. Trump also said that China will resume buying soybeans from America, which had been a major issue for American farmers. China also agreed to back off limits of rare earth minerals in exchange for the U.S. also backing off some of its own export restrictions. The minerals are critical to military equipment and other technology. Now, this meeting capped off a big week in Asia, meeting with leaders of Malaysia, Japan, and South Korea. Meanwhile, it appears that the Justice Department is turning up the heat on the use of AutoPen by former President Joe Biden. Attorney General Pam Bondi stated that the investigation is centering on Delaware and Washington, D.C. Those are your headlines. Now we return to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Great music. I love it.
Yeah, very good. I have a feeling Mikey called for that. So, Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this fine show. Blake Neff, our other producer of this show. Mikey McCoy, chief of staff, Turning Point USA. Honored to be with you. Blake, you've got a write-in question you want to
Yes. So this is a write-in question, and it's on something we've gotten a lot of questions about, you can imagine. But I thought this one was well formulated, and so Mikey and I wanted to say something to it. So this is from Dennis. He said, just wondering if you would be willing to comment on the recent interview Tucker Carlson had with Nick Fuentes. I was quite frankly surprised, as Nick had said some very hurtful comments about both Charlie and Erica Kirk. I wonder if this interview may have platformed Nick. Personally, I would have a very difficult time interviewing someone who made those statements about a dear friend. I understand being willing to have open debate, but there are also boundaries we as believers need to draw as well. Curious for your thoughts. Oh, it was from Dennis's email, but it is from Katie. Katie, who is probably his wife, I imagine, wrote that. So thank you, Katie. I wanted Mikey, I thought you might want to respond first.
I know that Charlie loved Tucker, and specifically Tucker being at America Fest this year, that was a Charlie pick. And I know Charlie was always very anti what he would call moral blackmail, where people would just kind of say, you can't have you cannot have this speaker there. And Charlie would respond with, that's all the more reason for me want to have this speaker here. He would double, triple down. And so Charlie, that's kind of the Charlie response here.
The context there, because some people have said, like, they want to disinvite Tucker. They want to push Tucker out of the movement because he interviewed Fuentes and all of that. So that's the context for what there. And Charlie was, as you said, he used that phrase. He disliked moral blackmail. He was this very combative Scottish guy. He didn't. If you were going to say you can't have this person there, that made him more likely
I'm gonna have
to want them there. And he faced that pressure repeatedly over the past summer, and pretty much up until his murder. And so I think that would strongly influence that. But I actually do. I want to say something brief here. I am disappointed that Tucker did do that interview. At least in the manner that it did. It's perfectly fine to say I am an open platform who will interview and speak with anyone. Yeah. But what we did get what was a very friendly interview. That was a chance for Nick specifically to look very positive, very reasonable. And there was not much effort to bring up a lot of the reasons people do dislike him. Like, it's not simply that Nick has criticized Israel, and so people like Ben Shapiro have attacked him over this. It's more extreme than that. He's used phrase where he says world Jewry is this thing that we need to fight against. He's referred to Israel as the Antichrist. He has said pretty extreme things. I think he may have even said, implied that we should kick Talmudists out of America. Don't quote me on that one. I am not an expert on all Fuentes lore, but these are things he's said. And I think if you are going to interview him, you should at least bring them up. And instead it was just this, it was very generous in tone. And, one thing I was thinking about is when Tucker has those guests out onto his show, it's always a very friendly thing where they come out and he has dinner with them. They're there for a little while. Yeah. And the natural dynamic there, Tucker's a super friendly guy. Anyone who's met him knows Tucker's very generous. He's very friendly. He's very open. He's very welcoming. And when you're doing that setup for every single person you speak with, he's not going to turn around and then be super tough on a person that he's been having, that he had a friendly dinner with just a matter of hours before. And I think that constructed what that interview was, because if you watch it, he does bring up some of those things. He does point out to Nick where he says, I don't think your tone is always as helpful as it could be. I don't think that it's good to fixate on, basically to push anti-Semitic stuff. But a lot of people didn't really catch that. It came in later and it wasn't super strongly formulated. And frankly, I'm also going to say this. I'm disappointed he didn't bring up, you are getting in, you would attack Charlie all of the time. You would say these incredibly harsh things about Charlie. I think he called Charlie a false Christian before. And he said hurtful things about Erica. And Tucker was friends with Charlie. We know that. And I kind of wish he had stuck up a little more for the man who, among other things, stuck up for him repeatedly. And again, we oppose moral blackmail. We're not going to just cancel Tucker off the face of the earth for this sort of thing. But I'll be truthful. I do wish more had come out of that interview than what we got.
Yeah. I think that's well said, Blake. It's you can be disappointed with the way the interview was conducted, but you could also realize that, we're going to honor Charlie's wishes. Yeah. And, we all have relationships with Tucker as well. He's always been nothing but incredibly kind to me and to Blake. Blake has worked with Tucker for a long time. So I think that basically sums that one up. Next up, we have Brandon. Brandon, you are on the Charlie Kirk Show. Welcome.
Hey, guys. So I'm writing a research paper on the negative effects of immigration in the United Kingdom. And
no shortage of those. No shortage of those.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy paper to write. But I was wondering what podcast it was that I think it was you, Blake, talking about your experience in the UK when Charlie was debating at Oxford. You were talking about the businesses and how you couldn't understand the language for the most of them.
Oh yeah. Oh man, we'll definitely. I'll try to shoot us an email at freedom@charliekirk, and I'll try to get a more detailed look at that. But I can repeat.
Yeah, repeat it. Let's get some red meat for you. We're going to get some red meat.
Mikey was with us too. We landed in the UK. We were staying in Knightsbridge was the neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh, talk about the TV channel.
Yeah. So we're in Knightsbridge. This is a neighborhood, an expensive neighborhood, central
Very
London.
expensive.
You are walking distance from Buckingham Palace. You're walking distance from
everything.
Westminster, and a ton of the businesses, expensive businesses, they have Arabic language lettering on the windows, so it's in Arabic. I went into our hotel, and our hotel was this weird, hideous thing. It looked like a prison that you'd like keep Lex Luthor in. But anyway, I was flipping through the TV channels of our hotel, and maybe out of 60 channels or something, I would say 20 to 30 of them were in Middle Eastern
TV.
languages. There was several Saudi channels. We had the Saudi Children's Channel. They were playing a Spyro,
Yemen TV.
Spyro the Dragon TV show, but in Arabic. There was a Lebanese, Omani,
Yemen,
Pakistani,
Yemeni.
All of these channels, and again, this is in presumably a hotel. A lot of wealthy, Muslim Arab visitors would stay in, and you saw the signs everywhere. You're just walking through London, and
I will say the food was really good, but every storefront was just Arabic writing.
You could really feel like you were in a country that is being kind of taken over, being culturally converted. I remember seeing signs, no antisocial driving. I thought was an interesting one. I looked that up. They drive very antisocially in London now. Or even a minor one that really got me thinking. There was a statue to some guy who had a role in British India 150 years ago. And I could tell that someone had mildly defaced this. Like they were scratching out the India on the statue. And you just think Britain has brought in people who are hostile to Britain's history, Britain's people, British religion.
Yes.
And we're seeing this, churches are being converted into mosques. There are far more Muslim believers now in London than there are Christian believers.
It's like you take London and all of its beauty, you keep it the same, but you add more trash on the streets and then Arabic writing everywhere.
Yeah. And
it seems similar.
It's truly heartbreaking.
It's just not.
And you'll see this, Brandon, if you look up the statements. We had members of the British Parliament who were spiking the football because an Israeli soccer team was going to play in Birmingham. A ton of Muslims in Birmingham, and they just campaigned. They said the fans of this Israeli soccer team should not be allowed to attend this game. And they successfully got that to happen. They banned the fans from this game, and then these Muslim MPs celebrated this. They just publicly celebrated it.
I think it might be in Manchester, where in the most recent election that they had in the UK, someone ran as an independent, so not part of the Conservative or Labour Party, just as an independent, and they said they're running as the Palestinian Party. That was their only thing they're running on. He won.
And there's polls where they ask people, this was a recent poll just this month, you can look this up, Brandon, where they were asking by different background what you think the top issues are. And so for white British people, the number one issue was migrants recently. And then, people of Hindu or black background, they said the cost of living. And then people of a kind of Muslim background, it was Gaza. Was I think either the number one or number two issue.
Yes.
And that's after the ceasefire.
That was after.
It is. Yes. You can look everywhere you'll look, Brandon. There's just one sign after another of this is not an assimilation. This is kind of an ongoing cultural conquest of the UK.
And
Blake.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say Charlie's favorite verse on this was Deuteronomy 28:43. Foreigners who live in your land will gain more and more power. While you gradually lose yours, they will have money to lend you, but you will have none to lend them. In the end, they will be your rulers.
Yes, which is why you see it being okay that Muslims can take over London and all of the UK, but old ladies are being arrested for Facebook posts about free speech. That you are losing your rights in the UK. Muslims are gaining theirs.
I want to read some of these email replies about Halloween. Matthew says, Andrew and Blake are correct. Don't play with things you shouldn't, and Halloween is just fine.
No, there's got to be different emails. Yeah, you're picking. This is crazy.
No, don't be like my ex and play with tarot cards and crystals. Thanks. That's Matt. I grew up Catholic when October 31st was All Hallows Eve, a holy night of remembrance. Later, as a born-again believer, I was told it was evil. But then I learned the Wesleyan quadrilateral scripture, tradition, reason, experience. Now I simply see Halloween as a night to love my neighbors well.
How about this one? Satanists that have become Christians say that Halloween is a special day for them and that evil spirits are the most active on that day. How about that?
Yep. Well, Mark agrees. He says, without any doubt, against this pagan so-called holiday, Jesus Christ took care of this issue long ago when Satan and his sidekicks lost their wings, then grew tails and horns. Ban this satanic pagan ritual. That's from Mark.
I like Mark.
I like to think of the St. Michael prayer that Catholics pray, where we say, and by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all evil spirits. And that is a Halloween prayer, if I ever heard one. It is saying demons exist, but they can be beaten and thrown into hell.
And protect us against the wickedness and snares of the devil.
By the power of God.
This is a very contentious issue in our emails. I will tell you. This is like legitimately 50-50 split.
We literally got in the same minute. In the same minute, we got emails with the headline Halloween, and then the next one, no Halloween. Right in a row.
This is very split. I'm going to tell you guys really quickly. I think we should keep reading some of these next segment because it's really good. But really quick, I'm going to tell you about done with debt. When you're buried in credit card and loan debt, it's human nature to put it off and say, I'll deal with it later. If that's you, here's a hidden fact. The debt strategy experts at Done With Debt shared with me. They discovered a little-known strategy that works in your favor, to dramatically reduce or even erase your debt altogether. They aggressively engage everyone you owe money to this fall. So right now, right during Halloween, where the demons are out. And here's why. They know which lenders and credit card companies are doing year-end accounting and need to cut deals. They even know which ones have year-end audits and need to get your debt off their books. That means you need to get started with Done With Debt now. So if you have ignored my warnings, heed them right now. Get started right now. Done With Debt accomplishes this without bankruptcy or new loans. So get started now while you still have time. Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com and talk with one of their specialists for free. Donewithdebt.com. We'll be right back.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Just really quick, I want to keep reading some of these emails, Mikey and Blake. So this is Marty. It says, Halloween was the most fun I had with my family and neighbors here in my little community in San Diego. My husband and I rushed home from work to get ready. My mom would hand out candy while Grandpa, my husband, and I would gather our son to join neighbors for a few hours. We never did any occult stuff. It was so fun. I truly miss those days. Got MAGA anti-Halloween. Gentlemen, Charlie was so right about Halloween, as with so many other things. When your eyes are open spiritually, you clearly see how dark it is. The enemy uses it to get a foothold in families on a surface level, while the dark forces deeply involved in the occult use the day to bring forth evil in the spiritual realm. We have another one that says they want a freedom hoodie. So Daisy, they want a freedom hoodie. Makes it a bit easier standing up for the truth and a little bit easier in negative 10-degree weather. So we have another one. No Halloween. I have a 10-year-old daughter. We go to Harvest Fest. She has a police costume, and that is what she wants to do when she grows up. It's all over the place, guys. It's all over the place. Becky says, Blake, have you read C.S. Lewis' Screwtape Letters? Demons against Christian values can't win.
Exactly. I have read it, in fact. It's been a long time, though, but I have read it.
Welcome
it's a good book. Charlie loved it, too.
He did the Monster Mash. It was a graveyard.
Now I just feel like our studio is trolling the anti-Halloween contingent in our audience.
No, I'm standing strong in the office. I think I'm the only one.
Listen, I feel like I have carved out a nice middle ground where I'm saying princesses and ninja costumes, good.
I don't know.
Demons and creepy stuff, not so good. I'm not. Listen, if I told my 7-year-old daughter we were not going trick-or-treating tonight, we would just basically have to. New traditions.
That would unleash demons.
No, make new traditions.
A real demon.
Make new traditions. Make new traditions.
No,
you can do more exciting things.
My daughter is so sweet about all the spiritual stuff. She prays to Jesus. We sing the worship songs. It's like the cutest thing you've ever imagined. But man, if I told her she couldn't dress up like Jasmine tonight, that would be a real problem. And I know that's going to get me in trouble.
No, the real reason not let her dress up like Jasmine is that Jasmine is an Islamic princess.
Well, I know well, we're not going to get into theology.
Yeah, come on. Blake can talk to her about it if you want.
My daughter just thought she's pretty and wants to put on the outfit. Okay, here we go. We got Carol next. Carol, if you're with us, unmute yourself, please. You are on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Hello. Hi, guys. Yes.
Hi, Carol.
Anti-Halloween. My grandchildren are all grown up. Almost. They're all teenagers. But anyway, be not of the world, blah, blah, blah. I think we're playing with fire there. Compromise. But, my question. I guess, am I supposed to ask it?
Ask the question. Yeah.
What's your question?
So my question was about California. I'm here in California. We got all these Trumpers out here. And I just feel like I heard on Bannon, he was talking about how the GOP in California, they didn't want Trump involved. And so we're just dying out here. We're about to lose the state. If this Prop 50, it's going to pass. Steve Hilton's trying to fight. But, this show, all these shows, Charlie Kirk Show has been a real help to, get people going. So I don't know.
Yep.
I know other people are asking for help in their states. You guys have your priorities, but
yeah,
I just wanted to know,
Yeah, Carol, we're actually going to have Steve on the show next week to talk about Prop 50. I've gotten a bunch of notes from the grassroots in California that want us to help and raise the alarm bells. I have a feeling you're probably right that if things hold, Prop 50 is going to pass. It's a complete abomination. They're going against a referendum vote that created an independent commission to district the state. And by the way, just so you know, those independent commissions get completely corrupted as well. They're completely dependent on how good of the quality of the people that staff them, right? So it's, the independent commissions are not foolproof either. You've got even Arnold Schwarzenegger is out being very loud about this. And it really puts into perspective that we need to get Indiana over the finish line. We need to get Ohio over the finish line. We need to get Texas over the finish line. So all of our efforts have to counter Californians, because at this point you've got 40% of the state that is voting for Trump in the last election, and you've got what it's like 6 or 8 of the seats go to conservatives. It's essentially like 20% or 18% of the congressional districts are have conservative representation in a state that has 40% Trump vote. But Blake and I have gone back and forth on this.
They cheat. and nobody's,
Well, yeah,
you
of
know,
course.
we can't get any traction with that. So, you know, they were
Yep.
still counting 30 days after the election, although they called the recall within 30 minutes
Well,
for
Carol,
Mr.
yeah,
Newsom.
Carol, yeah, I agree. So, Carol, we're gonna talk more about that next week. So, thank you so much for being a member and for calling in. We're gonna get to Greg really quick if we can. Greg, if you were there,
Greg, you got a minute. If you can unmute
If not,
yourself,
we'll talk about
spit it out.
Halloween.
How's it going, guys?
Great.
How's it going?
Question fast, 60 seconds.
Real quick. The SNAP and DBT. What can we do as a Doge, or what can we do to get a better vetting system to sort of get the deadbeats and the people that are abusing and cheating the system, and basically now robbing the stores blind?
Well, here's a good start. If we end up nuking the filibuster to bring SNAP back, they should at least also use nuking the filibuster to say we're changing the rules around SNAP and who gets it. Because if you look at how many people got it, it went up. I think it nearly doubled during COVID, or went up about 50%. Huge bloat, massive amounts of waste, and there's this feeding frenzy where people are practically looting every government program in existence. And we've got to buckle down and say that this is not acceptable, or we are actually going to go totally bankrupt as a country, and that will be very bad. And that will mean probably no more SNAP for anybody.
Don't forget, Blake. Don't forget, Blake, tomorrow is National Looting Day if the SNAP benefits don't get turned back on. Those are the real demons, the real occult. Greg, thank you for calling. Thank you, everybody. What a great show. We will see you Monday, The Charlie Kirk Show.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm 404 in the Getter Chat. I love RAV for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Deliver us from evil. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard to a very special edition of Human Events Daily. Today, we are going to be rerunning our discussion recorded last year with Dr. Taylor Marshall, entitled The True Story of Halloween, the Occult, and the Apocalypse. We put this together last year to provide the truth about the Christian origins of Halloween and debunk a lot of the rumors and myths and hoaxes that could spread this time of year that Halloween was some kind of pagan satanic holiday. Now, that doesn't mean that Satanism isn't real, and that doesn't mean that the demonic isn't real, but we have to put it into proper context. We actually later won an award for this episode from the Tellys for 2022. So I'm very proud to present to you Human Events Halloween Special, The True Story of Halloween, the Occult, and the Apocalypse, with Dr. Taylor Marshall.
Every year at Halloween or Hallowtide, All Hallowtide, if you're Catholic like me, you get this sort of response from the internet. Every time I post something like a family photo, we did Addams Family last year. We're doing, not going to tell you what we're doing this year. You'll have to look, but we're in the works. So Tanya Tay is hard at work making the kids' costumes, and it's going to be great. My mother, of course, also helping out, making so many of the costumes. But what I wanted to do was explain the true history of Halloween, get into this. Is it a Christian holiday? Is it a pagan holiday? Is it Satan's holiday? What is it? And I thought, who better than to talk about this and really get in, by the way, to the occult, into paganism, exorcisms, all of these different things. The author of the new book, Antichrist and Apocalypse, my good friend, Dr. Taylor Marshall. Dr. Taylor Marshall, welcome to the program.
Hey, great to be here. This is going to be a good show. This is a good topic.
So right off the bat, answer the question, right? Is Halloween, was this, we are told every time I tweet about this, I get a comment, this was just a pagan holiday. It was this Irish thing. It was Samhain or Samhain, however they say it. You just stole it and you converted it to Christianity, and the Pope stole it and he forced everyone to do it. And that's what Halloween is. Is that true?
Well, it's a little more complicated than that. I mean, we know early in the church, St. Ephrem the Syrian, St. John Chrysostom, these are guys in the 300s, 400s. Yeah. They know of a holy day of All Hallows or All Saints, celebrating all the martyrs. Originally, it was more of a spring harvest. It was after the festival of Pentecost, which is a Jewish feast that we Catholics received and continue to celebrate even this year. And it's really to remember all the saints. And Halloween is literally short for Hallow Evening, the evening before Hallows Day. What does hallow mean? Well, if you say the Lord's Prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. What does that mean?
It's right there. It's right there. Hallowed, holy.
Hallowed.
Right? It's same word as holy, saint, and it essentially means saint. Right? It's an old English word for saint.
Yeah, the Latin is sanctificator, saint, and so hallow, holy, saint are all the three same meaning. So just in an older English, instead of saying holy be thy name, they said hallowed be thy name. And when they referred to the saints, they referred to a hallowed person, a holy person, someone with a halo. If you want to keep.
Well, okay, so hold on. So let's say that you're listening to this and you have no idea what you're talking about. Well, what the heck then is All Saints Day? Is that tied to anything? Is there any day after it? What's All Hallowtide? What are these things?
Yeah, so in the early church, for the first 300 so years, they were, martyrs galore. If you were a faithful Christian, they're getting killed left and right all over the Roman Empire. And so what early Christians would do in local regions is they would say, our bishop, our pastor, every August 4th, that was the day he was killed by the Romans. So every August 4th, they would come together and they'd have a memorial service. We call it a mass, a requiem mass. They would usually go to his tomb and they would celebrate the Eucharist, the Lord's Supper, the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ, and commemorate how he conformed his Christ as a martyr, his life to Christ as a martyr. Now, over time, it was like, well, there's so many people who are holy and went to heaven, they're hallowed, and they don't have a day on the calendar, right? I mean, we Catholics have a saint pretty much for every day on the calendar, but, you know, there's so many other saints who have never been
calendar's
canonized.
Getting pretty full. Calendar's getting pretty full at this point.
Full.
Right? Yeah.
So there was this idea that we need to come together and, you know, everyone who's in heaven should be recognized, like, high five. You made it. You're part of the big cloud of witnesses that surround us here on earth.
And there was the early church believed, and they teach, and they still do, right? That if you are martyred for the faith, I mean, you are just considered a saint.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love RAV for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
And they teach, and they still do, right? That if you are martyred for the faith, I mean, you are just considered a saint. That's just exact.
You are good.
You're good.
Yeah, I mean, if you give your life for Jesus Christ, you are a saint. That's correct. Yeah.
Right. Period. That's it. Yeah.
So,
Swiss Guards, 1527, saints. Boom.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So, so that's kind of the whole idea of an All Saints Day. Now, originally, it was commemorated the first time formally in Rome. It was in the Eastern Church and the Syrian Church. It was May 13th, which is an important day because that's Our Lady of Fatima. That's in right. 610. Pope Boniface IV, there was this huge temple in Rome called the Pantheon. It's still there to this day. It's an amazing building. It's round.
Pretty well known,
right?
Building. I have. We were just there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in Da Vinci Code, if you know those kind of movies. But it's this round building with an oculus in it, and that was a temple to all the gods. Pan, all, theon, gods, all the gods. Well, the Pope was like, that's bogus. You can't have a temple to all the gods. So what he did is he consecrated. Well, first he did an exorcism on that building to drive out the demons because it's a false, temple. And then he consecrated it as a Christian church, as a Catholic church. And he brought in, get this, cartloads, wagon loads, wheelbarrow loads of relics from the catacombs.
Wow.
Remember, in the catacombs, there are all these people who'd been martyred, right, and saints, and he brought them into this church, and this church is dedicated to the Virgin Mary and all the martyrs and all the saints. And so it became custom to commemorate all the saints in Rome on that day when the Church of all the gods was exorcised and then reconsecrated to all the saints of Jesus. So that happened in the year 610 in Rome. And then later on, as you get more towards later in the medieval era, in the 800s, 900s, you start to see its transition to celebrating it in the fall. And that's where we get November the 1st as the feast day of All Saints. And the eve of that is, of course, October 31st. And a lot of that has to do with the harvest. And as you know from the book of the Apocalypse and Jesus' teaching in the Gospels, the bringing in of souls to heaven is usually referred to as the harvest of Jesus Christ, bringing people in. So this harvest idea kind of was more appropriate, for an All Saints idea. And that's how it got lodged at November 1st. So it's All Saints Day, All Hallows Day.
Which then, of course, is also followed by All Souls Day. So that's All Souls is just everyone. No, and that's a little bit of a different concept.
Have you ever heard about the creepy volcano story, Jack?
Lay it on me, brother.
Okay,
Lay it on me.
So this is pretty interesting. So as you know, we Catholics, we pray for the dead because the Jews in the Old Testament prayed for the dead. The early Christians, all of them prayed for the dead. You can read that in 2 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 42 and forward. Martin Luther removed that from the Bible. A little bit of controversy. We won't get into that right now. But there's instances, by the way, as well in I believe Acts and in the epistles where it seems like they're referring to that practice as well. Yeah, in the epistles, there's one place in particular in Paul where it very much he refers to someone in the past tense and he's saying a prayer. And it seems like most people say that he's talking about a dead Christian. So, yeah, that's another show. Unless you want to just go into prayers in the dead right now, maybe. But my point is though, is that it's lodged right there after All Saints Day. So it's a day for the dead. It's All Saints Day, and then prior to that is the first day of that. 3 days, right? So this is all Halloween, right? Halloween, Hallows Day, November 1st, and then All Souls. So All Saints is everybody in heaven. All Souls is everybody in purgatory. We've got to talk about purgatory. So here's the cave story. Listen to this. This is interesting. So in the 900s, there's a French pilgrim returning from the Holy Land, and he's coming back to France. And he meets this hermit who lives near a cave. And near the cave is this opening in the earth, like a volcano, where lava comes out, and there's this noise. And the hermit says that when he prays, he can hear voices coming from the volcano. All right, this is a legend, but it's kind of an interesting story. Okay. And he hears the demons complaining about all these holy monks at Cluny, which is a monastery, who are praying so much and freeing souls from purgatory. So this hermit goes and tells the abbot of those monks, hey, I met this hermit who lives in a cave next to a volcano, and here's what he told me. Your monks are praying so much and so well that it's delivering all these souls from purgatory. And the abbot, whose name was Odilo, was so moved, he said, that's it. The day after All Saints, we're going to do just an all-day prayer fest for the souls in purgatory on November 2nd. And then that spread to the whole church. But it all started with the volcano story. So it starts with the volcano story. So coming up, right, lava coming up, like a very hellish kind of hellish thing going. But also a connotation of burning, which is tied towards the word purgatory. Of course, it's the same root word as the word for purification, right? That's the process. Exactly. Yeah, purging. Yeah, purging. And so we're coming up on our first break. Got about 1 minute left. But close out on this idea that these dates. I mean, I don't hear you mentioning anything pagan here. No, and remember, everything that's holy and sacred to God, the devil wants to attack. So Christmas is about the birth of baby Jesus. So what are they going to do? Materialism, like all the just the indulgence, and all the bad things that can go on with Christmas. That's just the devil attacking a holy day. Same thing with Easter. Easter is the resurrection of Jesus. The devil wants to thwart that. So again, of course, if you're talking about all the saints, people who are disciples of Jesus Christ and became holy, the devil hates that. He's going to thwart that. So I think we'll talk about this more. It's not about running away and abandoning a holy day. It's about reclaiming it.
Reclaiming the holy days, reclaiming all of our holy days, the practices of the early church, praying for the martyrs. It started with martyrs, then it extended to saints, the hallowed. So Dr. Marshall, last year, when I was getting into this online debate, and you know me, if you follow me on Twitter, I like to get in these debates, that I found a website, believe it or not, on the Halloween debate called historyforatheists.com. Now, I know not exactly the kind of website you'd think that, a good Catholic boy, Polish Catholic would be reading. But I said, well, hold on, let me see what it says, because this is very interesting. Because this is an analysis of Halloween. By the way, they also have articles on Christmas and Easter that has no dog in the fight. Right? They have no dog in the fight as to whether it's pagan, whether it's Christian, whether it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo. They just want to know what's the actual history of the practice. And they come in completely on the side with resources and references. I mean, the whole thing is like 5,000 words. Highly recommend everybody read this, because it's a completely secular account of, and it includes everything that you just talked. I don't know if it has the volcano story, actually, but it talks about Samhain, and the fact that Samhain was not celebrated in November. It talks about the early church. It talks about the dates, how that was moved around from different places. And by the way, it also gets into the point that that part of Ireland was not part of the Roman Empire at the time. So the idea that the emperor or the Frankish kings or the Pope would be referring to something that's taking place beyond the bounds of the empire, beyond the bounds of any part of Christendom, or what's considered Christendom, it just doesn't make any sense, right? The dates don't match. It's not like today where they're just, Googling, hey, what's a cool pagan holiday we can steal, right? And what's interesting, though, in all this is a piece of it that a lot of this comes back to, and I want to read this, that the idea, where does this idea come from? And it spawns all these pop culture blogs, and it comes from basically this really bad 19th century, like a lot of bad things that came from the late 19th century, early 20th century, idea of comparative religion. Right, this idea of the study of comparative religion. And the original book of this, or the most influential book, I should say, was called The Golden Bough by Sir James Fraser. And in 2 volumes in 1890, which eventually expanded, it caused something of a scandal for treating Christianity like any other form of ancient mythology, but effectively established the discipline of comparative religion in the English-speaking world. And so in their reasoning, all religion is just the same thing. This is for the comparative theologists. They would say, well, no, every religion just takes something from the religions that came before and then adds a little something to it, adds their own spin, but it's really all just the same thing, and it's all mixed up, and that's what we're getting today. And in doing so, you actually lose the rich tapestry, not only, by the way, of actual theology, but just human history. Right, because that's not how it happened in any way. You had wars, certainly. You had, but you had this great religious debate that was going on all the time. I actually said this on another show recently, but the reason that atheists aren't discussed in anywhere really in the Bible is because they didn't exist in biblical times, right? Everyone believed in something. Everyone believed in, whether it's the God of this tribe or that tribe, or the God of the Canaanites, whether it was Baal, it was Moloch, a lot of Moloch worship going on today still. And the fact was they were dealing with establishing the one true God, right, for the ancient Israelites, and then eventually going into Jesus by fulfilling that through coming of the Messiah. And so this idea that they would be borrowing things from other religions, it's anathema to what actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Like you were saying that, Ireland wasn't even, that's kind of the narrative that people hear, is that they took these jack-o'-lantern myths and somehow imported them into Rome. But one of the big, wrenches in the machine is the Pope, who eventually made All Saints on November 1st and moved it from May to November 1st. He was the last non-European Pope until Pope Francis in 2013. He wasn't even from Europe. You know where he's from? Syria. Okay, so the Pope,
Pope Gregory, right? The fourth.
Pope Gregory III. He's the one who, started this process. And he was from Syria. So I don't think he was like trying to get like Irish.
It wasn't like an Irish Syrian,
Yeah, he was like Irish Syrian fusion. No, it's just like he's as far away from Ireland as possible. And he's the Pope who, starts putting this stuff in place. So.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive. He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments.
Yeah, it's just a lot of really bad research and really bad history that's actually been debunked by secular historians for a long time. But it is a popular idea because it's used to combat the church. It's used by secularists. It's used by Satanists and occultists to say, aha, look at you. You took your thing from us and now we're taking it back from you. If you go to the city of Salem, by the way, we happen to be there passing through about a year ago, and it's all occult there. Everything is occult in Salem now. And it's celebrated. It's absolutely celebrated. And I have no idea what was going on back there in Puritan times. The witches, were they real? Or they witches, or was it just? I have no idea. Right? We can't really know. But what I do know is there's a lot of witchcraft there today. Absolutely. I mean, it is a nexus point.
It's like
you feel it when you're there.
It's like you and I have talked about before, Easter eggs. People are like, oh, Easter eggs are pagan. They mean this. It's this goddess. It's like, no. In the medieval era and up until recently, you couldn't eat meat or eggs during Lent. It was part of fasting. It was penance. It was to make your life hard, no protein, right? You're living on basically a vegan diet during Lent. And then on Easter Sunday, you got to eat an egg, and it tasted so amazing because you hadn't had an egg in 46 days. And people would paint them and be excited about it. It wasn't pagan. It was
which, by the way, for those of you who don't understand how chickens work, chickens don't know that it's Lent. So the chickens continue producing the eggs. So you've got all these eggs just stacked up around your house, and you have because the chickens you can't just go to the chicken and say, hey, wait. So you've got to do something with the chicken. So there you go. That's for all the city folks that are listening.
Yeah, it's just practical Catholicism. And I think since our society, since the Reformation became more Protestant, especially in America, and then now that we live in a post-Christian era, all of the sort of the Catholic nuts and bolts and the underpinning of our culture, it's all forgotten. And then now we have all these people on blogs who are like trying to impose Wicca on everything,
which is completely made up, by the way.
Completely, yeah. So it's kind of ridiculous.
It's not even. It's if you were an ancient pagan, an ancient occultist, you were definitely not a Wiccan, because that was made up.
Right. Yeah.
So we should talk about that a little bit. So we're I feel like that's enough. And for anyone who wants to read this full article, I'll actually link it here. So I know, right, Jack Posobiec and Taylor Marshall linking to an atheist website. That'll be fun, but put us in good standing with our fellow Catholics for sure. And but let's get into this idea that the occultists really have perverted this holiday and so many other Christian holidays, the same way that in all occultism, it's always a perversion of the true faith. You have the Mass, you have the Black Mass, you have 3 p.m. becomes 3 a.m. 3 p.m. the traditional, by tradition, we believe that's when Christ died on the cross. So 3 a.m. becomes satanic hour. You see this in movies, by the way, The Exorcist, right? There's a lot of Catholic, obviously, right? There's the overt Catholic motifs of the rosary, the holy water, the crucifix, the young priest, the old priest. But there's even deeper stuff if you know the background of 3 a.m., 3 p.m., et cetera, like this. By the way, just another note on that, that's one of the coolest things about growing up Catholic is that, number one, you never actually have to have this discussion because you just know, inherently that's what it is. But then also that it always means that you get the day after Halloween off. So just saying.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
as long as you go to church.
For us, November 1st is a high holy day. It's a holy day of obligation. And that means we have to go to Mass. It's just like a Sunday. We have to go to Mass. We get to go to Mass, but we're required to go to Mass because we come and we commemorate all the saints in heaven. And we Catholics like saints. And then like people say, well, what about
in Eastern Europe, I don't know if you know this, but in Poland, All Saints Day and All Souls Day are massive. Just absolutely massive. And all Souls Day, what the Poles will do, and you would see this in Ukraine as well, probably not, this year, obviously, that might be harder. But I take that back. I guarantee you will see this on November 2nd in Ukraine, even in wartime, that in Western Ukraine, you still have a lot of Catholics. They will go to the cemeteries, and it's candles and it's flowers for your family, for your ancestors. And there's sort of this idea that if you're not taking care of the graves of your ancestors, that you're like, it's a shame, right? It's a personal shame. It's a familial shame that you are not, because the idea being that you have to honor your ancestors, which, by the way, last time I checked, that wasn't a recommendation. That wasn't a suggestion from God. Honoring your ancestors, that's a commandment, right? That's a commandment. And this idea that, and then of course that hopefully that someone will do that for you at some point.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Huge. And I think, people who aren't Catholic get that. They're like, why don't you just worship God? Keep it focused on Jesus. And we do. And we have a distinction in Catholicism. We have this Greek term called doulia and then another term called latria. And doulia is what we give to humans. You can give it to the American flag, the cross. Like, we show respect and honor. We salute.
Veneration is not worship.
Yeah, it's a veneration. It's not. And then the other term, latria in Greek, is for God alone. So only the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost get latria, the true adoration of worship as God. And then the saints get our doulia, like you would respect, in a monarchy, a monarch. Well, we should even respect our president. Even though we're not thrilled with who he is, but I mean, we show, you like you were in the Navy, you salute the rank, you salute the uniform,
you salute the uniform, you salute the rank.
You're not like, someone can't come and like, why are you worshiping that general or that?
Why are you worshiping that admiral? Right? Yeah. No.
Or why are you worshiping the flag? Well, I'm honoring the flag.
It's actually called customs and duties. It's considered a duty.
Yes, exactly. And we believe that we have a duty. That we should honor those who were exemplars in following Jesus Christ. St. Mary Magdalene, St. Paul, St. Luke, and all the way into our own time, Saint Therese de Lisieux, all these great saints who, and maybe they were martyrs, and maybe they were just in their quiet way through suffering or illness. They carried the cross of Jesus.
I want to ask you another question, a serious question, maybe a spooky question. Are demons real? Are these spirits, these ghosts, these ghouls, these goblins, this spiritual world that we're called to believe in? When I watch a movie like The Exorcist or a series like The Conjuring, they talk about things like this. When I read the Bible, when I read the gospel, Christ performs exorcisms, including transporting demons like Legion into a herd of pigs at one point. They fall off the cliff, they run off the cliff. And so am I supposed to just overlook those things? Am I supposed to think that these are just, that was just an early form of mental illness, and he was just he was curing them through a form of celestial therapy or something? Or are these things real, and should we as believers take these seriously?
They're most certainly real. If you read the Bible, Old and New Testament, there are fallen angels, and that's what a demon is. So we as Christians believe that before our world, our human world was created, that God made the angelic world, and he gave them a test. And there's some speculation of what that is, and I talk about that in my book. But basically what happened is Satan said, non serviam. I will not serve. I will not serve. And he fell. There was another angel in our tradition who said, who is like God? In Hebrew, Mikael. Who is like God? And Mikael is Michael, St. Michael, the archangel. And so he asked him that question, like, who can be God? You can't be God, And right. So Satan was kicked out. About a third of the angels fell, and Satan and those third of angels became demons. They became dark angels. And ever since then, they've been wanting to thwart and bother and bring us to hell. And you see that in the opening of the Bible, Adam and Eve, right? Satan comes and he starts talking to Eve. And in the book of Job, you see Satan comes before God and says, I want to go after Job. He's so holy. He thinks he's so righteous. That's because he has such a great life. Let me start taking things away from him, and he will curse you, God. And God says, no, he's a just man. And he allows Satan to start tempting and taking things away from Job. And for some reason, in God's providence, he's decided to allow these fallen angels to remain around us, to influence us, for us to fight against. And we call it spiritual warfare. And we have to be prepared for that. We have to be in a state of grace, have to have the sacraments, read the Bible, live holy lives, help the poor, alms, all these things. And so the demons are real. And then we find in the Bible that not only can the demons influence us, they can tempt us. Remember, Satan tempted even Jesus Christ.
Oh, and even the devil can quote scripture. He can quote scripture.
These demons are smart.
Well, because angels. There's also this idea, right? So if you're a demon or a fallen angel, and you want to wage war on God, you want to attack God. Yes. Well, you can't attack God head on, right?
You already lost on that one.
You'd be obliterated. You're done. There's nothing you could do. But here's what you could do. What you could do is find God's creatures, find God's believers, find God's flock, and you could go and you could target them. And you could target them and take them away from God, because you can see that God is working with them, and God wants them to come closer to him because God wants them to attain heaven. And so you can go and then try and work to thwart his plans. And so they say every every challenge, in every time we're faced with something like, it's also that perennial question, why do bad things happen, right? And you say, well, every suffering is a chance for repentance. And that's tough. That's a very tough lesson. I struggle with that lesson. With that lesson, that teaching. But it is something that I just say in my head over and over. Every struggle, every suffering is a chance for repentance.
Yeah. Every setback is a setup. And for some reason, God's allowed that. And people, when they get possessed, there's two reasons. I just interviewed an exorcist yesterday, a real exorcist, Father Chad Ripperger, and I asked, how do people get possessed? What's happening? The main way people get possessed is they go looking for it. They get involved. Right? Yeah, you can make a pact with the devil, which is not, he says, not actually a pact or a deal with the devil, because the devil has no legal rights because he's already a defeated foe. So his covenants and his contracts are void. But people who make these with him enter into partnerships with him, or, you can do that explicit where you just say, I want to make a deal with you, Satan. Or they get involved in extremely sinful or demonic behavior, witchcraft, seances, Ouija boards, some of these dark arts, dark magic, these kind of things, paganism, pagan rituals, sexual rituals, or really, really criminal activity.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments.
Mass murdering, these really rapes, child rapes, all these kind of things. These invite the demons into us. And the exorcists say that the demon, when you're possessed, he's not in your soul. A demon can't get in your soul. Demons are actually in your bodies. And when you read the accounts of Jesus exorcising people, you see that the demons are in their bodies, not in their souls. So that's the main reason why people get possessed, is they open themselves up to the satanic. So if someone says, hey, let's do a seance, or hey, let's get the Ouija board out, or let's do any of these, you just run as far as you can from that. Because if you want demons, that's how you get demons. Now, the other thing that's kind of
on that, it's not what is it? I don't know who makes it, the Ouija boards, Fisher Price or whatever. It's not like the company's making a satanic instrument. It's what you're doing with it that becomes satanic. It's not like you go to the store and it's Satan. That being said, you can go to a Spirit Halloween and find all sorts of occult paraphernalia there, just right on the shelf. They have a little section for it. And the point is, it's not that stuff doesn't come into your home and make you satanic, but what it does is it opens you're opening yourself up to it. You're opening up that world. You're inviting it in. You're giving it license, right? You talked about legal rights. You're giving it license, giving Satan license, or some of the lesser demons license, to be able to come and then partake of your life, of your corpus. Your spirit is still there. And you do see this in like you said, some of these, even the original Exorcist movie, there's this idea of the struggle within the young girl that which, by the way, people don't realize that's based on a true story. Some of the more theatrical elements were added, sure, walking on the ceiling and all, but speaking in tongues and the lesions and knowing information about the people that she's talking to that you couldn't possibly know, saying I'm here, I'm speaking with your mother, knowing the mother's name, all of that goes back to
sometimes they speak Latin, Greek, Hebrew, ancient languages that a person wouldn't normally know, and those are the kind of preternatural signs that's like, okay, there's something in this person. So when you do this occult stuff, you're doing something spiritual, and you're not doing it with God and his angels, you're doing it with the underworld, and that opens you up, and it's really bad. But the other way you can be possessed, and this is kind of scary to think about, is sometimes extremely holy people, God allows demons to come into their lives, and they're usually, almost always victorious. And The Exorcist yesterday told us a story of a very holy nun who was in Bavaria, one of the holiest nuns in the region, and she was possessed. And the exorcist came, and she said that it was revealed that because of a sin that had taken root in the area, God had allowed this sign to happen to get everybody's attention. And he said, what is the sin? And he says, divorce. People are turning to divorce. Wow. And so once they knew that, he did the exorcism, the demon came right out, and the nun was fine. Like the supernatural thing that God wanted. So sometimes you can be very holy and not do anything wicked, just like in the story of Job in the Bible. He was a very holy man.
Sure, obviously, there's no rules for God. If God decides to allow something, it's he's in.
Yeah, but he said almost every single time you're dealing with someone who's possessed, there is some sort of magical, dark art, wicked, occult practice that has happened, that's usually traumatic to a person, and they always do a triage to make sure this is not some kind of mental illness, and they want to confirm that there's something preternatural, spiritual in this person, that's not just psychological. And once they have that and get approval, they do an exorcism, and an exorcism is no joke.
Right, and by the way, there's no your sanctioned exorcisms are done by priests, right? There's no lay exorcisms. I mean, you can pray for the person, and you can hold whatever you want to do, pray there, and you should be praying for the person, obviously. But the idea that you're going to be performing this outside, I mean, that's like saying you're a member of the laity and you're going to go perform open heart surgery on somebody. It's not probably not.
Yes, exactly. Or you're just a lay person, and I'm going to go do a SEAL Team 6 op by myself. It's just not, you're not trained for that. Right. And there's a lot that goes into it, and rituals and preparation. And
you open yourself up too.
Well, that's what they say. If a lay person or someone, even a priest who's not an exorcist, let me emphasize this, even a priest who's not an exorcist who tries to do one, he can get retribution and have demons come into his life. So you have to be properly, appointed, certified in order to do it.
You can tell a little bit into this. I've read a lot of the work of Father Amorth, watched his videos quite a bit. He was the Vatican's exorcist. He was someone who's been very public about this. And at one point, he actually made a video, and we're saying in the break that you haven't actually seen this yet, so you got to go watch this now when you're done, that he allowed the director of the original Exorcist movie to actually film an exorcism in Italy that he was performing. It was this Italian, she was a young mother, and you hear the speaking in tongues, you see the sort of contortions that the body is doing, and you're able to watch this. No, it's just him, it's the director, some members of her family, no camera crew, just him, single camera in the room. They show the entire thing.
Wow. Yeah. I've never been to one, but I've spoken to exorcist priests who have done them, and it's not just like you come in and 5 minutes it's over. Like, these can go on for months, actually.
Well, that's right. It's a very long process. It's not like you see in the movies. It's you don't just go in once and then it's done. It's multiple times, because at the end of the day, and correct me if I have this wrong, and we're coming up on a break here, but it's not just that you're performing the exorcism because that person has been possessed. God has allowed them to be possessed, and that person has to repent for that sin they committed, their whatever they let in. They have to repent for their actions, and then the exorcism will begin to take place.
Yeah, the person needs to be right with God. And the exorcist I spoke to yesterday says, look, you have to, he gives them a whole list of things they need to do before he'll even begin the exorcisms, because they've got to be spiritually right.
We've been talking about the Christian history of Halloween. Yes, the Christian history before the pagans had anything to do with it, which they never did, and before the occultists tried to come in, pervert it, take it away, and steal it, as they do to all things Christian. You know, and actually, Dr. Marshall, we were talking a little bit in the break, and I think we should say this on air as well, though, that the original book of Dracula, right? The original book of Dracula, so we said the movie The Exorcist obviously has a lot of Catholic motifs, but the original book of Dracula, it is so much more Christian based that I don't think people realize, where essentially it is the family of Dracul has made this deal with the devil, just like you were talking about. And the idea is that he's been possessed by Satan. He has to drink the blood of the living in a perversion of drinking the blood of the eternal, right? So it keeps him undead as opposed to dead and then achieving apotheosis, coming to heaven. And then this sense that this is also why, crucifixes and holy water are things that ward him off. So some of it has translated into the movies, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a perfect segue into the book of Revelation, the Apocalypse, because in the book of Revelation, Satan is called the dragon, and in Greek it's Draco, and in Latin Draco, where you get Dracula. Dracula means little dragon. Right. So we're literally, Dracula is the little dragon, the little Satan, because he's so given himself over to the devil, and he's using all. If you read the novel, by the way, do yourself a favor and read the original Bram Stoker Dracula novel. It's short, it's good, it's cheap on Amazon or wherever you want to get books. It's an excellent book. And as you read it, especially if you're a Catholic, you'll see all this Christian sort of Black Mirror, analogy that's bent towards the demonic that comes from Christian. So he's talking about baptism. He's talking the Eucharistic language of eating the flesh of the body and blood of Jesus Christ, as in the Lord's Supper, the Eucharist. All this sort of Christian theology is inverted and perverted by Dracula, the little dragon, Satan himself. And he is possessed by Satan. As you read the novel, you begin to realize that he's in need of an exorcism. And what he's doing is he's trying to have this Eucharist on other human beings. He's eating off of them in order to preserve his life. And we know that Jesus says, unless you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have no life in you. That's the true gospel of Jesus Christ. Right. And then Dracula has completely subverted it in a satanic ritual. Yeah, and even the whole idea of virgins and consecrated virgins in relationship to nuns, and all these things are going on in Dracula that are...
It's very obvious once you kind of just say it to somebody, and then when you read the actual novel, you realize, oh, well, it was overt in the novel, and it's just been through Hollywood's lens that they've diluted all of this.
It takes place, of course, in Transylvania, which is kind of Romania-ish area with some interesting Christian motifs in the background there.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriot Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
It kind of shows a perversion of what true Christianity is and how Christ is our life and how we're incorporated him and consecrated to him. And that's what gives us eternal life. And I think, our culture now is kind of the same thing. People prey on other people to perpetuate their lifestyle or their life. And it's just, it's totally.
No, it's very sad. And so, I mean, my final point on that is just, if you're going to celebrate Halloween, celebrate. Have fun with your kids, go out, have a good time, but also don't forget the original part of it, right? Don't forget the origin of this, the martyrs, the holy saints, understand the history and the true rich tradition that you're actually taking part in by celebrating not just Halloween, right? So that's my point. If you're going to celebrate Halloween, don't just celebrate Halloween, but also celebrate All Saints. All Souls. So now you're completing what's called the Hallowtide. But what was interesting is that you mentioned as well, though, that All Saints is that it's a holy day of obligation, high holy day for Catholics. But the reading on All Saints Day is always from the Book of the Apocalypse, also known as the Book of Revelation. Is that correct? So what's the connection there? Why is that the direct connection?
Well, when you read the Apocalypse, the Book of Revelation, as in my new book, Antichrist and Apocalypse, there's seven churches, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, and then 7 plagues. That's the sevenfold cycle that just starts cycling, literally twirling around in the Book of the Apocalypse. And as you go through it, you realize that there's this very strong harvest theme in the Book of the Apocalypse. And this goes back to the Gospels where Christ says, the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers few. The angels will come and collect the harvest. I mean, there's all these parables that have to do with harvesting, right? So, and it's harvesting of souls, right? And Christ even has him in the Apocalypse. He's even depicted as having the sickle and reaching the sickle down into the earth and harvesting souls. So this whole idea that he is kind of this great farmer. Remember, Adam was a farmer, right? Adam and Eve, he was cultivating the garden. Christ is the new Adam. He was found in the garden. Mary Magdalene thought he was the gardener. Remember that? Right. On Easter Sunday. So he is, in a way, cultivating a garden, but is it just like grapes and grain? Well, in the Eucharist it is that, but it transubstantiates in his body and blood, and somehow it brings in this harvest of souls. And so on All Saints Day, traditionally, we read from the Book of the Apocalypse, and it's this whole idea, and it's the reading from Revelation chapter 7, where the angel comes and it marks on the forehead with the sign of the Tau, which is a cross, on all the faithful on earth, and it marks them and denotes them that they are to be harvested for Jesus Christ. They are to be taken for him. And that's the beautiful imagery in the Book of Revelation for All Saints Day, is that we have been marked on our heads with the sign of the cross. In baptism, we're baptized on our heads. And then in the Catholic tradition, the priest also puts chrism on our heads and marks us with the sign of the cross, the seal of the cross of Jesus Christ, and tells us to preserve this baptism until the day of our death. So in a way, he marks us for the harvest. This is why eventually I think All Saints Day was moved to November 1st, because it fits with this apocalyptic book of Revelation harvest theme, because that's the time of the harvest, that final fall harvest of bringing in everything before it turns winter. So yeah, there's all these things.
Which, by the way, is obviously just as a normal fall tradition anywhere you are in the world. It's not tied to paganism. The fact that it's becoming, fall and autumn, and we're collecting the crops, right? That's just life. That's again part of God's creation. But there's no direct. And by the way, for anyone who ends up reading that article, I hope you do. It points out that even by the way, if you go into the Irish Harvest Festival in the ancient times of sowing, there was no connection to paganism whatsoever. It was just a harvest festival. That's it. That's all it was.
Yeah, I mean, you bring in a bunch of grain and you have tons of food and your work is all done. What are you going to do? You're going to eat great food and bake some pies and have fun and let the kids eat the apples and just have a grand old time. And that's kind of part of it is it's celebrating, as we read in the book of Revelation, that Christ has marked us and he is coming back for us. We're special to him, and he wants to bring us into his storehouse, which is heaven. And that's the great hope of it all. And that's what All Saints is all about. We look to those who already made it. It's kind of like if you're overcoming alcoholism or drugs or a sex addiction, meeting and knowing people who have been successful in that journey inspires you, like, okay, I can do it. I can do it. I can go one more day without a drink. When I say,
I'm 17 years sober. I try not to, that's like bragging. But I try to mention that every once in a while. We just had that, just a couple of, 2-3 weeks ago, was my anniversary. And I try to mention that. Often. It's not like, oh, look, I'm better than you think. No, it's not like that at all. It's a message to anybody that is struggling out there that, hey, 17 years, boom. Didn't think I could do 17 years, but here I am.
It's possible. And that is just an analogy to where we look in this life, like, is it really worth being a Christian? Is it really worth trying to live chaste? Is it really worth going to church every Sunday and, praying every day and this family? And then you look at the saints and you're like, they did it. Thousands of people have done it.
And one day though, when we realize that, had a priest once who said, the best place to count your money is in the graveyard, best place to check your bank account, that this is a testing ground that we're in right here. Exactly. This reality that we're in, whatever it truly is, right? It's set up for us as a test. That's the true life, right? Beyond this. And this is, so your answer to the test will take place there, not here, and you're going to be there a whole lot longer than you are here.
That's right.
Final words. We're almost out of time. Dr. Taylor Marshall, the new book, Antichrist Apocalypse, available everywhere that books are sold. Hasn't been banned yet. Get it before it is. We're definitely going to have to order some for it, because all the producers are asking me for a copy now. But what's the final word? Why should people read this book now?
Well, everything creepy. The book of Revelation has a lot of creepy, scary, unusual stuff in it. And all of those things are there, just like the demonic, just like death, just like all these things we're talking about as we get close to Halloween. All of that there is to inspire us to have hope and confidence that Christ conquered death. He conquered the demons. He conquered the devil. All these things that scare us, he's conquered, and we have hope in him. And that's the message of All Saints. Be a saint.
Memento Mori. Memento Mori.
Memento Mori.
Dr. Taylor Marshall, the book is Antichrist and Apocalypse. Thank you so much. God bless you. Happy Halloween. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Conservatives don't care about the environment. This couldn't be any further from the truth. The American Conservation Coalition is building the conservative environmental movement, and they're inviting you to join the mission. Scan the QR code or visit acc.eco/RAB to donate to ACC. Here's the truth. The best environmental stewards are conservative. So why does this total myth exist? Well, the environmental movement has been hijacked by radical left-wing activists who prioritize ideology over conservation and use the environment as a Trojan horse for their progressive agenda. Go visit acc.eco/RAV to help ACC take the environmental issue back. What if we believed that economic and environmental success go hand in hand? We can do it. If you care about stewarding our land and building a conservative environmental movement, I urge you to invest in ACC. Go visit acceco/RAV to donate now.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
RAV's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got one cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Bo Davidson, filling in for the great Steve Gruber. Today is the 31st of October. Happy Friday and happy Halloween. Let's get into today's top stories. Hope not too many of them will be too much ghoulish for you. Well, the government shutdown is now in its 31st day and is on pace to potentially be the longest shutdown in history. That is pretty scary. As Chuck Schumer and the Democrats continue to hold the government hostage, many Americans are starting to feel the pain. We'll discuss that with Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina today. Also, voters are headed to the polls for next week's elections set for Tuesday, with key elections in New York, Virginia, and California. Every vote counts to ensure that the Democrats can't hurt this country any more than they already have. More on that today as well. And then later, a Florida school teacher has been placed on administrative leave for supposedly forcing students to address her with the gender-neutral term MX, despite Florida's banning of DEI practices in schools. All the details and updates coming your way today. But first, it is Halloween, and so we would like to start off with something very fun. It is Halloween, and that's also called All Hallows Day, as it's known. And given the frights and scares of today's theme and all of the other accoutrements that come with it, I thought we would explore and profile the 10 ghouls of Halloween today. These 10 people certainly give a fair degree of fright to people, and let's be honest, deservedly so, given their antics. So I think we've got to dive in first with our first ghoul, and that is Zohran Mamdani, aka Kami Mamdani, who very well might become New York City's next mayor. He scares people with his economic plan that would create a mass exodus from New York and the downfall of, honestly, one of America's greatest cities. Sadly, his comments about the NYPD and IDF have not scared New Yorkers enough. New York's mayoral election is November 4th, and the city's future may hinge on this election. The youth vote is undeniably in favor of Mamdani and this anti-establishment figure, but for all the wrong reasons. And what is perhaps scariest is that he seems authentic, and that lure deceives so many people. So he is certainly a ghoul that should frighten far more New Yorkers than he is right now. And speaking of being deceitful, let's take a look at this video from the Free Press.
Socialism. This is Zohran Mamdani. He's running for mayor of New York and currently polling second. Here's what he normally sounds like.
We gather tonight in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, in the history of the world.
But in an interview in South Africa, he sounded a little different.
I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. Nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
And in an interview with the Turkish-American podcast, Mamdani sounded different again.
I'll be honest with you, Brother Mansoum, is that at this point, not many people are thinking about it.
And here is Zohran during his rapper days.
You know, it would have been here earlier, but worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour. As in you can't just stop it.
Worldwide tour, Benny. Well, I'm joined by Benny Ray Harmony, who's co-hosting with me today. Benny, who is our second ghoul today?
Bo, our second ghoul is Senator Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Now, Bo, listen, we did not get the name Schumer shutdown from nowhere. The shutdown, it truly rests squarely on his shoulders as he tries to prove that he's this big, tough guy to Republicans. Take a look at what he had to say back in 2013, where he actually scolded Republicans over threatening a government shutdown. And guess what it was over? Healthcare.
Well, you know, we have this extreme hard-right group in the Republican Party, and they have chosen this moment once again to pick their fight on Obamacare. They're perfectly blunt about it. They think threatening a government shutdown, holding the full faith and credit of the U.S. hostage, is the place they have the most leverage. Now, we agree. They want to keep debating Obamacare, fine. But there's a time and a place for everything. It's called the election of 2014. Republicans should train their efforts at 2014. But to hold everything hostage, which in this kind of government set up by the founders they can do, it's wrong substantively, it's wrong politically. When they threaten a shutdown, they're telling cancer patients that research on cures for diseases can't go forward until we kill Obamacare. They're telling highway construction workers that your paycheck and your project are on hold until we've killed Obamacare. They're telling middle-class families who want to buy a home they can't get an FHA loan till we've killed Obamacare. Many of the public's against Obamacare, but very few of the public says, hold up everything else till you repeal it.
It's quite a coincidence considering he is the one holding the government hostage today over health care for illegals, of course. Schumer kind of looks like the Batman villain, though, so he's scary enough as it is.
I agree with you, Penny, and that actually brings us to our third ghoul of today. It's Ilhan Omar. It was Omar who said that Charlie Kirk has no legacy to honor and refused to apologize. Take a look at this.
I have nothing to apologize for. You know, it is a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was killed in that way, but there is no legacy to honor. It was a legacy filled with bigotry, hatred, and white supremacy. And as a black woman and as a Muslim in this country, I refuse to join the chorus that changes the history of what is on the record from this man.
What I find jarring is that there are so many people willing to excuse the most reprehensible things that he said, that they agree with that they're willing to have monuments for him, that they want to create a day to honor him, and that they want to produce resolutions in the House of Congress honoring his life and legacy. It is one thing to care about his life, because obviously so many people loved him, including his children and wife. But I am not going to sit here and be judged for not wanting to honor any legacy this man has left behind. That should be in the dustbin of history.
Well, she also called him a reprehensible human being and a stochastic terrorist. Now, does Ilhan Omar even know what terrorism is? The terrorist group Al-Shabaab comes from her native country of Somalia, so Ilhan Omar is a fright and an embarrassment to all. She doesn't even need a Halloween mask for that, Penny.
Agreed, Bo. Okay, we are on our fourth goal now, and this one might be the scariest, in my opinion. We have House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And now this guy, he continues to try and push the false narrative that this government shutdown has actually been caused by Republicans. Take a look at this clip from CNBC.
Yeah, we haven't shut the government down. Donald Trump is the president. Republicans control the House and the Senate. And what we've repeatedly made clear is that we would not support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people in an environment where Republicans already enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing because of Republican policies in their one big ugly bill all across the country. Medicare is facing a $536 billion cut at the end of the year unless Congress acts, again connected to the one big ugly bill. And now Republicans are refusing to even consider extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits when open enrollment starts on November 1st. This is a now issue.
But Leader Jeffries, you kind of conflated a spending bill with a clean CR. It's only 24 pages. It keeps the government open at this point, and The House passed it. It's ready to go. The Senate has it.
The Democrats have voted to keep the government shut down now 13 times, with the last vote being on Tuesday, and there's still no sign of them coming together. So definitely worthy of a spot on our goal list for today.
Indeed, Benny. He's pretty scary looking as it is, if you ask me. But our fifth ghoul is AOC. We couldn't leave her out, whose unbelievable rant sent shivers up even skeleton's vertebrae. Let's take a look at this.
This city was built by the Irish escaping famine, Italians fleeing fascism, Jews escaping Holocaust, Black Americans fleeing slavery and Jim Crow, Latinos seeking a better life, Native people standing for themselves, Asian Americans coming together in Queens, in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, in Manhattan, in Staten Island, in this country, in a vision to build the freest, toughest, and greatest city on earth.
Wow. Forget Freddy Krueger, forget Chucky. That terrified me.
Okay, Bo, we cannot forget our ghoul, Gavin Newsom. He uses his daily dose of gel on his costume, and I'm convinced he spends more time on podcasts than running the state of California, you know what I mean? And maybe that's why California went from a $100 billion surplus to a $70 billion deficit. Yet he continues to criticize President Trump. Take a look.
As a Democratic Party, we have a lot of work to do to make up for our failures in the past. We got crushed in this last election. And now we're in a position where we are struggling to communicate. We're struggling to win back now the majority in the House of Representatives. And that's a big part of what I'm doing, not just today in terms of the work out here, raising money, but also raising awareness around how Donald Trump is trying to rig the midterm elections and how I fear that we will not have an election in 2028. I really mean that. And the core of my soul, unless we wake up to the code red, what's happening in this country, and we wake up soberly to how serious this moment is.
Okay, so while California continues to go down the drain, it seems that Gavin Newsom, he's out campaigning on the same lies regarding the midterm and 2028 elections. It's pretty ghoulish behavior, if you ask me.
Yeah, you know, Benny, they used to call him Greasy Gavin. Maybe we call him Ghoulish Gavin now. Our seventh goal is Virginia Attorney General candidate Jay Jones, whose text messages condoning violence continue to plague him. He sent texts longing for then Speaker Todd Gilbert to get, quote, 2 bullets to the head, and longing for his kids to, quote, die in their mother's arms. Now, when we were in a politically tense nation like we are right now, where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, this kind of rhetoric is disqualifying at the very least. So he should scare everyone in the state of Virginia.
Absolutely. And our eighth ghoul of Halloween is DNC Chairman Ken Martin. Don't even get me started with this guy. His party is in disarray, to say the least. They have no message, and it's just all about thwarting Donald Trump. They have no laurels to rest on, no achievements. And now, Bo, should they win the New Jersey and Virginia governor's races, it'll give them some life. So that's why these elections next Tuesday are really worth paying attention to.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Well, ghoul number 9 is Maine Senate Democrat candidate Graham Plattner, who has now tried to backtrack on a large chest tattoo that resembles the Nazi Totenkopf symbol. He says he got the tattoo while drunk when stationed as a Marine in Croatia. I mean, hey, you know, people get drunk, they get tattoos, but you have to know what you're getting inked on yourself. I don't have any tattoos myself, Benny, but if I did, I would make absolutely sure that my tattoo could not be misinterpreted.
Yeah, you're right. And finally, we could not have a complete list, Bo, without the ghouls, without mentioning our favorite TV show cast, okay? The View. These ladies scare the bejesus out of people daily with their leftist screeds, me including. They just love to talk highly about themselves, all while bad-mouthing the Republican Party.
I think that we should have more Republicans on the show, but they don't want to come on. They're scared of us. It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene says that she finds the Republican men afraid of powerful women. Well, that may be true of all the political persuasions. But if they would come on this show and they can explain to us what they're trying to do to this country.
When you said Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm happy to say that she's going to be here on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's election day.
Because
it happens to be election day.
And you know, I don't know how many things we agree on, but I know the one thing that she and I and all of us at this table agree on is this should not be affecting the American people.
Bo, did you see the look on Joy's face when Whoopi told them? If you ask me, she had the look of a ghoul.
I would agree with that. And actually, I think that all the ladies on there are ghouls, if you ask me. But that was pretty scary. But hey, MTG, to her credit, is going on the show November 4th. They'll have to deal with that. Well, that wraps up our list of the top 10 ghouls of Halloween of 2025. We have so many more that wanted to be put on the list, but with only 10 spots, we had to pick out the very best of the very worst. Coming up after the break, the government shutdown has been in effect for 31 days now, and Americans on both sides of the aisle are starting to feel the financial repercussions. How long will the Democrats hold the government hostage? We'll talk about it next with Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina. Don't go away.
Music licensing reimagined.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here. We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Out there at Columbia, South Carolina. Welcome back to America's Voice Live. Democrats on Capitol Hill are facing growing criticism tonight as what some are calling the Schumer shutdown continues. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has refused to bring forward a funding bill unless it includes billions in additional domestic spending, money Republicans say is unrelated to keeping the government open. The House already passed a straightforward funding measure to maintain essential services, but Schumer is holding out, arguing that Democrats need more leverage. Meanwhile, federal workers and everyday Americans are stuck right in the middle, left wondering how long this political standoff will drag on. The Democrats have elected to keep the government closed 13 times now, 13. And it's clear that the American people are fed up with their antics. Here to discuss this with us is Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina's 4th Congressional District. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us. You know, the shutdown has been in effect for 31 days now. Schumer, along with Hakeem Jeffries, continue to put blame on the Republicans when it seems that they are the ones who are on the record for saying that they need leverage. What are your thoughts?
It's important to remember this was a bipartisan vote in the House. We voted for a clean CR. We had Jared Golden of Maine join us. And then the Senate has voted multiple times bipartisan to keep the government open. And here we are 31 days in, 42 million Americans are about to lose their SNAP benefits, their WIC benefits. You got millions, hundreds of thousands of government employees and soldiers and sailors, airmen, Marines that are not getting paid. It is absolutely ridiculous.
And Congressman, do you think that Schumer is trying to hold off so that he has a better chance against AOC for senator in his state?
That's exactly what it is. This is all about New York City. Mamdani is a Marxist. He's a socialist, and they are terrified of him. You have Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. They are terrified of the election results coming up on Tuesday. I do think that after the election on Tuesday, the Democrats are going to be forced to come to their senses. But again, they've been playing games with millions of Americans' well-being, and it's just outrageous. They're going to be held accountable in the midterms, and they don't have leaders, they don't have policies, and they don't have a direction. So they're rudderless, and they're spinning around in circles.
Congressman, what do you think it's going to take to end this shutdown and reopen the government? I mean, someone's got to bend or break, and the Democrats obviously have been, spineless, but they're trying to hold their ground, as you said, for political purposes. What's it going to take?
Again, I think this is going to be over very soon. The election on Tuesday is going to give them what they need. They're going to see what happens in New York City, and they're going to find an off-ramp. They're going to probably say something about how they have the framework to discuss a solution to this problem. But again, I agree that we need to address health care, but the answer is not with a gun to the government funding's head. This is extortion, and they're asking not for billions of dollars, for $1.5 trillion in subsidies for COVID-related Obamacare spending. It's just outrageous. So they know that they don't have a plan. I think the Democrats are struggling more and more. Their staff are no longer getting paid. Everybody on the Hill misses a paycheck right now. So we got to find a way out of this, and I think it's going to be with Schumer folding.
And Congressman, we wanted to talk to you about this while we had you. The FBI just announced that they thwarted a potential Halloween terror attack that Kash Patel said was planned out for this weekend in Michigan, seemingly inspired by ISIS. What are your thoughts on this and just the issue of political violence in America?
I just think we're extremely fortunate that we have new leadership in the Pentagon and at the FBI. The military should fight and win wars. That's all that they should think about. And the FBI should investigate crimes and enforce the law in our country. And so we have gotten everybody back on track, and we are safer because of it. Kash Patel's doing a great job at the FBI, and I'm happy that he was able to keep us safe this weekend, and he's going to continue to do so.
Congressman, just some final thoughts here. We only have you for about 30 seconds left. Your thoughts on next week's elections and how Republicans are feeling about those, especially in Virginia and in New Jersey.
I mean, I think New York City is what I'm watching first and foremost. That city has survived a lot of challenges, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to survive a Marxist as the mayor. And Mamdani is absolutely crazy, and the policies that he's espousing are simply un-American. They have never worked anywhere in the world, and they will not work here. So while we're watching a number of different elections, Virginia, New Jersey, I think New York City is going to be the most important one, and it's what is driving Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries' decision-making. And so we'll see if Cuomo can pull a rabbit out of a hat, but I have a feeling we're going to have a Marxist as the mayor of New York City come next week, and they're going to have to deal with that.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope to have you on again very soon, and happy Halloween.
Hey,
and coming up after the break, things are heating up as voters head to the polls for Tuesday's election, with key races in New York, Virginia, and California. Every vote could tip the balance of power in Congress and statewide. More details straight ahead.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Howdy, Rav fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Tuesday for many states with heated races that will decide the power of Congress as well as state and local elections. The biggest races are New York City's mayoral race between independent Andrew Cuomo, Democrat Zohran Mamdani, and Republican Curtis Silva. Virginia has a one-term limit across the state, and Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears and Democrat Abigail Spanberger are battling it out. California has Proposition 50, a measure to override the Independent Redistricting Commission and allow Democratic lawmakers to redraw congressional districts for the 2026 to 2032 cycles. Now, that could let the already blue state gain even more Democratic seats. Of the current 52 districts in that state, only 9 are red. Elections are won in the off years and in the primaries. These are just a few of the big ones that we're tracking right now, but every single one is huge when the margins are this slim. Here to discuss this, the Conservative Caucus President, Jim Pfaff. Welcome.
Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Jim, so let's break down these races a little bit. Let's start off with the New York mayoral race. Democrat Zohran Mamdani is polling at 43%, but he's facing a criminal referral over alleged illegal campaign donations from foreign sources. Do you think this will affect the election outcome at all?
I mean, I can't see it at present. If there is substance to all this, it's going to take a little bit longer than Tuesday to get that resolved. It'll be interesting if there is substance to see what happens afterwards, and that could be a short bit of chaos, and we'll see how that plays out. But no, I don't see that affecting the outcome. This thing has been strongly in his hands for months now, and I just don't see that changing. New Yorkers, people in New York City, I guess they've decided they want to be ruled by socialist, frankly, communist government.
And in the Virginia race, Earl-Sears, she would be the first black female governor if she wins. Spanberger has said that she won't work with President Trump to create jobs. So where do you think this race could go, and what should we know?
Well, right now, there no doubt through all the polling that I'm seeing that Winsome Earl-Sears is gaining ground and maybe right there within striking distance. It's going to be very difficult. I mean, remember, Northern Virginia, where I sit right now, is filled with Democrat government employees, and in some cases, former government employees if they haven't yet moved from the area. And they're kind of hot against Donald Trump right now. Of course, that's a deep state problem that we need to be fixing. But Northern Virginia is always a big challenge in recent decades for Republican statewide candidates. That does not mean that she can't do well. We're seeing heavy energy out state. Republicans are energized in Virginia. The question is, are there enough votes to bring her over the top? Now, I think Attorney General candidate Jason Miyares is going to beat Jay Jones, who had those rancid texts where he was wishing on the death of former Speaker of the House and his family. And I think that negativity has definitely penetrated that state, so Miyares has the upper hand. If there's energy enough there, that oddly enough may sweep right up into the governor's race and help win some seats out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one and a pretty close call there. Let's shift to California. So Prop 50 will allow Democrats to redistrict before the next census. And now this potentially flipping up to 5 Republican seats to Democrat for the 2026 through 2030 election. Give us your thoughts on this. What are you seeing?
Well, the polls seem to indicate that it's going to pass, but there may be some legal challenges to this that are quite serious that could thwart Gavin Newsom's efforts to do this. And also, there is some evidence of real Republican energy in the state and showing some concern about this. Absolutely, with many Republicans in districts that they would lose their congressman and have to be represented by a Democrat. But I mean, if I had to put money on it, I think it's going to pass. But you're seeing an effort across the nation. It just got finished in Ohio. We've seen Missouri and Texas do this. Florida's likely to do it. Indiana has had Governor Braun called a special session there. There are a lot of Republican states that are going to counter whatever gains Gavin Newsom can pull out of his hat in this one.
Well, Jim, thank you so much for your expertise and sharing this with us and our viewers. Great discussion. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Good to be with you.
Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up 40% since the beginning of the year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver, honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are listeners, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchase before the end of the month. Again, text America to 989898. Do it today. And coming up after the break, we'll discuss a case in Florida where an elementary school teacher was placed on administrative leave after trying to force students to address her with a gender-neutral term. More on that after the break.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Howdy, Rav fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
To America's Voice Live. While some of us would like to forget going to school, one of the common things that we all remember is the simplicity of simply calling your teacher, male or female, Mr. or Mrs. Well, in Talbot, Florida, a school teacher has been placed on administrative leave for supposedly forcing students to address her with the gender-neutral term MX. And now this is despite Florida's banning of DEI practices in schools. Governor Ron DeSantis made this clear back in 2023 when he signed a law that strictly prohibits K through 12 teachers from using any pronouns not related to their biological sex. Joining us to discuss is Turning Point USA contributor Morgan McMichael.
Thank you, guys.
Morgan, you spent a lot of time on campuses and just advocating for the next generation. We see instances of teachers asserting these LGBTQIA, whatever you want to call it, talking points in classrooms often. Why do you think that is?
You know, they want to continue to share their woke leftist ideology because they have this power grab. A lot of these public school teachers think that they can get away with anything, especially on college campuses if they're tenured or if they have the school board backing them, to where they're going to continue to spout things like you can change your gender or asking for students to use their preferred pronouns, which I think is absolutely ludicrous. And it also is the result when there isn't truth and false anymore, when you are actually promoting the idea that things that are inherently incorrect can be correct. And so even something as simple as she, her versus he, him, Mr. and Mrs., and using the pronouns that are assigned to you biologically at birth in a classroom, which is the appropriate thing to do, is now getting the lines blurred, which I just think is really unfortunate to these students' futures because it is vastly confusing to young children. And I'm sure that parents had no say or knowledge in this until it was brought to the public eye.
Yeah, and Morgan, I think back to Jordan Peterson. When I first got, interested in what he was saying, I remember I think it was the province of Alberta that was trying to force him to say these pronouns, and he said, I would do it, but I don't want to be forced to do it. And that was at the college level. So it's important to recognize that these are elementary school children. They're not even college-age kids. So why do you think some of these teachers insist on forcing these young ones, so young at the elementary age, to adhere to such a ridiculous concept?
Like I said, I think it's a power grab, and I think it's because they genuinely believe this ideology that is so damaging to our society that they will do anything that they can to try and persuade the youngest generation that we have, that we're supposed to be raising and protecting, to get them to believe something that is not true. And I think that these teachers should be fired for it. I think that school board members that are trying to have pornographic books in the library should be fired for that. I think that anybody who is trying to remove reality and common sense from the classroom needs to be held accountable for it.
And Morgan, can you comment, or do you have any words on what parents are saying about this situation? You are always on the ground and always getting that information, and we just want to hear your perspective.
Yeah, anytime I talk to parents, especially conservative parents whose kids still are in public schools, maybe they don't have the option to send their children to private schools or homeschool their children, are very concerned with what public education is heading towards. A lot of these school boards just aren't being held accountable for the decisions that are being made, or aren't listening to the parents in their districts. And I think it's really important for parents to be directly involved in their parents or in their children's educations, so that they know exactly what is happening in those classrooms.
Morgan, I was really encouraged. A couple of weeks ago, I went to the Moms for Liberty Summit in Orlando, and there was a middle school charter, pilot program for Turning Point ambassadors. These two young kids. It was amazing. They did Build-A-Bears with Charlie Kirk. You probably know about this. I think this is great that Turning Point is getting involved even at a younger age. And my understanding is that the girl had to convince Charlie to do it, and now here we are. So what do you at Turning Point say to those young students? Because it seems like you've got to get younger and younger to get them aware of what's going on around them. What does TPUSA teach students at a very young age?
Absolutely. I mean, something that Charlie and Erica have always said is, it starts at home. It starts with the parents, and the parents being able to educate their children properly and be educated themselves on what to do. And I can happily say that Club America has hit college campus or high school campuses, across this country. We are seeing over 1,000 chapters, and more are continuing to be chartered. And I know that high school students, at the young age of 13, these freshmen in high school are hungry for the truth and to carry on Charlie's legacy more and more every single day. And it really is just a beacon of hope and encouragement to see that high schoolers even are getting involved politically. And I know we're only going to continue to grow.
Yeah, it's just getting bigger and bigger. And I really thought that Ole Miss event was fantastic as well. Well, Morgan McMichael, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up after the break, I'll discuss the National Education Association and their questionable partnership with a nonprofit association to tailor a curriculum that's more in line with indoctrination than education. More on that after the break. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Howdy, Rab fans. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
welcome back to AVL. The National Education Association, or NEA for short, is the largest coalition of educators in the U.S. who are responsible for the development of the curriculum in the name of advancing education. The association, however, is coming under fire for their partnership with the Zen Education Project, a nonprofit that promotes what's frankly revisionist history, as they make school lessons tailored to rewriting the facts of historical events to fit with social justice narratives. Now, what's more is that the Zen Education Project is actively involved with organizations such as Black Lives Matter, making this partnership between the NEA and the Zen Education Project seem more like a play for indoctrination than education. Joining me now to discuss this is the president for Accuracy in Media, Adam Guillette. Adam, thank you so much for being with me today on this spooky Halloween. And this is actually a pretty spooky story, to be honest with you, because DEI seems to be persisting across all levels of education. So what I want to know is, how is Accuracy in Media exposing instances like this?
Well, we have a team of hidden camera investigators that go across the country to find these people breaking the law. I've personally been in over 200 school districts across America in red states. And what I find time and time again is that these highly paid school administrators brag to me about lying to parents, deceiving parents, circumventing laws, and breaking laws. And we see this not just with the Zen Education Project, but with a news service called Newsela, which is in 90% of school classrooms. 90% of them have it. And Newsela partners with Zen, with the 1619 Project, and with the Southern Poverty Law Center, and they've got that in red state classrooms.
Wow. So you have hidden cameras. This is amazing. It's almost like an O'Keefe thing here. I'm very impressed with this. And my mom was a public educator for almost 40 years, so this is even better. Do teachers now have a say in what schools include within their lesson plans, or is it forced upon them nowadays?
That's a great question, because what we've seen in the last couple of years is more and more districts, dare I say most school districts, hired equity officers. And you might think that's only in Boulder or Berkeley. Fort Worth ISD, one of 20 school districts in the Fort Worth area, has a dozen full-time non-classroom equity officers. I'm sure they've printed new business cards since that became illegal, but I'm sure none of them lost their jobs. And what those staffers do is work to ensure the principles of DEI are integrated into every facet of education. This isn't about right or wrong history or revisionist history. They've got this stuff in math class. So even if you're an educator who's not keen on making politics a big part of math, these folks are going to make sure you do it.
So does that mean if you correctly answer 2 + 2 = 4, that's racist somehow? I mean, look, amazing that this is even in math. Well, so let's follow the money then. How are these lesson plans getting funded?
Well, Newsela, for example, has a free version, but they also have a paid version, and many school districts use COVID bailout funds to pay for Newsela. And going back to the NEA, people forget they are the biggest donors in all of American politics. The teachers' unions donate more money than George Soros, more money than Charles Koch. And what are they donating? Our money. Even if students don't learn, and by all objective measures, we are raising a generation that will be less educated than the generation before them. Even if students don't learn, every 2 weeks without fail, the teachers get paid. Every paycheck without fail, a portion goes to the union, and every 2 years without fail, that money goes to far left candidates. More states need to do what Florida has done, which is instead of the state government collecting the union dues for each employee, the employees have to cut a check on their own. Once we did that in Florida, union enrollment declined precipitously.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Florida. I was at the Moms for Liberty Summit just a couple weeks ago in Orlando, and you've got these alternatives now to unions. How prolific do you think that's going to be when teachers realize that they have an alternative to joining a union where they don't even know where that money is going? Well, we know now, but they might not even know where their dues are going.
Well, exactly. I mean, I think the whole marketplace of education is changing in America right before our eyes. More than 50% of all students in the country now live in a state with some form of significant school choice. Many states like Florida, Ohio, Arizona have universal school choice where the money follows the child. Essentially, we fund education the same way we fund food stamps. You're not geographically assigned a store to buy your groceries. You get the funds and you use them how you choose to a degree. And that has led to a proliferation of charter schools, of classical academies, of new private schools popping up. And those people aren't going to automatically join the NEA. These teachers are more likely to join alternative associations instead, where they're not essentially funding far left politics that they may not agree with.
Yeah, school choice, parent choice, teacher choice. I agree with all of those. And one thing I think I learned, Adam, at this Moms for Liberty Summit that I don't think I would have known had I not gone is that they really have a great ecosystem built in to affect change. When they see problems, there's a chapter that even if it's not in your hometown, that you can get the nearest chapter close by and go attack the problem. What do you recommend that parents can do in situations where they encounter a problem where DEI is being forced down their kids' throats at school? What can they do?
I'll be honest with you. Like I said, I've been undercover in over 200 school districts across the country in red states. And these administrators and principals, they may seem really kind and well-intentioned to you. And I meet with them with hidden cameras. They seem just as kind and well-intentioned. But what they intend for your child might be dramatically different from what you intend for your child. I got to say, if you have a child in traditional K-12 education, take them out tomorrow. These are radicals who consistently stay one step ahead of the law in order to push their agenda into every facet of education. There are so many alternatives, like we said, with classical academies, charter schools, homeschools, learning pods now. And most Americans, as I said, live in a state with school choice. Pull your kid out of traditional K-12 education. Yours isn't the good one. I've met with those people, and as I said, they brag to me about how they lied to you.
Well, Adam, real quick, just a couple seconds. Tell us where we can go to find out more about what the work you're doing at Accuracy in Media.
Sure. Our website is aim.org, AIM.org. We're active on every social media platform. We just released another hidden camera investigation from Dayton, Ohio this week, and then we have several more coming out next week. The law means nothing to these radicals running higher education and K-12 education.
Well, thanks for all the good work you're doing. We'll make sure we keep posted on all your great work. Adam, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, the tax extension deadline may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is unfortunately just beginning. If you missed the October 15th deadline or you owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait, well, it only makes things worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill, just for not filing. And that's in addition to what you already owe. What's the good news? Well, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help you. If you're self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. With tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. And it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is 100% free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. All you got to do is call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. After the break, Benny will have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America really is. Plus your answers to America's Voice's question of the day. What is your favorite Halloween tradition and why? We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Kids, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice on this Halloween Friday. So what makes America wonderful? We do this every day with the hope of putting a smile on your face. So today's story is coming to you right here from the nation's capital, where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump took time last night to ensure trick-or-treaters could receive candy at the White House. And now listen, after coming back from his weekend trip into Asia, President Trump and First Lady Melania, they quickly fixed themselves up. I hope Trump took a little nap, and then they positioned themselves at the bottom steps of the South White House lawn. They received a huge line of trick-or-treaters, so many kids, and while there were many memorable costumes, the best it had to be the siblings who dressed up as the McDonald's drive-thru. It was an obvious nod to the president's favorite fast food joint, and I have to agree with Trump on that one. While things are very serious in this world, it's nice sometimes to just take a break from all the headlines and stories to bring some much-needed positivity. And President Trump's gesture yesterday reminds us of what makes America wonderful. He even continued the tradition of putting the candy bar on top of a kid's head. Now it's time for your Real America's Voice question of the day. Okay, drum roll, please. What is your favorite Halloween tradition and why? Here are some of the answers we got on our social media. Up first, we have B-Sore Todd, and they said cider donuts dipped in hot apple barrel schnapps. Stephen Gale up next, and he said, it's the greatest pumpkin Charlie Brown. How sweet is this? Growing up on a farm in Kentucky in the 70s with no cable, it's the TV shows from my childhood that make the holidays for me. Now listen, I agree with that. I'm from Illinois, so I am missing those small town harvest nights as well. And a couple more, we have 12 SK7 said going to a bar and toasting with a mug of beer. And then someone else said, I love seeing Elvis at the gas station and some Smurfs and witches at the grocery store. It makes me smile. And one more before we head over to Eric Bowling, but this one says, decorate the house, and I answer the door with a Halloween mask, and it freaks all the kids out just a little. Let's bring in Eric Bowling for the handoff to our next show. But Eric, I have to put you on the spot, okay? What is your favorite Halloween tradition?
So now or then? Now, I literally, we put a big table, a big, long, one of those rectangular table, put a bunch of chairs around that. We bring bring the bar out to the driveway. And when parents come to bring the kids down the street, they may hang out and have a cocktail for a while and let the kids go trick or treat down the street. When they come back, they pick them up and they go. We do this every single year. And I absolutely love that. But my best, I'll tell you what, you want to know something, but the best Halloween tradition I have, I go to Halloween Horror Nights. I was there 2 nights ago. I was in Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando. I was there till 2 in the morning, acting like I was 15, but I had the best time of my life. Absolutely adore being scared by just crazy people, and they can't touch you, and you can't touch them. So, it's not going to really be happening. But when you're in these haunted houses, it really scares the bejesus out of you, as they say. So,
well, Eric, thank you so much. It's great to see you. Have a great show, and happy Halloween.
Well, happy Halloween to you too. I'll take it from you guys. Can we take it from now? We can take it from here, can we? Yeah. We'll do it. Let's do it. Let's do it a little bit. And you want to know something? We have a minute before the market closes. This way, I can tell you what's going on with the market before it even closes today. So right now, Dow Jones Industrial Average up. We have an update in the Dow. We have an update in the NASDAQ. Again, right? We're pressing up against record highs in all three of those. The Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ. Good news. VIX is even, not bad news there. Gold was up about $30 an ounce earlier today, up right around unchanged, down $3 right now, still over $4,000 an ounce. We're going to talk to Philip Patrick in a little bit about the direction of gold. Also oil moving up just a bit. Crypto bounced back. Thankfully, crypto finally has found some footing. 110 to the Bitcoin. It was 106 and change yesterday at this very time. And then Ethereum bounced back a little bit. XRP, all of them. We look at Sierra. We look at them across the board. A Friday, folks, Trump finishes his deal making with Xi Jinping in China. Rare earth deals, maybe lower tariffs. Again, I'll stand by this. Tariffs are not healthy for any economy, theirs or ours. Just throwing it out there again. Don't yell at me, Rumble chat, like you always do, but that's where we are. So good news across the board. Really, really, really nice run. We got to keep an eye now because interest rates seem to be flattening out for a while. So the long run isn't going to be another interest rate drop, which is always helpful to things that are kind of traded based on. Let's jump right into this. Every choice we make, well, that's an opportunity to stand for freedom. Even something as simple as your cell phone service. Here's the truth. Most cell phone providers don't care about you. They just want your money. Patriot Mobile's different. For over 12 years, they've stood with the American people who believe in faith, family, and freedom, contributing millions upon millions of dollars to Christian conservative causes. The best part is, with Patriot Mobile, you don't have to sacrifice quality or service. Patriot Mobile offers premium access to all three major U.S. networks, so you'll never have to worry about coverage. Think switching is complicated? It's not. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Either way, Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in just minutes. Stuck in a contract or still owe money on your current phone? No problem. They've got a contract buyout program. So what are you waiting for? There's no reason to wait. Just go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call this number, easy, 972-PATRIOT. Never forget it, 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT. RAV promo code will get you 10% off. All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the apparent Democrat front runner, that Weasley liar and economy destroyer. You know him, slick Gavin Newsom.
All the pardoning, all the this great grift, the biggest, most corrupt administration in history.
All the pardoning, says Gavin. Do you believe that? All the pardoning, says Gavin. And he's not even talking about the auto pen. Well, it was in fact Joe Biden who used pardoning as a personal superpower, like a swampy mafioso. But worse, most of the time, it wasn't even him. It was his power-hungry minions running around all over the place in the White House. They all covered up his downfall into dementia pretty well, not so well. Not really at all. But in hindsight, I would say it hurt them. The House Oversight Committee is apparently all over it.
He often would confuse names.
You think it got worse as you knew him?
Yes.
Are you sure you're being honest with yourself when you say you have the mental and physical capacity to serve another 4 years?
Yes, I am.
I did not have the experience that it took him longer to answer a simple question.
He could stumble. It was a stumble physically.
What is it, Chief?
It was something that we did not coin. It was something that the media coined.
Did you or did anyone ever verify if the videos you were talking about were in fact cheap fakes?
I believe so.
But there were instances where videos were circulated of President Biden appearing confused or freezing for a moment that were real, correct?
Not that I recall.
Not that I recall. Not that I recall. Covering for his condition, and then to make matters worse, they faked Joe's signature, giving out pardons like candy.
Do you know who the people who were actually operated the auto pen were?
I do not. Do you know any of the actual staff who were using the auto pen?
No.
You don't know their names?
No.
Have you never seen a decision memo laying out the breakdown of when the president should hand sign a particular set of documents?
Not prior to prep.
Did he hand sign all executive orders?
He did not. He hand signed many executive orders, but he did not hand sign all executive orders.
Can you read your response?
I approve the use of the auto pen for the execution of all the following pardons. Thanks, Jay-Z.
Did you yourself write this email?
I do not believe I did.
Jay-Z, look at that. Look at that. That was a cool graphic, Mad Dog. Do not believe I did. And I'm quoting that person right there who trains these jackals on their answers anyway. Well, looks like they might not get away with it after all. Fingers crossed. Thought I'm holding my breath. I'm not, because Trump's on it. I think they're going to try and hold these folks accountable. I hope they are. Is there an actual reckoning coming? Is it actually going to happen at all? Well, Whoopi may not like it, but Whoopi had better brace herself.
Instead of investigating a man who is no longer in office, I would like y'all to find out why the U.S. military is striking vessels without verifying who's in them.
They really, really, really want this to go away, don't they? Because they know it means that heads will roll. The more the truth the House Oversight Committee uncovers, more heads will roll. Also, how do they say things like that without even a shred of irony? Let's not investigate a man who's no longer in office and focus on the one who is currently in there. What about those 4 years, Whoopi? We want those 4 years of our lives back, trial after trial, a mugshot. Are they kidding? Are they kidding when they say this stuff? We're talking about something far worse than Watergate, Whoopi. Here's Mike Donilon, part of the massive cover-up, admitting that there was a hefty bonus coming to those who continued to hide Joe's mental downfall in order to help him get elected.
Were there any circumstances in which you would have received a bonus?
Yes, there was.
What were those circumstances?
That Joe Biden would have been reelected president of the United States.
What would the bonus have been?
I believe it would have been $4 million.
In addition to the $4 million that you were already paid?
Yes.
$4 million. In case it was hard to hear, the guy who's part of one of the most treasonous and disgusting cover-ups in American history. If Biden barely was there mentally, was the guy who couldn't stay up on a stationary bike, who couldn't find his way out of a round robin without a note card guiding him. Mr. President, sit down. You sit now. These people actively work to cover up all of that, to hide from the American people the fact that the leader of the free world was in a mental free fall. Why? Because they knew a big payout was coming, $4 million if he was reelected. Screw the American people. That's what they were thinking, obviously. Who cares about this country as long as Eyebrows over there gets his millions and puts Weekend at Bernie's back into the Oval with his hand on the nuclear codes? Think about that for a second. They know this is bad. Their media minions have come out for months trying to play it all down. There's nothing to see here, folks. So it looks like I have to educate the leftist media. Once again, the difference here is, and why it's worse than Watergate by a mile, is because unlike what the Washington Post is trying to imply in that article, just one of many of the like that they put out by the subservient arm of the Democrat Party machine, the auto pen wasn't just used to sign a letter congratulating some teacher in Kalamazoo for her 40 years of teaching kindergarten. It was used to pardon a man who created a deadly virus in a Chinese lab that killed millions of people and then laughed in our faces about it.
I created it.
That's right. You let it loose.
I was in my kitchen.
You let it loose. Yeah. Right. Okay. Gain of function. Here we come. You were here making Aranja Italian meatballs, and that's a gain of function. All right.
7 million people died. 1 million Americans died. I'm on the cover of magazines. Pardoned. Look, we all know that Joe Biden's executive orders and pardons were signed via auto pen by a 27-year-old staffer with green hair, with 63 pronouns to his, her, they, them name. All right, fine. We all know that Joe had no idea what day it was, let alone what was being signed in his name, and yet nothing will ever be done about this because it will be too big of a shock to the Democrat system, and it will open a sort of political Pandora's box whose contents are unknowable. I'm old enough to know how this thing goes. This is the deep state we're talking about, the lowest depths of the disease-ridden swamp. See what I'm getting at? They carried out one of the most devious, treasonous acts in our history, covering up for a degenerate president, a guy who didn't even know what day it was, calling out dead people. Where's Susie? Mr. President, she died 2 weeks ago. Oh, okay, got it. A congresswoman. And then when they knew he wasn't getting in again, they broke laws to give out pardons in order to do everything in their power to cover their tracks. We know what happened. It's fact. Mark my words, it's just that we've seen this too many times. Can the American people finally get what we deserve, the truth, retribution? How about a perp walk? How about someone behind bars for breaking the law? For once, we have 2 million people in our prisons in America, 2 million Americans in our prisons. Can we put one politician who broke the law worse than half of the people in our prisons? Can we put one of them in prison, please, so they stop doing it? Would it help to pretend like the fate of this republic depends on it? Maybe, because it actually does. Now let's do something about it. All right, little video here. This is Tristan Ham. He is an absolute bad dude. He's a great guy. I shouldn't say bad dude. He's a great guy, but when he's in the ring fighting, he is a bad dude. He's fighting, he's working his way up the card. He's looking to fight Jake Paul, but the Edge is all about guys like this, who on his way up, everything was going smoothly. He's an outdoorsman. He had a business, outdoorsman business, and then he gets accused of things. He gets slammed. He hits rock bottom. But does he go away? No. He picks himself up and decides, I'm going to start boxing. 2 years ago, he started boxing. All of a sudden, this guy's a heavyweight. He's knocking people out left and right. He's going to be a superstar. He's looking to fight Jake Paul. Great episode on a series of great episodes. The Edge, again, top 1/10% of all new YouTube channels. Killing it. Subscriptions off the charts because of you. Because of you. Hit that QR code if you don't mind, Mad Dog. There it is right there. You can use your phone. Just shine your phone on that. Hit that yellow line. You'll be automatically subscribed again. Never, ever, ever a charge. I promise you that. Never. Just gets you to the page very quickly when you go on YouTube. Or youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. /Eric@EricBowlingTheEdge. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your viewership. And most especially, thank you for your subscription. Folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
Good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Well, the Fed cut rates again this week, quarter point, even though inflation's still above the target 3%. They're looking for 2%. Here to give us insight is Birch Gold Group's precious metal specialist. Welcome back, Patrick Phelps. So we get the quarter point move down. Markets are reacting. Gold is sitting very, very, very strongly at 4,000 an ounce. I mean, this is incredible. Up almost 50% year over year. Next move, your thoughts?
Look, I think it continues to move up from here. We had Jamie Dimon come out very recently. They're upping their prediction, JP Morgan, on gold quite significantly. They're saying could hit $8,000 an ounce in the next few years. So, and it's not just JP Morgan. Investment banks around the globe rapidly upping their predictions. I've said before, but I think what we're seeing now is a structural change. There's a move away internationally from government debt towards gold, and I think it's supporting higher gold prices moving forward. I think gold's been undervalued for a long time. Now it's being marked to reality.
Yeah, and Philip, I got to point this out. And the folks know that I do business with Birch Gold. We love Birch Gold. You guys are great. And here's the point. If you're going to do something like buy gold, you have to trust people. You have to trust their reputation. I love gold to the point where I literally bought gold coins from a friend of mine who, he owns a jewelry store. He sells high-end watches, and he takes gold coins as part of his payments on some things. He said, do you want the gold? I said, I'll take it. And it was literally yesterday I bought gold because I believe in the price of gold and the future of gold. And I did it because I trust him, but I do also work with Birch Gold. And I think that is the point. You got to trust who you're dealing with when you deal with something as valuable as gold. And Birch is one of the best, if not the best.
I agree vehemently, and it's so important to find a company you trust who do things right. We are that company. We're the biggest in the United States for a reason. Anything you purchase from us is guaranteed. We assay everything. It's all in good condition. And you're right, you have to find a trusted dealer. So you have us, of course, and you have your friend. As long as you trust them, buy gold. It's the right climate to do it.
Yeah, and if I find out one of those gold coins I bought isn't real, I'll be back to Birch Gold, and I'll be knocking on his door as well. So you know, the Fed, the 3% inflation, is this the new normal now? I mean, the target rate is 2%, but we seem to be getting acclimated at 3%. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're moving into a climate of just persistently higher inflation. There wasn't really a rationale for the Fed to lower rates. We need it. We got to ease debt service, right? We need to boost the economy, but that's not really the Fed's job. The Fed's job is stable prices, 2% and maximum employment. Inflation's at 3%, right? 50% above their target. The rationale for them was concerns over unemployment. But even those numbers were, in the context of history, historically low. Unemployment's averaged 5.7% since 1945. We were in the mid-4s. I think what's really happening is we're starting to see what's called fiscal dominance in real time. Basically, this is the moment where it's debt driving policy more so than data. I think the Fed understand the government cannot function with high interest rates. So there isn't really a choice but to lower interest rates, let the economy boom, and inflation smolder.
So I've been talking about this for a while on the show. Tell me if I'm being accurate in your opinion. Oil prices have come down. $60 a barrel is great news for the economy. It's great news for inflation. The risk is that inflation rocks up and Feds have to raise interest rates again, then that would be a little bit of a headwind to the gold price. But it doesn't seem like that's happening. Lower oil prices, lower inflation is generally a good thing for gold.
Generally a good thing for gold. And honestly, I don't think they can really raise rates that much. Every time they raise 1 basis point on the federal funds rate, it adds $380 billion a year in interest costs. And that was kind of my point. That shouldn't be the Fed's concern. They should be laser focused on maximum employment and price stability, but they're straying beyond that mandate because the country cannot function today with high interest rates when you got $38 trillion of debt. It's not happening. So you either raise rates, freeze the economy, and cripple the government with debt service, or you lower rates, give the economy some stimulus, and let inflation rise. And I think it's the latter we're going to have to go for.
Got it. We're going to leave it right there. Mr. Philpatrick, have a great weekend. Birch Gold Group, we love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It's almost like Democrats have forgotten that there's something called the internet where videos exist forever. While they hold the government and the country's SNAP benefits, the food benefits, hostage in order to maintain leverage over the Republican Party. Their words, not mine. Let's look at what their party, their main guy, their dude, their bro, Barack Obama, said about that very thing, way back in 2013, shall we?
No Congress before this one has ever in history been irresponsible enough to threaten an economic shutdown, to suggest America not pay its bills, just to try to blackmail a president into giving them some concessions. I will not negotiate on anything when it comes to the full faith and credit of the United States of America. We're not going to submit to this kind of total irresponsibility. Congress needs to pay our bills on time. Congress needs to pass a budget on time. Congress needs to put an end to governing from crisis to crisis.
See how it works? When they're in power, they blame the other side. And now that they're not in power, Obama said, do it. Open, get your butts back to the bargaining table, sign a clean CR, and open the government. Everyone's happy. Not me necessarily, because it just raises our spending, but whatever. At least people will start getting their checks again. Speaking of flashbacks, so CNN's Caitlin Collins cornered dollar store Timu Obama on what he said about shutdowns back in 2013. And here's what Hakeem Jeffries had to say when it was his own hypocrisy was shoved in his face.
We're in the midst of a government shutdown right now that is unnecessarily forcing pain on the American people. It's a shutdown that was manufactured by the House GOP that has resulted in a situation where Americans all across this country have now been put in jeopardy. That's a tragedy of epic proportions.
I wonder what Hakeem Jeffries of today would say to the Hakeem Jeffries of 2013 who had that message in terms of wanting to pass a clean CR so Congress could get back to work.
Well, the Hakeem Jeffries of today definitively agrees with the Hakeem Jeffries of yesterday.
It's unbelievable. The hypocrite. It's why I can't stand politicians. Left, right, center. They get there and they just feel that they can lie and pretend nothing they've ever said in the past matters right now. Ooh, those bats. Ooh. Well, it's clear that Americans have had it with the shutdown and the nonsense. It's also clear that Americans know exactly who's to blame, and even their own supporters are pointing it out. So imagine when the people coming to your defense are America-hating politicians like, I don't know, Ilhan Omar, who loves Somalia more than America.
People are angry. So why is Hakeem Jeffries talking like he's Chuck E. Cheese Obama? Okay? What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on, man. Come on. Clearly, the Democrats don't have the leaders they need to meet the moment.
He says Democrats don't have the leaders they need to meet the moment. Is he right?
We have leaders. The problem is
the leaders on the Republican side are refusing to meet with our leaders. You cannot have a government that functions without there being leaders having a conversation. That is where the core of the problem is.
I'm not really sure what she was saying. Basically saying I have no answer for this because when it was the other way around, we told you to open the government. Now it's our turn and you won't open the government. So what are you doing? I don't know. Let's ask Hakeem Jeffries. He thinks he's Obama. When you look up the phrase lack of self-awareness, that first person that comes to mind should be Kamala Harris, or at least it should be, as I said, she continues to lie about Joe Biden's mental decline, as we showed you yesterday. And Kamala continues to serve her infamous word salads on her book tour of embarrassment after embarrassment. Here she is suggesting that we should lower the voting age because of, the weather.
I think we should reduce voting age to 16. I'll tell you why. So, Gen Z, they're age about 13 through 27. They've only known the climate crisis. They missed substantial parts of their education because of the pandemic. If they're in high school or college, especially in college, it is very likely that whatever they've chosen as their major for study may not result in an affordable wage. They've coined the term climate anxiety to describe fear of not only being able to buy a home, but that fear will be wiped out by extreme weather, but fear of having children.
She was almost president. And she thinks she wants to be president again. Are you kidding me? What was that? Yeah, lowered it to 13 because 13-year-olds are in a good place to vote because they're worried about the climate and you need more votes. In case you were wondering, now, remember when that Australian journalist thrashed Kamala Harris when she claimed that Joe Biden was mentally fit to be president and even run again? Kamala Harris is still living up to her deal with the devil. Even Jon Stewart calls her out on it.
I believe he was fully competent to serve.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do.
That surprises me, actually.
No, I do. But there's a distinction to be made between running for president and being president.
What's the distinction?
Well, being a candidate for president of the United States is about being in a marathon at a sprinter's pace, having tomatoes thrown at you every step you take.
That sounds lovely.
I was thinking, remember she said, I didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. What's a coconut tree? Isn't that a palm tree? I mean, really? That one, I don't know. If that's the best they got, God bless them. We'll be back 2.5 minutes. We have more show, a lot more show coming up with scary, spooky stuff, fake news.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice. Hello, all all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
All right, folks, our next guest is a former NBA player, current GOP candidate for the United States Senate, and the host of the Royce White Show right here on Real America's Voice. Happy to have Royce White with us. Royce, good to have you, my friend. We'll get into your Senate run. This is really fascinating. Such an important. It would be amazing to get a GOP senator or a conservative senator in the state of Minnesota. Fingers crossed. But let's talk a little bit about the Schumer shutdown. I mean, Chuck Schumer is on the hot seat, but they keep deflecting. They got Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer out there pointing the finger at Trump. All they have to do is move 5 U.S. senators over from the Democrats, reopen the government. They don't even have to take. Schumer could say, I'm against this, but 5 went, and guess what? The government's open. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are the progressive wing of the Democrat Party has all but captured the Democrat Party, and even your middle of the row, who they play like they're middle of the row. I don't really view them as middle of the row, but who used to be middle of the row is being held captive by the progressive wing of the party and making demands that aren't realistic.
So unrealistic. They have Trump derangement syndrome. You know what the really strange thing is, Royce? I remember going through this, the Health Care Act, the Obamacare Act, in 2009 or so. Democrats put this whole thing together. And you know what they did? They said in 2025, at the end of 2025, the healthcare, this payment for Medicare and Medicaid expires. It sunsets. This is their wording. Conservatives were against the whole darn thing. And somehow now they're still trying to blame Republicans, mostly blame Trump.
Yeah, I mean, they'll lie. I mean, that's what we're up against. I think that the conservative movement and the MAGA movement and the America First movement and all your libertarians, any Christians, anybody that's out there that has any remembrance of a normal has to stop messing around and understand that these people will outright lie. They have no equivocation about lying to the American people, lying to the opposition, lying to the other side of the aisle, lying to themselves. They lie to themselves. So, you know, we have to find a way, I think, to muster up the courage to play hardball with these people once and for all.
And so you're running for U.S. Senate in the state of Minnesota. Klobuchar isn't the one. Tina Smith, I believe, is the one who said she's not going to run, and that's the
Tina Smith, right?
You're looking at, Bryce. Tell us, number one, why did you decide to run? Who else is in this race, on both sides, really, that you would say would be competition for you?
Well, I ran against Amy Klobuchar in 2024, and we gained about 5 or 6 points. She's one of the most well-funded Democrats in the entire country, also one of the most radical. And, you know, we flipped 27 counties, which is a sign that the greater Minnesota is swinging towards not only MAGA, but somebody who's regarded as an extreme MAGA candidate. I don't think I'm that extreme. I say all the time on the show, we're not the far right. We're just right. But that was a good sign. And I had very minimal support from people like the NRSC and other, conservative Republican institutions around the country, many of which have sold us out just as bad as the Democrats have in some respects, in many respects. So there was only one, option was to turn the campaign around and run again for Tina's seat. I didn't know that she was going to resign and it would be an open race, which bodes well for me and the rest of the Republican Party here in Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan, who is currently our lieutenant governor under Tampon Tim, is considered to be the front runner for the Democrat side. Also, Angie Craig, who just got an endorsement from transgender House Rep Sarah McBride. I don't even know what his real name is. But so there's going to be a primary. There's going to be a primary on the Democrat side, and the internal polls from Peggy Flanagan's campaign say that the generic Republican is only 2 points behind in their projections. So Minnesota officially a swing state by the Democrats' own measure, and we're in a great position to do something special.
Let's point that out as a very important comment you just made there. The generic GOP candidate is only 2 points behind whoever Peggy Flanagan or Mr. McBride or Mrs. whatever the heck they are. That's amazing because you're a very popular person. You're a former NBA player, conservative, African-American. These are the types of things that really open that seat up where you got a legit chance. And I just a little piece of advice. Pete Hegseth is a good friend also from the state of Minnesota. Might not be a bad idea to grab an endorsement from him real quick, if you know what I'm talking about. And if you need to, if you need to call him, I got a cell phone number. I used to work with him for a dozen years at Fox. But this is great. This is really, really important that you could, because Minnesota, honestly, man, from doing this a long time, has just slid into the abyss. You have Ilhan Omar, you got that lunatic that was running for mayor. The Somali I don't even think he speaks English.
Omar Fateh.
Yeah. Fateh. And the Tampon Tim, as you point out, it's become everything that progressive liberals represent. Man, it would be nice to fire some fresh blood into that, some conservative blood.
No, we call it the belly of the beast for a reason. Minnesota is like ground zero for the radical Democrat agenda, and it's going to be an interesting race. I think for the first time, and again, in Minnesota, we voted for the Democrat candidate in the presidential election 13 consecutive times. So Minnesota has been firmly blue for the presidential for 13 years. This will be going on 14 if we do it again in 2028. I think for the first time, we're going to be able to appeal to the people of Minnesota and say, can we just try something different? I mean, do you remember a time when you didn't have to worry about men being thrown in women's prison? Do you even think that's remotely appropriate or reasonable? I think we're going to be able to make that appeal now, and I think Omar Fateh and some of his radical things in the mayor race are going to help. I mean, you already see down in Minneapolis, the liberal elites are backing his opponent, Jacob Fry, because the crime is out of control and it's a stone's throw from where they live around Lake of the Isles, Calhoun, Kenwood. So, Minnesota's changing, and hopefully by the time 2026 rolls around, we'll be able to lead a MAGA wave here in Minnesota. And again, I don't think that we're far right. I don't think that we're extreme. It's not extreme to say we want a border. It's not extreme to let President Trump do what he's doing with the tariffs and all of the good things happening with the economy. It's not extreme to end wars. None of these. It's not extreme to say we want women's sports to be women's sports. None of those things seem extreme. They've kind of gaslit us into believing that. So hopefully Minnesota is going to see some change here.
Great. Have you filed yet? Have you filed the paperwork? And you can declare.
Oh yeah, okay. I filed. Good. I filed a year ago. Right away. I filed right away.
Good. Right. Well, I have you just a couple of minutes or so. Can you just weigh in on this? I believe it's a multi-tiered, multi-onion layered scandal. The NBA players, the coach, they get involved with. It's almost a movie script, right? Get involved with the mafia, the mob, La Cosa Nostra, and they were bringing in whales, and they'd sit at the table just so they could sit with NBA players to play poker. And then they had the tables jacked. They had glasses on that could read cards. They had contact lenses that could read cards. They had shufflers, automatic shufflers that were pulling out the cards that they wanted not in the game. Amazing. Your thoughts on it's got to be bigger than just a couple of players, right?
That wouldn't shock me. No, that wouldn't shock me at all. I think, first of all, shaving points and it's just one of the most un-American things you could do, bottom line. And the integrity of our sports has to mean something. It's long since been, that our sports and professional sports specifically had any greater societal integrity anyway. I mean, the woke agenda has basically ransacked professional sports. Now you're starting to see people pull back. For the first time, athletes are stepping out and saying, hey, we support President Trump. We believe in Jesus. We're willing to talk about our conservative values. So that's swinging in the right direction from the athlete standpoint. In the NBA, it's a strange dynamic, because the cultural consensus in the black community is still that the Democrat Party has our best interests at heart, although that's changing as well. But it's strange to see, players, coaches, anybody who has is getting paid as much as they're getting paid be involved in something like this. And the American Cosa Nostra we thought was all but dead. Seems like they're still thriving in the shadows there and starting to make a comeback. I hope that it's contained to a few people, but it wouldn't shock me if it was widespread as well.
And I think basketball, the NBA, basketball, college, and pro is probably I would say the easiest place to shave point. Again, part of the scandal was high-level poker games, and part of the scandal was leaking information, shaving points to some of the betting sites so they can move lines accordingly, all screwing the viewer, for one, and also the bettor, the gambler like me, which just has such a bad taste. Probably easiest to do in the NBA versus some of the other sports, team sports, because there's so much more. But you get a key player who wants to, miss a shot here and there. But it's a lot easier than to, try and hit a home run really hard. You know what I'm saying? So I just wonder if it's going to end up in other sports as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, yes, the NBA and basketball is very easy to rig in some respects, or much easier than other sports. And I think that there has to be a conversation about the proliferation of gambling across all professional sports. I'm not one to be, in huge favor of it, although I don't think it should be illegal either. But the NBA has to do a better job of a bunch of things. Number one, the overall integrity of their institution is deeply in question, and a lot of these things are moral hazard, right?
Well,
I don't mean to cut you off, but it's hard to pull it in.
They're really good at making sure no one's juicing, right? So, and if they're that aggressive, making sure no one's using performance enhancing drugs, maybe they should be just as concerned about whether shaving points, faking injuries, doing things that could actually also affect the outcome of games as well. Royce, I got to jump, my friend, but can you tell the folks, watch that man right there. I just have a really good feeling about you in the Minnesota race. But in the meantime, you can always catch Royce on the Royce White Show right here on Real America's Voice, Saturdays 9 a.m. and again at 4 p.m. Royce, really good to meet you for the first time. I wish you very, very much luck, and we'll get you back on and talk about a lot of other stuff as we move forward.
Thanks, brother. God bless you, man.
And you as well. All right, folks, we'll be right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice. Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
right, folks, time of the week that we look at the NFL. By the way, week 9 picks, and we bring in our own Rav Washington, D.C. correspondent and sports expert. Britt McHenry joins us right now. Britt, we'll go through a couple of games. The big college game. I mean, Penn State. What happened to them? There was so much hope for Penn State at the beginning of the season. They kind of fizzled a little bit. Ohio State just pumping on all cylinders. What do you like in this one? Penn State, Ohio State.
I would love to give the underdog in this scenario a chance, Eric, because they started off ranked number 2 in the country. Yeah. And then we saw the 3-game spiral. I will always continue to say I love that once they actually lost to Northwestern, that was the straw that broke the camel's back when they said, James Franklin, you and your $50 million plus need to go. He's reportedly signing with Virginia Tech also. So keep that in mind if you're watching the coaching carousel. I would love to give them the benefit of the doubt. Look, we saw UCLA go on a 3-game winning streak under an interim coach. I do not think that's going to happen. Ohio State is a behemoth. You know, it's funny to discuss, maybe their running game's not so great. Like, they're still Ohio State. Still in the driver's seat.
And number one.
Yeah, they're number 1.
And at Ohio State. And Penn State's, can't seem to find its way recently. Let's jump over the pros. This is a big game. I love this game. I'm all over this game right here. Chiefs, Mahomes is playing lights out, or he doesn't show up. You never know which Mahomes you're going to get. At the Bills, and this is really strange. Bills are playing so good. And they're just hitting on all cylinders. They're banged up a little bit in the secondary. But why in the world are the Bills getting 2 points at home playing the Chiefs?
I really like the Bills in this. Okay, but I also say this. Every year, I take them in the postseason, and what is it, like 0-5 that they've gone up against the Chiefs and been successful?
I think they're 0-4. I'm not sure. I think it's 0-4 in the postseason, but I think they're the opposite during the regular season. I think they dominate during the regular season. That is true.
Yeah. That is true. So that's another reason, if you're betting, I like it. We're seeing that Josh Allen magic again, 162 yards in the last game. I loved, Eric, that everyone was saying, the Carolina Panthers are so good, though. We are seeing this turnaround. And they got shellacked 40-9. Like, when the Bills are the Bills, they are still just as good as Kansas City. I will never forget the game, AFC Championship, when they lost with 7 seconds to go because Patrick Mahomes was the good Patrick Mahomes and has that ability to turn it on. But I will tell you, I had to watch Monday Night Football. We know on this show I am partial to the Commanders. I made a bet, Eric, with a friend. They would not lose by double digits. And at halftime, it looked blissful at 7-7. Then the Kansas City Chiefs just had like a 2-minute drive to score back-to-back touchdowns. I don't like betting against them because they've cost me, but I really like the Bills, and I think we're seeing the coasting they usually do in the regular season.
52-point over. I bet the over. I went heavy on the over on this one. I bet the Bills a little bit because I'm a little nervous about the secondary. But since their secondary is banged up, I went with the 52-point over. It's a big number, but you got two usually high-scoring offenses.
Yeah, it'll be a shootout.
Monday night, Cards, they call it, our guys call it the toilet bowl. Arizona Cardinals at the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas shows signs of being great, and then they just fall apart. It's such a, I don't know, schizophrenic team. Your thoughts?
Yeah, when I saw us calling it the toilet bowl, I first thought that was Penn State. That would fit for them as well, going up against Ohio State. This will be a really interesting game because I think the Eagles are completely in the driver's seat for the NFC East, but Dallas has such a great offense, with CeeDee Lamb and Higgins. I mean, they really can turn it on, but their defense is problematic. If you can let a banged up, basically third string Commanders offense score at least 22 points on you, that is a problem when you're going to be facing better teams. The Cardinals, however, went on a 5-game losing skid. Both of these teams don't know their identities, and so I don't know which one I would take in this. I honestly might go with the Cowboys. I think so. The Cowboys.
I'm going to agree with you on that one. There's a game that I really like. We've been betting. I've been talking about Indianapolis all year. They're just what a great team, hitting in every single offense, defense, special teams. At Pittsburgh, Indy at Pittsburgh, also playing very well. Aaron Rodgers and who do we have there? They pulled the line off the betting sites, and maybe some key player. But as of the last, we're looking at, looks like a 3-point line. Indy giving Pittsburgh, right, guys? I can barely see them. I think that's what it looks like. So let's just call it. Which one do you like?
You know, I know it's like the cool answer this season, which I never thought we would say about the Indianapolis Colts. I love that the Irsay daughters are on the field. Everyone was trolling them on social media. Well, look at their record now, right? Danny Dimes, I guess he had to go to Indianapolis. Most would not find that to be the place to find your groove, how Stella got her groove back. That is Daniel Jones. He's been playing incredible. Their starting running back has 14 touchdowns, so the running game is going well in addition to that. And I personally chuckle if Aaron Rodgers takes an L. So, you know, this could be an upset, though. I think this is one that if you're betting, I could actually see the Steelers winning, but how do you bet against the Colts with how they've been playing? It's really tough.
Mad Dog,
they're the best team in the league right now.
Mad Dog, are you on the horn?
Yes, sir.
Who are your Rams playing this week? Oh, look at this.
We are playing the Saints.
They're playing Rams, Saints at the Rams. I mean, let's talk about that. It was a big 14-point spread there, but here's the only trick to this one. You notice they pulled Rattler before halftime, I think, in the last Saints game, which is the former South Carolina quarterback, if I'm not mistaken, who's never very so. And this other kid came in. He's about 6'2". He was lighting it up. I'm not sure that's too many points to give this team. What are your thoughts on this one?
Tyler Shough came in. First of all, that was the worst pick six ever. I can't imagine having that moment be the defining, we are now going to the bench. Look, I want to send all the prayers, the blessings to the Saints. They are in a huge rebuild. That rebuild's going to take them years and years because they just don't have the picks and the cap space. But when we look at this, the Rams have such a solid defense. They didn't allow any sacks. So I don't know. I don't see how, like, this is a David and Goliath. Yes, you could have a 25-year-old new quarterback. I don't see how they can derail the Rams, if we're being honest.
Okay. Oh, well, not for the win. I'm just going to take the point. I'm going to take the new kid and
You're
the 14.
You're taking the Saints?
I'm going to take the Saints plus 14. I mean, this NFL. That's a lot of points in the NFL, and for some whatever reason this year, the underdogs have performed pretty well comparably to prior years. Mad Dog, are you going to get mad at me for taking the Saints?
Yeah, it's not happening.
It's money. It's not emotion, and that's what you got to do. You can't bet with emotion. You have to bet with your feeling, your gut, and your brains and whatnot.
You know, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be at the Seahawks primetime Commanders game. These haven't been going well for me, as we've documented here on this show, but I will be in attendance Sunday. And do we have to even if you weren't going to go to that, Terry McLaurin comes out with a vintage Odell Beckham Jr. catch in the end zone against Kansas City, and then immediately right after, Eric, he is injured again. So he will not be in the game.
I like this.
I actually do like this.
I like this.
I like this for the Commanders.
Yeah, I call them the Redskins. Pardon me, but I call them the Redskins. The Redskins. I like them plus 3 at home. That's not bad.
Jaden Daniels, JD5, I got 5 on it. He's back. So I actually think this could be a turnaround. This is dire for the Commanders, too.
All right.
They need to.
We're going to leave that. What's your best bet of the week? Very quick. Best bet of the week. Are you taking the Commanders?
Yes, but that's biased. But I'm taking the Commanders with the W.
My bet will be the over 52 points in the Kansas City at the Bills. All right, Britt, always having you on Fridays. Always great. We'll see you again next week and have fun at the game.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
And a happy Halloween. All right, folks, before we go, I just want to take a look at this very quickly. The Edge absolutely pumping on all cylinders because of you. You guys are subscribing, and that's really what it's all about. This young guy, Tristan Ham, great guy, professional boxer now, was an influencer. Big guy, big dude, big strong guy, outdoorsman, hunting, bow and arrow hunting. He's got his dog. He's got bears over there. He's shooting deer. And he decides one day it's time to start boxing, and he's just dropping people left and right. Kobe Covington, he put other guys down as well. Keep your eye on him. He's part of The Edge in a series where we're dipping into what it takes to be that guy that gets knocked down, hits the canvas face first, and gets yourself back up. It's The Edge defines the people who are able to pick themselves up and continue forward and not just survive, but thrive. And that's what The Edge is all about. And for whatever reason, we're top 1/10 of 1%, all new YouTube channels. Quickly, there is the QR code. You can hit that with your camera. If you don't have time to do that, it's all right. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. YouTube.com/EricBowlingTheEdge. Off the charts. I appreciate you. I thank you. Thank you for watching Rav. Thank you for watching this show. Thank you for sharing what you see here. And thank you for your subscription. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
So did you notice there's something that runs across the screen? Have you noticed that? Where you're paying attention? Because apparently every 5 minutes something runs across the screen. They tell me that's the Easter egg that we've been talking about. Mad Dog, can I see the control room shot for a second?
Yes, sir.
On Halloween. Look at that. Oh, Curtis Lewa. Curtis, can you please step down and give Cuomo a chance to beat the socialist Mamdani? Can you please do that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. No, Mr. Trump, should Curtis step down? Yes, he dancing.
He said yes.
John's dancing. What's up, guys? You got the cowboy. There's the boss in the background over there. That crew is the best crew on television. I worked with the best at Fox. I've worked with some people at Newsmax. These guys are bar none the best. Hey, I have a picture. I want to show you guys a picture while we have the control room. Can you put the Little League picture up? This is 11-year-old me in that picture. You have to figure out which one is me. These guys don't know. Mad Dog, you think you know which one was me, right? Which one do you think? I'm 11 years old here. By the way, we won the City of Chicago championship, and we didn't win the state, but we won the city. We're sent to the state. But which one do you think it is?
I'm thinking all the way one on the right, 3 down.
What? 3 down.
First row, second. That's what Drew said. On the left-hand side.
Bottom row, second from the left.
Hand.
That's it. Who said
left
that?
Side.
Drew got it.
Drew said that.
You got that. Drew, you got that. He
knew that information.
All right, here's a bonus. I did not tell him. Here's a bonus question. See the 2 coaches there? One of them's my dad. Oh, there's 3 coaches. Yeah, 2 on the left, 1 on the right. One of them's my dad.
Left.
Far right. Far right. All right. One more picture, if you don't mind. Adrian and Ari. Halloween tonight. We're going to go dress up. We're going to have some fun. There's Adrian, my wife, and there's little Ari girl who goes absolutely crazy when people come to the door for Halloween candy. All right. You got some voicemails, my man?
I do. The first one is Mamdani is an opportunist.
Opportunist, Mamdani. See, he wants rent control, food control, land control, wage control, police control, take control of child care with brainwashing. Sounds to me more like Ayatollah Mamdani. Ayatollah Mamdani. What do you think, comrade? Your comrades out there going to vote for him? You're silly. You believed in AOC? What did she do? How did she turn out for New York? At our last town hall, they booed her. They didn't like her. They said she didn't deliver. You think he's going to be any different? Think about it. Think about it, New Yorkers. Cheerio.
Cheerio. Carry on, New York. It's amazing. There's a high Jewish population in New York. Mamdani has already proven himself as being, I'll call it somewhat anti-Semitic already. I can't understand. Something like 40% of Jews say they're going to still vote for Mamdani. The guy said he's Muslim, number one. He's pushed Sharia law in other parts. He's got rap videos that are really disgusting if you look, and somehow they're going to still vote for him. And there's a high gay population in New York City too. If you're gay, you're not even allowed to be in the Muslim religion. You're considered infidel and should be thrown off the roof of buildings. True story. I mean, somehow this guy's going to win though. All right, what else you got there, Mad Dog?
The View is losing their feathers.
Ooh.
Yeah, Eric, I watch your show all the time. I'm from Eastern Oregon. I'm a 73-year-old retired farmer. And, you know, I watched a clip about the girls on The View and Mad Max and all those people, all those women. All they are is a bunch of old hens that went in molten stage, and they're losing their feathers and raising all sorts of hell. And the guys are mad because they can't get anything out of those old hens because they're over the hill. So anyway, you have a good day. Bye.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your viewership as well. Yeah, listen, The View, we got some... Trish, can I tell them the news? I'm going to tell them the news. So MTG is going to be on the View on Tuesday. We know that because Whoopi's been talking about it all week, and the audience is like, ooh. MTG, after going on the View, she's going to come and do our show right afterwards. So we will be the show that she talks to us after experiencing the View, which I've been on twice in my life, and it's something to behold. It's no easy feat. I don't know, Mad Dog. I rather than doing another voicemail, I want to see your costumes again. You guys still have the hats and the face. Hurry up, Ben. Ben, by the way, Ben is president.
He took it off.
He took it off. Wait a minute, I thought Trump was there. Oh, my goodness. Is that Drew? Drew, is that you? I can't see from here. Is that Drew in there?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. There we go. All right. Well, we love it. 888-601-0032. I got a lot of voicemails to go through. I know it. I owe it. But I love hearing him. We all love hearing him because we really kind of moved the show in the direction that you like and you want to hear. That's it for us. Have a very, very safe Halloween tonight. If you're out there with the kids, just make sure everything's cool. Make sure you don't let them eat any questionable candy. Take care of yourself, and we will be back here again tomorrow. Bannon is on.
Trump's Justice Department has targeted another, what they will call liberal group. The Associated Press reports the Department of Justice is now investigating whether leaders of the Black Lives Matter organization and other Black-led groups defrauded donors in 2020. We should note that parts of this probe launched during the Biden administration, but in recent weeks, the government issued new subpoenas as the Trump administration put new resources into the case. As a reminder, we learned last month that the Justice Department is pressuring prosecutors to investigate the so-called liberal foundation started by George Soros. Meantime, Trump is also using the department to keep tabs on elections in Democratic-led states. Next week, the Department of Justice says it will monitor polling sites while New Jersey and California conduct state elections. You heard that right. California says it will send its own observers to monitor the Trump observers. And California Senators Alex Padilla and Adam Schiff has signed on to a letter from a group of Senate Democrats denouncing the White House's effort to reinvestigate Trump's 2020 election defeat, warning that it's a pretext for Trump to declare a national emergency in an attempt to undermine the results of future elections.
Of everything written in Project 2025, how much has been accomplished so far by the Trump administration? John Lemire, you're the smart one here. Why don't you tell us? What do you think? How much of Project 2025 has been enacted?
What if I just start talking about sports right now?
Yeah,
that would frustrate everybody.
You can.
A fair amount. I mean, it's guiding ethos, of course, is slashing the federal government, and we saw Doge do that early on, and we're seeing Russ Vought attempting to now. But it's also beyond just simply like cuts. They're defanging the federal government. They're trying to destroy the Department of Education. We have seen them, reverse a lot of the Inflation Reduction Act, Joe Biden's signature achievement. Right. A lot of that has been undone. We're doing, of course, a lot of the DHS immigration pieces are part of 2025. And more than anything, its guiding principle is to empower the executive, to make everything come from the president of the United States. The unitary theory of government is what they call it. And we have seen that. I mean, we see it each and every day. This president basically acts like Congress doesn't exist, and it's helped him do that by ceding a lot of their power. And for the most part, not entirely, but for the most part, the courts have gone along with it as well. So that, to this point, Project 2025 has been deeply successful.
Donald Trump's Department of Justice is not acting on the merits. Donald Trump's Department of Justice is going after his political opponents. Look at the poor woman, the candidate in Illinois. I mean, you think in any rational world, you think she would have been indicted the way in which she has been indicted in that case, but for the fact that she is a prominent Democratic candidate who is speaking out against ICE? You really think that Black Lives Matter or any of these organizations are not being targeted by this Department of Justice based on ideology? If you do, I've got a bridge to sell you. I mean, this is all we need to get out of the mindset of assuming that there are a bunch of good faith career prosecutors sitting around this place making decisions on the merits. You know what happened earlier this week? A couple of career prosecutors put in a sentencing memo that someone involved in the insurrection, that should go into their sentencing on a new crime, and those two people were fired. So what makes you think the people looking at this haven't learned that lesson?
That Donald Trump could declare a national emergency to take control of future elections. These are suggestions from many election deniers like Cleta Mitchell, who is now very much so still within the orbit. It is not it's not hyperbole to say that we are on the march to these things coming to fruition. The pieces are being put into play here.
Absolutely. And it's done through the normalization of the completely abnormal. So let's take troops on the city streets. It started with, we need to send a few troops, a few National Guardsmen to L.A. because there are riots. And then it became active duty Marines. And then it became a second city and a third city and a fourth city. And in Washington, D.C., as you know as well as I do, they're still there. Right. I mean, and so the number of cities that we now see are more and more, and it is less and less newsworthy. It's just a matter of fact now that you have troops in major U.S. cities. These poll monitors caused a little bit of stir when it first happens. I promise you, by the time we get to 2026, it'll be treated as old news. So there'll be more DOJ people in more places, maybe FBI people in more places. The Insurrection Act, he keeps saying, I could invoke the Insurrection Act. I could. He's getting people used to the idea. And when it comes to this idea of a national emergency for elections, how far does it really have to travel from monitors, false claims of fraud, election denialism, city streets with ICE agents disappearing people, active duty military maybe under the Insurrection Act, to then saying there's a national emergency, right? This is Donald Trump's modus operandi. It is the way in which authoritarians act. And what we need to do, what all of us need to do, is not let it ever be normal. Not take the bait to say, maybe John Bolton did something. Maybe Black Lives Matter did something. Maybe the congressional candidate shouldn't have stood in front of a car, right? It's like all of these things are just trying to get us to normalize something so that they can further move the goalpost towards authoritarianism.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Friday, 31 October, Year of Our Lord 2025. We've got a lot to get to, but I want to start with the great Matt Bull. Matt, I made that our great team here in Denver and in Washington, D.C. of the War Room and Real America's Voice made that cold open especially for you. Mark Elias officially is in total, complete meltdown of all the moves that Donald Trump is making to try to secure the country. Your thought? I'm going to get to your magnificent article, which is a great tee-up for Tuesday's elections next week about the real Democratic Party. But give me your assessment of Mark Elias and MSNBC, their complete and total meltdown on everything that Trump's doing to try to save the country domestically, sir.
Well, it doesn't sound like a party that's very confident in their future prospects, does it? Right? Like, so I think that, look, I don't know what's going to happen on Tuesday in the off-year elections, right? But I mean, I think we do know what's going to happen in New York City, but we'll see in New Jersey and Virginia. But the fact is that the outside of those, when we look towards a year from now, the midterm elections, that's where the real power is going to be decided. If the Democrats take the House majority, look, we see what they're doing right now with the government shutdown. That continues now a full month, and they're going to keep it going for another week or two at least before they finally relent and open up the government. But the fact is that that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they get the House majority back. If they get the House majority back, they intend to grind Donald Trump's second term to a complete screeching halt, right? Like what they want to do is not only are they going to impeach him, and they intend to impeach and frog march everybody around him, right? Like you start hearing people on the left talking about, they use the word collaborators, right? Like, and it was amazing to me to see like Nicole Wallace the other day trying to say, oh, well, nobody's called Donald Trump a Nazi. She herself has done it repeatedly on her show, right? Like, and as have many of her guests.
Like every day. Like it's like every day. It's not even close. They call them Nazis. We're all fascists.
So what they intend to do if they get the majority back, and I mean, they're very clear about this, right? Like listen to guys like Eric Swalwell and Jamie Raskin and, Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, they are explicit that they intend to go after Donald Trump. They want to go and investigate all the peace deals, all the trade deals. They want to go after any countries that have worked together with him. They want to go after any businesses that have worked together with him. So like the companies that are proactively doing like the Maha agenda, all that kind of stuff, they're going to be targeting everybody. It's going to make the Biden era weaponization of the Justice Department look like a walk in the park, right? We see all this Arctic frost stuff coming out right now. Well, that's nothing compared to what happens if they get the levers of power back, right? Like, and so now that being said, they still aren't confident that they have it, and I think that's abundantly clear based off of the way that Mark Elias is talking in those things right now. And I think that is it should be a siren warning shot or call, or to the Republican base out there across the country. This is your bugle call, right? Like this is your wake up, right? Like there's a shot here. We can defy history. We can beat these guys once and for all, and crush them. If they don't get the House back in 2026, the Senate's a lot harder for them to get, and I don't think they're going to get it. But the House is where the battle is, and if they don't get the House back in November 2026, a year from Tuesday, then they're in deep trouble as a party. I think they have a really tough shot of getting the White House back in 28, and then the real fight is about the census in 2030 and whether or not non-citizens will continue to be counted in the apportionment of congressional districts.
Well, that's all dependent. That's all dependent upon 28. That's what 28 is so important. Let me ask you something. As a predicate, the connective tissue of what we just heard and what's going to happen on Tuesday, and I think I'm being very realistic and kind of grim on what's going to happen Tuesday. The lead story up on Breitbart, so go to the great site Breitbart, which everybody's got on got their app up. Analysis reveals how Democrats are now the party of the rich. I'm told every day on CNN and MSNBC, the New York Times, Washington Post, that the Democratic Party, Mamdani tells me this. He tells me it's the party of the working people. It's a party of the working families party. It's a party of the DSA. What analysis do you have, Matt Breitbart, to make such a claim that the Democrats are now the party of the rich, sir?
Yeah, well, and speaking of Mamdani and the rich thing, I mean, did you see this amazing moment where Governor Hochul was campaigning with them, and the crowd at the rally was chanting "Tax the Rich," and Governor Hochul came out afterwards and thought they were chanting "Go Bills." This is what she claimed. They were chanting "Tax the Rich." Well, that's their people, right? Like, and we have their numbers now to prove it. So this is an analysis that a Republican lobbying firm, CGCN, produced. They gave it to us exclusively before it was publicly released. It's called Class Dismissed 2. It's based off a previous analysis that they did a couple of years ago that was similar, where they went through all 435 congressional districts around the country, and they ranked the top 30 and the bottom 30 in terms of median income, right? So the higher income in the top 30 districts are ones that are around 135,000 annual income for an individual earner in the top 30 congressional districts in terms of wealth in the country. Of those top 30 congressional districts, now 23 of them, or 76, more than 76%, are represented by Democrats. They include some of the names we just talked about there, like Jamie Raskin, like an Eric Swalwell, like a we just said Jamie Raskin, like a Nancy Pelosi, like Ro Khanna, who's thinking about running for president, etc. Like Jerry Nadler from New York City. So what we see is the wealth is concentrated in the areas that vote for Democrats. In addition to that, we see that an analysis of the last three presidential elections, where Donald Trump has been the Republican candidate, shows that nearly 2/3, or sometimes even as high as 3/4, in the case of the Biden election in 2020, of the GDP of the nation is in the areas that voted for the Democrat, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris, whereas it's very low percentages in the Trump areas.
Matt, can you hang on 1 second? I want to continue this conversation. Tuesday is going to be a huge night. Matt Boyle, as usual, is absolutely correct. Holding the House is central to everything. We've got this government shutdown today. The SNAP benefits run out. We're going to see. There's supposed to be, looting stores tomorrow. We'll have to see about that. But Tuesday night's going to be kind of a defining moment here. I happen to believe you're going to have a quite new and different Democratic Party by midnight Eastern Daylight Time on Tuesday night. Mamdani, you got a Marxist jihadist. Talk about disgraceful. 24 years after 9/11? Incredible. The men and women that gave their lives for that. You're going to have a Marxist jihadist Ugandan citizen. Why has he not been denaturalized, put on a plane, and sent back to his country, which is Uganda? Of course, Gavin Newsom, I think, is leading the charge on the war that we must win now. That's the redistricting war. Ohio today puts up a couple more seats into play. Not sure it's exactly the hammer we want, but getting close. Matt Boyle, national political editor of Breitbart News, is with us with a page one story, how the Democratic Party became the party of the rich.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away. Obviously, my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's just really. It's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated.
Host Stephen K. Bannon.
Matt Bull's with us. Matt, you've actually got to go. You've got to go soon. Why, Uncle Matt? What is Uncle Matt doing tonight? Your most important duty, sir.
I'm down in Florida, here in Northeast Florida. I'm going to be going with my family to take my baby niece out trick-or-treating for her first time trick-or-treating. So she's a year and a half. She's going to dress up as Boo from Monsters, Inc. So my baby niece, Sadie, who I'm very proud of, and I'm her godfather as well. So we did her christening earlier this year, her baptism. We were taking her out trick-or-treating tonight. So heading out very
fantastic.
soon. Yeah.
Fantastic. The power of a good woman, that your brother's a living example of that. What a great guy, but man, has been sorted out by a good woman. And now has got a great young baby. Uncle Matt going trick-or-treating. Why is it for the narrative, we're not going to hear on Tuesday, because I went through and looked at a bunch of the campaign material for Spanberger and Mickey Sherrill, which their prototype is Slotkin. When Slotkin showed she could win in Michigan, their prototype is get these national security, either in the military, CIA, whatever, sell it to the American people that these are adults. They're not crazy, although they are crazy and support crazy policies, but push it like that. And that's their path to victory through these governorships in the Senate, and they think they can take control that way. The one thing, if you look at all of their ads, all of their material is consistent, and including Mom Donnie, is that they're the party that represents the working class. They're the party that represents the middle class. They're the ones always on your side fighting. But the reality, it's a con job. And the thing that the mainstream media will fight more than anything is any analysis or anything come forward with facts that show that they're actually the party of the rich. They're owned by the rich. They have the credentialed class, right? The urban credentialed class that supports them. But other than that, they've abandoned the working class. They've abandoned the middle class. And this is why the rise of Trump, the populist right, has done that. Why is it so central to their actual sense of self and going forward? They cannot. Your article is like arsenic to them, sir, kryptonite.
Yeah, well, first off, it's not even close. Like, it's like, if you look at these numbers, it's not like it's like a 50-50 or 55-45 type thing. I mean, we're talking like 3/4, 2/3 type thing of the wealth is concentrated in these Democrat strongholds, right? Both in presidential elections and in congressional elections. And I'm sure you would see, if you start digging deeper into governor elections and the really down to the precinct level, I think you would see it even more profoundly than that. But the fact is that the numbers are just astounding. In addition to that, and I think this is why, to your question there, Steve, as to why they're so afraid to have this discussion and why they are so baldly lying about this, is that it's not just the economic data that's important here. It's the quality of life data too, right? Because what's happening is that in these Democrat strongholds where they are hoarding the wealth away from the rest of the nation, you have a less likelihood to get shot to death in a shooting. You have a less likelihood to die of an opioid overdose, right? So we see the opioid crisis that's ripping apart the rest of the country. And you are less likely, or you are more likely to live longer, right? Like your life expectancy is like something like 5 years longer. In addition to that, the education data shows that what's happened in these places, they're represented by Democrats. The numbers and percentages of them that went to elite institutions have skyrocketed. And among the Republicans, of those who went to elite institutions over the last generation, it's dropped off significantly. So it's just a remarkable sea change political realignment data that we're talking about here. We're just beginning to scratch the surface of it. But again, the numbers and the facts show it. The Democrats are the ones hoarding the wealth and conglomerating it in their communities and sectioning themselves off from the rest of society and cutting themselves off from the rest of the world and hoarding it to themselves. And I think that that's important here as we go about this, is because I think it undercuts the entire narrative of the Democrat Party dating back to things like Occupy and the lead up to the 2012 election and so on and so forth. They are the party of the rich. So when they're out there chanting tax the rich, it's a lie, right? Like, unless they want to tax themselves, which they don't.
I'm not even sure that the Grundoons, remember, I go back to this, all the talk about taxing the rich, correct me if I'm wrong, when they stole the election from Trump in 2020, they had the House, the Senate, the presidency, they came back here, and Bernie Sanders, all those guys tried to work on the taxation committee, Ways and Means, and they came up, they were going to, billionaire tax, they're going to tax the wealthy. It didn't even get to a committee vote. It was never serious. They did some perfunctory thing and went on TV every night and said, we're going to do this. They've never taxed the rich. The reason they don't tax the rich, they're owned by the rich. All that stuff you see down in the foreground this is like some of the revolutionary movements that have happened in the past. What you're seeing, those kids who are yelling tax the rich, most of them are too dumb and too disengaged to even understand who controls the Democratic Party and what's going to happen what's the reality under Mamdani. Mamdani is a Marxist, and this is principally cultural, also economics, but he knows the economics of communism doesn't work. He's a Marxist jihadist. And Matt, you know this better than anybody, given the time we spent working on the London situation with Raheem and Brexit and all that. That Sadiq Khan in 10 years has totally changed London. If you're a young Jewish person, you can't walk through there, right, with the yarmulke. You cannot walk through main London without being harassed. And hey, guess what? You give it another 5 or 10 years, you're not going to be able to walk through there if you're white. Okay, this is where Sadiq Khan has taken London. This is where Mamdani is going to take New York City. And I found today, because I was doing a day to do some research, that supposedly the 38% of Jewish voters are voting for Mamdani. I hear that number now is in the high 20s and maybe coming down, but the number, Matt, of young people, supposedly the polling showing voting for Mamdani, I think is like 65% of young Jewish people under 35. These under 35-year-olds have just bought off on this education that's, quite frankly, transformed them into all being radical, not progressives anymore, but essentially Marxist, and they bought into Mamdani. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, there's a few things I would unpack there. First, on your point about the lie about the wealth and the Democrats when they had complete control during Biden. The fact is that the single biggest wealth transfer, if you will, back to the ordinary Americans that we've seen in my lifetime, and it has been under President Trump here, especially in the second term. You hear Secretary Bessent talk about this a lot, right, where he says that Wall Street had its turn. It's Main Street's turn now. And you see Trump's policies, and they're trying to get at it. You saw a lot of the things in the big, beautiful bill designed to try to do that. A lot of the tax cuts that they renewed from the first term, all of that stuff is to stabilize the economy and to keep it from being the largest tax increase in history. But the other things that they added into it are important as well. And I think that you started to see the beginnings of a broader economic agenda in that first thing. And I think that a lot of the economic benefits of the big, beautiful bill, a lot of people aren't going to realize that or see it until next year when they're doing their taxes. Tipped workers, people that work overtime, et cetera, they might not even realize they're going to get more money back, right? Like, and also some of the things like the baby bonus accounts and whatnot that they're doing. So now, look, there's a lot of room for the Republicans to do more on this, and I think the takeaway from this stuff is that the Republicans should just knock it off in terms of trying to protect any rich people. Right? Like at this point, your voters are your working class people, and they're the union workers, and the unions are kind of getting it. A really good example, and we cite this in the story, is in Ohio, where the unions used to back.
No, go ahead. Finish that, because I think Matt Boyle's about to endorse my text. And keep going.
Yeah, but where I was going with this is that in Ohio, Sherrod Brown is trying to make a comeback run there. He's a former Democrat senator who lost to Bernie Moreno in the last election. But what you're seeing is a lot of the local unions throughout the Mahoning Valley are now endorsing John Husted, who was appointed into the position, the Republican. This would have been unthinkable even just a few years ago. But now it's all starting to happen, and they're talking about shared values when they're endorsing him. So I think that the Republicans would be smart to recognize that's where the votes are, and that's where the long-term power is. So yeah, what you're talking about here.
Am I hearing Matt Boyle endorsing Steve Bannon's plan to have the snapback, do another reconciliation bill, and let's take the $1 million and above and have a snapback to 40% tax for the wealthy? Would you? So you're on board now? I can officially announce that Breitbart. I can officially. Wow.
It would be smart politics. There's no doubt about it. For the Republicans, it would be smart politics, right? Like, so I think that's where the votes are, and that's where the future is for the Republican Party.
Grover Norcross, one of the most brilliant young minds in all politics, the national political editor of Breitbart News, and a guy that's a fierce warrior, interviewed President Trump so many times, agreeing with Steve Bannon we ought to have one more reconciliation before next year, and just to have a snapback, take the upper bracket, and
by the way, they should also cut it even further. Cut it even further on the lower class folks. Cut it even further on the lower class folks, right? And then raise it on the higher one. Like, again, you can offset it, right? Like, so you can make it so that it's a net, equal, right? Like, and so it's
Lord have mercy. Boyle, wow. Okay, Matt, you're going to take your niece trick-or-treating right now. That's your number one priority. Thank you so much. Real quick, Matt, where do people go? What's your handles on social media? Where do they go to get Breitbart?
At MBoyle1 on X, Twitter, at Real Matt Boyle on Truth Social, and just go to Breitbart.com. All of our stuff is up there.
And Matt Boyle was my relief. He relieved me on the morning. The Saturday morning show is when?
Saturday morning, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'll be live tomorrow morning on Sirius XM 125, the Patriot Channel.
Mr. Boyle, I stand relieved. Thank you very much, brother. Have a good time tonight. So great to see that. Matt Boyle's brother's a great kid. Good family, the Boyles. Great parents. It's the backbone of MAGA. That's what it is. Great parents, good kids, good grandkids. Next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
That Donald Trump could declare a national emergency to take control of future elections. These are suggestions from many election deniers like Cleta Mitchell, who is now very much so still within the orbit. It is not it's not hyperbole to say that we are on the march to these things coming to fruition. The pieces are being put into play here.
Absolutely. And it's done through the normalization of the completely abnormal. So let's take troops on the city streets. You know, it started with, well, we need to send a few troops, a few National Guardsmen to LA because there are riots. And then it became active duty Marines. And then it became a second city and a third city and a fourth city. And in Washington, D.C., as you know as well as I do, they're still there. Right. I mean, like, you know, and so the number of cities that we now see are more and more, and it is less and less newsworthy. Like it's just a matter of fact now that you have troops in major U.S. cities. These poll monitors caused a little bit of stir when it first happens. I promise you, by the time we get to 2026, you know, it'll be treated as old news. So there'll be more DOJ people in more places, maybe FBI people in more places. The Insurrection Act, you know, he keeps saying, well, I could invoke the Insurrection Act. I could. He's getting people used to the idea. And when it comes to this idea of a national emergency for elections, you know, how far does it really have to travel from monitors, false claims of fraud, election denialism, city streets with ICE agents disappearing people, active duty military, maybe under the Insurrection Act, to then saying there's a national emergency, right? This is Donald Trump's modus operandi. It is the way in which authoritarians act. And what we need to do, what all of us need to do, is not let it ever be normal. Not take the bait to say, well, maybe John Bolton did something. Maybe Black Lives Matter did something. Maybe the congressional candidate shouldn't have stood in front of a car, right? It's like all of these things are just trying to get us to normalize something so that they can further move the goalpost towards authoritarianism.
Okay, Cleta Mitchell joins us. Cleta, every day, I know we're making progress, and every day they're taking your name in vain. So a couple of things are going on here. Let's get to the what's happening in the future, and everything with the ICE agents being around, at least make sure that people are not illegal aliens are not voting. This is why they're freaking out. We're never again letting any illegal aliens vote, or any people that shouldn't vote to be there, and you're not going to, no more mail-in ballots where you're stealing. Those days are over. But Cleta, looking at the past, DOJ and Harmeet Dillon have sent this letter down to Georgia and Florida, which you've been obsessed with from the beginning, Fulton County. What is going on there, ma'am?
Well, we've never gotten to the truth about Fulton County and about Georgia generally. I mean, just for people who may or may not know, I was one of President Trump's volunteer attorneys in Georgia following the 2020 election, which was a mess of an election. That's being kind. And we filed an election contest on behalf of President Trump on December the 4th of 2020. And no judge was ever appointed to hear the case, to put on our evidence. 64-page complaint, 1,100 pages of facts and verified affidavits and experts. So we never got our day in court. So when people say President Trump lost all of his election contests, he didn't lose ours because he never got his day in court. Well, since 2020, there have been a wonderful group of patriots in Georgia who have fought every step of the way to try to get information, to try to get copies of the ballots, to get the ballots and the ballots themselves. And that has been ongoing since a lawsuit filed in January of 2021. And last spring, the State Election Board of Georgia, which is now controlled by election integrity supporters as opposed to election corruption supporters, which is what Mark Elias and all those people are. They're not for integrity, they're for corruption. And they subpoenaed the ballots from Fulton County. They subpoenaed Fulton County Election Board to turn over the ballots from 2020, the mail-in ballots, well, all the ballots, so that they could examine those, inspect them, count them, because we know that there were double counts. We know that there were reports of Christine ballots that were never folded, supposedly mail ballots. Well, you have to fold them to get in the ballot envelope for it to be a mail-in ballot. So why do you have a pristine ballot that is one of the absentee ballots? That can't be accurate. So the SEB, State Election Board, sued Fulton County, sent a subpoena to Fulton County to turn over those ballots. And that was last spring. Nothing has happened other than the Fulton County Election Board, controlled by Democrats, filed a motion to quash, which was, of course, granted by the Democrat judge in Fulton County. And that's now on appeal. And so in August, Ed Martin sent a letter to Fulton County saying, we would like for you to turn over these ballots. And they've heard nothing. And so yesterday, Harmeet Dillon said, we are going to come. The Department of Justice is going. She is the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights in charge of the voting section. She's been terrific and very aggressive because she's an election lawyer. She knows what she's talking about. And she sent a letter yesterday to Fulton County with a subpoena. We're subpoenaing these records. We would like for you to produce them to us voluntarily. And so now we're going to see. We're going to see what the Fulton County Board does. And I just have a feeling that no more playing around, that Harmeet Dillon is not going to let them get away with continuing to try to thwart the ability of the Department of Justice and the people of the United States to be able to get to the bottom of what happened in Georgia in 2020.
Why is this anything more than just another strongly worded letter? Why didn't Harmeet Dillon, the Department of Justice, and I think Harmeet's fantastic, but why doesn't she just get a warrant? They can go get a warrant. Why don't you just get a warrant and go? Those are, correct me if I'm wrong, we were talking about 400,000 actual ballots from 2020 are still kept in storage, correct?
Yes, they are required under Georgia law. Not only, they're still preserved for several reasons. And they're ballots that don't have certain kinds of markings that actual I'm not a computer pro. I'm not a techie.
My point is that you get your hands on these ballots, and you can actually prove with evidence, bring the receipts, that the 2020 results in Georgia could not possibly have been certified. Am I correct in that?
That's right. That's right. Because this is one part of it. And in our election contest, remember, the difference between President Trump and Joe Biden in Georgia, well, there were 3 different certified results. That ought to tell us something, right? That 3 recounts, they all came up with different numbers.
But hang on. I'm not saying Trump won. You don't need to show Trump won. I want to go back to 2020.
And I've said that to the president. I've said nobody knows who won Georgia because it was a mess of an election. There needed to be a new election.
Well, you can't have a new election. You can't have a new election.
New election. They were going to have a new election in Georgia. They were going to have another election in January, statewide election on January 5th. Don't forget that. They were already having a Senate runoff statewide. And the remedy under Georgia law for an election where you have more improper ballots in the margin is a new election. And they were already going to have one. If we'd had a trial, we probably could have gotten that ordered.
Well, here's my point. I don't know if you have trouble. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. You had 2 Senate.
Maybe don't.
You had two Senate.
Right.
But I'm a simple guy. I keep it a lot simpler, like it did in 2020. No, you don't need Biden. You don't need Trump electors. You don't need all that. It's the Electoral Count Act of 1887 and the Constitution of these good old United States are pretty clear. If you can't get a certified electors at 270. There's a solution. And it ain't another election.
You go to the House of Representatives. You go to the House of Representatives.
It's a contingent election to the House of Representatives, which we win, I don't know at that time, 25, 24, 1 or something like that.
Because it's one vote per state.
Yeah, you vote as a state party delegation in the House. In the House, there's 50 votes. We would have won by a couple. There was one tied, which was Pennsylvania. And as Jamie Raskin, in concurring with my analysis on MSNBC, he said, well, Steve Bannon didn't think of Liz Cheney. I'll even give him the Liz Cheney vote in Wyoming. The great state of Wyoming goes to Biden. President Trump wins in a contingent election. That was the entire purpose of the Green Bay sweep. And this is why it's so important. I love what they're doing about 2026. I love this. I love what you guys are doing and setting all this stuff up in monitors, and we'll get into all that, and they're all freaking out. It's amazing. It's fantastic. It has to happen. However, the railhead, and we're seeing this in Arctic frost, we're seeing this in Crossfire Hurricane with the deep state. If we don't get to the bottom and adjudicate what happened in 2020, it's the railhead of problems. Look at the auto pen is maybe the biggest scandal in the country legally. It's not just the pardons, it's the executive orders that were signed that he didn't know about. Okay, the legal liability for that. What are you talking about? The guy didn't sign an executive order. That means everything we did under that is incorrect. Think about the 2020 election, and let me be blunt. In Georgia, they still got the ballots. So you can show and go through there that it's impossible. When you go through it, it's impossible to certify Biden's victory, number one. Arizona. That's right. It's in Arizona. It's going to be impossible to certify that election when we get to the bottom of it, and I'm going to throw out the great state of Michigan. Now, the festering sore of all this is Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, of which the President pro tem sent a letter to Pence and McConnell before January 6th saying, hey, we need another 10 days because I'm not so sure this thing can actually be certified by the rules that are set up. I don't care what the Secretary of State and what the governor said. This cannot be certified. Pennsylvania is the railhead, the festering sore, and guess what? In Pennsylvania, I believe, ma'am, they done destroyed the ballots. As soon as they got an opportunity to, they destroyed it. So that may be one we have to work on. But just doing my math, the inability to certify Georgia, the inability to certify Arizona, the inability to certify Michigan gets me, 43. It gets me below, you take Biden's win, it gets me below 270. You know what that means? That would have gone to the House of Representatives and Donald John Trump as the President of the United States by the Electoral Count Act of 1887 and the Constitution of this country. Flat out. And everybody should be focused. I love Harmeet. I love what you're doing. But why is that anything different than a strongly worded letter? You're the Justice Department. Just give me a warrant and go down and seize the ballots today. In fact, you got me worried that now you send a letter, they're going to be down there and they're going to set them on fire. You're going to have an event like the Pacific Palisades to burn the ballots, ma'am.
Well, I will say this, Why the Department of Justice decides to do or not do what they do is still a mystery to me. I mean, all we can do is present things and give them information and that sort of thing and say, here's what needs to happen. I have a very long list of that. And MSNBC, if you're listening, you can bet I'm sending my list and giving it to everybody and anybody I can find. So you can just rail at me all you want, but you can believe that the reason I'm still working is to try to make things happen. I have a whole laundry list of requests. I mean, I'm not writing to Santa Claus this year. I'm just writing to Pam Bondi. But look, one of the reasons, Steve, is that they didn't appoint a judge so we could have a trial is because we had the receipts. We had the evidence that the Georgia election could not be certified, or it was wrongly certified. And if we had been able to have that trial, then Georgia couldn't have been certified, and then you would have had that situation with the House, going to the House of Representatives. And as you say, the process is all laid out there in the Electoral Count Act, which Congress felt compelled after 2020 to amend.
That was a false. We'll talk about that. Short commercial break. Cleta Mitchell, our legal eagle on all things election. Next in the world.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Stephen K. Bannon.
Cleta Mitchell, what are your coordinates, Cleta? I know you're working on a couple of big pieces that you're going to come and explain everything you're finding in these documents, but now we got the ball rolling. Like I said, I would wish they just get a warrant and go seize the ballots.
Yes.
I can't imagine why you have to play this game, because we played these games before and nothing happened, but we'll see. But it just drags on. Let's boom, boom, boom. Get a warrant, go down and seize it. You're the Justice Department.
Go get the
Cleta
ballots.
Mitchell.
Absolutely.
Go get the ballots.
And follow me on X is at Cleta Mitchell. And then my our website for the Election Integrity Network is electionintegritynetwork.org. And I've been doing a lot on X as I go through these Arctic frost documents and find interesting things. I've been putting a lot of stuff up about that. We're going to get to the bottom of this, Steve. I'm publicly calling on different agencies of the federal government. We have control now, and there's some things I need to do that we shouldn't have to go through FOIA. We shouldn't have to, go on bended knee. We just need to send somebody to the archives of the DOJ, send somebody to the archives of the White House. We've got a lot of things that we need to pull out those bags of information. So
we shouldn't have to go through. Tom Fitton shouldn't be spending money doing FOIA requests of justice. It's not acceptable. Cleta Mitchell, thank you so much, ma'am. Looking forward to having you back. Keep making Mark Eliza's head blow up. Jim Rickards, one of the best analysts and observers in the world of everything geopolitics, national security, intelligence. Make sure you go to the landing page we set up, rickardswarroom.com. What we've done is make sure that you have access to Strategic Intelligence, which is his newsletters read by chairman and CEO all over the world. And also talks about stock markets, bond markets, all of it. So go check it out today. He throws in a free book, Money ChatGPT, which is really about artificial intelligence and how do you call it? Fiat currency. So go see Jim Rickards today. This newsletter is based upon predictive analytics. It's a fancy term for it. They're pretty good about telling you what's coming down the road. So go check it out. That's what we try to do here at The War Room. One of our contributors, Jim Rickards. Also, Birch Gold. Take your phone out. Text Birch Gold at Bannon, that would be me, at 989898 to get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump, particularly what's going on. It's going to be quite turbulent. Gold is both a hedge, and now it's becoming a new asset class. By the way, I think I saw something that it's creeping up on the old dollar as a reserve currency, heading that way, going back to the 19th century. Why? Mankind has found gold to be a store of value for 5,000 years of recorded history. It ain't the price, it's the process. It's what drives the value of gold. Don't take it from me. Don't take it from Philip Patrick and the team. Learn it yourself. We give it total availability of how to start thinking through this. Not here to sell your fish. We're here to teach you how to fish. Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire, 7 free installments, all of it free. Study it, then get Philip Patrick and his team on and talk to them about it and about particularly owning physical gold. Mike Lindell, Arctic Frost, you're all over that. Why are they acting so mean to a guy that's from a drug addict and degenerate gambler? The Lord stepped into your life, saved your life. You turned around and built one of the great employee-owned companies in this country. Sir, why is the Justice Department trying to destroy you and the FBI?
Well, quite frankly, Steve, I think they just want to destroy the American dream. I've lived it on steroids, going from the streets to a crack addict to to be able to build this amazing company and to where I'm at today. I used to just go around the country like I'm speaking next week. I'm going to be in D.C. all week. I'm speaking at the Museum of the Bible, telling my story of coming to Jesus. And that all changed about 4.5 years ago when I got attacked by just about every government agency now that I could hear, the DOJ, the IRS, the FBI, all of them coming after me because I want to speak out against government contractors, i.e. voting machine companies, and speak out about stolen elections. I mean, it should be your First Amendment right of free speech. This has been their number one attack on me. When Donald Trump won the election last November, everyone goes, Mike, you've been vindicated, it's over. No, the attacks just keep coming, you guys, over and over again. Keith Ellison in Minnesota, attacking my Lindell Recovery Network, but they keep trying to take my pillow down. But we're coming back. I'm going to be in D.C. all week next week, meeting with senators and stuff. We're going to grab this Arctic frost by the horn, and we're gonna get to the bottom of everything. But in the meantime, here I'm going to be leaving Minnesota this weekend, but I'm here right now. We set up this is a special time about every 2 months when two sales collide, and the Made in the USA sale, you guys, is the mattress toppers. All of these products are on sale. You save up to 80% using that promo code War Room. Then if you go to mypillow.com/War Room, it's the new 50% off or more sale. You guys are going to see that all the new towels just came in 2 days ago. All the new colors, sizes, bath sheets, bath mats, everything to do with the bathroom, all on sale, 50% or more off. Our the sheets, all the stuff that we would carry outside of our USA products. You have everything, basically everything on sale. We have our Made in America socks. You have our slippers on sale. These are War Room exclusive. $39 plus we're giving you free slipper, the leather spray. We've added all kinds of specials on there. We have our 80% off our warehouse special. Actually, it's basically three sales collide. Our warehouse, our special that we're having with our overstock products. So you guys use that promo code War Room. Call it 800. So you guys use that promo code War Room. Call it 800-873-1062. My employees have been attacked relentlessly for the past 4.5 years. They take those calls. Most of them are from good people out there. And you guys at the War Room Posse, they love taking your call using that promo code War Room. Thank you, Steve.
Mike, we'll see you here. You're going to be here all next week. May have Mike Lindell actually in the house in the War Room. He is packed, but we're going to try to carve him off for a... by the way, is that a threat? Is that a threat? Mike Lindell's coming to DC. Anyway, we love you, brother. We'll see you tomorrow morning on the morning show. Mike Lindell. Right. Look, I love hard meat. I love what you guys doing with justice. Instead of sending a letter, send the U.S. Marshals and let's just secure the frickin' ballots. Let's go. Go, 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 go.